Good morning and welcome to Big Z Sports coverage of high school track. Today, we'll showcase boys and girls track teams competing at the J.D. Milburn Relays hosted by Newcomerstown High School. Our coverage today is made possible thanks to the Kime Company, Tuscarawas Insurance Agency, and Right Mark Roofing. Now, let's head to the action with Big Z Sports.
Full day here from Lee Stadium and high school track and field back on the Big Z Sports YouTube channel. It is the J.D. Milburn Relays. So we get set to see a lot of great area teams competing and getting an early season push in track and field. Nick McWilliams and Shannon Thomas, your broadcast crew for today. Shannon, quick turnaround for you and I feel like we just did this, I don't know, like 10 hours ago?
Yeah, that's
well, more than 10 hours, but you get the point.
And luckily we had a beautiful day at the softball field yesterday. We're going to have a beautiful day here. The weather kind of hit in the middle of the night, so everything's moved on, and we're looking forward to a beautiful day down here in Newcomerstown and watching some pretty good athletes going to compete in the track and field today. This is one of those events that kids always look at as fun because it's a relay type of meet, and there are a lot of them just down there walking around having fun with their friends.
Yeah, I mean, this is the beautiful thing about track and field because it is all about going up against yourself, right? You know, I mean, yeah, you want to win. You want to win team events, you want to win team medals, things like that, but all you were doing is racing that stopwatch or racing that yardstick and just trying to improve upon your own marks. And that's what's fun about the early season. We mentioned it yesterday. In the early season with track and field, you'll see a certain level that these athletes have set for themselves. And then check back when it gets into, you know, the later season, especially pushing and heading towards the state championships, how much these athletes improve week by week.
Yeah, and these kids, a lot of them will tell you, and even when my nephew did track, he always told kids that he tried to recruit for track. He's like, listen, track meets are fun. Track meets is where you come and you hang out with all your friends. You hang out with friends from other schools. It's just a good time. The hard work is at practice. You put the work in at practice. You come to the track meet and have fun. And like you said, when it comes to track, every time you go on there, all you want to do is improve that tape measure just a little bit better, or improve that stopwatch just a little bit better. And today is just one of those days where we'll get to watch the shuttle relays, and you know they do the relay out at the shot put and disc and the pole vault. You add all your scores together. It's more of a team sport today than it is an individual sport. 'Cause a lot of times track's an individual sport. Yeah, you do get team points for it, but it comes down to an individual. You know, if you run the 110 hurdles, you're running it for yourself, and if you get team points, great.
Yeah, I mean, that's the end goal that you want for all those kind of events, and really every event. You know, we have area teams from right here. Of course, we got Newcomerstown on hand, Indian Valley, Coshocton, Ridgewood, Riverview, and you got some other teams from a little bit farther away. Canton South's in town. Some Cuyahoga Heights athletes as well are here, and a whole host of others, and it's going to be a lot of fun for sure. You get to see some of the guys and girls that are probably going to be vying for a state championship, whether that's individual or a team event later on this year.
Yeah, and, you know, all the schools will have individuals that do outstanding jobs, but for the last few years, the two schools that have been battling at the top of the IVC has been Indian Valley and Tusky Valley. So you'll get to see a little preseason stuff. It won't be what you would normally get to see if you go to a regular dual meet or a regular invitational. Like I said, this is a different format. This is a fun format, but you're still going to get to see some pretty special athletes that are going to make a deep run at the state tournament.
Yeah, and obviously, you know, in the early goings here, the field events getting underway, there's going to be a lot of fun when you see in the shot put area as well as the discus. You know, you have someone like Ethan Reeser from Buckeye Trail, better than 50 feet in his seating in the shot put right now. Very impressive stuff for him. You know, when with the high jump as well, also with Buckeye Trail, or pardon me, for Cuyahoga Heights, Maurice McClarty, 6 feet 8 inches right now in the high jump. Not too bad, I'd say.
You know, yeah, and just like you said, and then we'll get to see Carson Hostetler in the 300-meter hurdles and the 110 hurdles. And Carson last year went to the state tournament, stood on the podium at both. The other night he had a meet. He was way out front in the 300-meter hurdles, and he heard his coach say, kick it back a notch. Well, he pretty much just jogged the last 3 hurdles and still finished over 3 seconds ahead of the next person in line. I mean, that's how special that young man is. Reese St. Clair for Indian Valley has really picked up the speed this offseason. I believe he was just down at the high school nationals at Virginia Beach, had an outstanding job down there. I think they said he finished like 11th out of like 200 or some athletes, and then the Tusky Valley athletes, they will be outstanding, especially on that girls' side.
I'm happy you mentioned that because the girls 4x1600 relay, the team of Sammy Ward, Trista Leisure, Natalie Stokes, and Josie Eck, 24:40 coming in on that 4x1600. They're going to try to break that mark today.
Those Tusky Valley athletes, when it comes to running, they're some of the best in the state, and especially on that girls' side. I've watched them for a long time now, going clear back to maybe 8 years ago when they really started to come on the scene, and we watch them every year, break records in the IVC, break records at their home meet, the Thrilla and Zorvilla. They put in a lot of miles in the summertime. That way they can stand on the podium in the spring.
Going to be a ton of fun as we roll on here with the J.D. Milburn relays. As you take a look at your screen right now, the pole vault pit as they're getting warmed up, getting ready to go. Going to start logging some heights, getting everything set and in order. And we always have to offer a big thank you to all the people who come together to make events like this possible, because you see all the people around there standing with clipboards, the officials who are on hand. It takes a whole bunch of people to make these events happen.
Yeah, and that's one thing about down here in Newcomerstown. Whenever they do events like this between their cross-country races and their track meets, they get a lot of volunteers. And any athletic director will tell you it makes it so much easier when people just show up and say, what can I do? And it just runs off smooth. That's why we get to come down here every year. It's such a well-run event. We love coming down here, and the volunteers and the staff down here make everything go off without a hitch.
Open pit on the long jump until 11:30 now as athletes are going to start logging distances. Boys shot put, boys pole vault, getting things underway in the field. And, of course, discus, high jump for the girls, and the remaining field events. That's what gets everything kicked off. In terms of the track events that will be starting off, we will have the national anthem played at 11:30 to kind of be your ceremonial start to the track events. They're starting off with the long ones early in terms of the girls 4x1600 relays and the boys 4x1600 relays. Both of those are going to be fun.
Yeah, and I would like to give you my expertise on those events, but the only thing I can tell you is they're going to be running a long ways.
I think you and I could walk 1,600 meters. I don't know about a sprint.
Yeah, I'm definitely not going to be sprinting anywhere soon.
Anybody who knows how Big Z Sports rolls, I think you and I are more on the field event side of things.
Yeah, you want me to go out there and throw that shot put around at that disc? I mean, I might need shoulder surgery.
You're going to need a new rotator cuff.
But I'll give that a shot. But as far as that 1,600 meter, yeah, that's a little out of my wheelhouse.
So that'll be what everything gets underway. Now, here is the fun part to this, too, because I already mentioned about you start in the early season. Then you go to the tail end of the season and see how much improvement is made. That's what you want to talk about in the early parts of this, in terms of your times, your distances and stuff you're going into this. Yes, you want to make new marks. Every single event that you're in, you want to set a new personal best. But let's be realistic. You can't do that every single event. There's so much that you take from these early season events and these relays and these big group efforts that will ultimately give you so much insight for later on in the season. You'll be amazed. You'll go all the way back to something that you did here in the early goings that you might be able to dig into or dive into later on in the year.
Yeah, and a lot of times with these earlier events, the things the coaches are looking for, they're looking for those forms. They want to know how well you get out of the blocks. They want to know how well you're doing your steps in between hurdles. You got to get those steps down right. Those hurdles is kind of a muscle memory type thing. Then you go over to the high jump. You want to make sure that they're using that plant foot right. Down at the pole vault, the way they use their hands and get it, beginning of the year, that's what the coaches are looking for. Let's help them correct all these fundamental things. And you can do it all day long at practice to get going. But sometimes when you get in competition, that pressure puts a little, mounts up a little bit. So it might make you get into a false step or something like that, and then the coach has got to correct that. And then that's what the coaches will be looking for today.
Well, on top of that, you take into consideration in terms of getting that form back in order, even if you were maybe a 3-year letter winner prior to this and it being your senior season, depending on what other sports you play, say you're a basketball athlete, you're still trying to get back into track form if you're just now being able to make it out to the field.
Yeah, I mean, and we say it when we go into basketball season. When you leave the football field, you go to basketball season, you got to get your basketball legs under you.
Because they are two different sets of legs.
And now when you're leaving basketball season, head into track season, got to get your track legs under you. And, and a lot of coaches will tell you right from the get-go, I don't want to be mean, but I don't care what you did last year.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care that you stood on the podium at the state meet. This is this year. You're at the bottom of the list. You got to work your way back to the top. So let's get to work.
Could not ask for a better day here from Newcomerstown. Absolutely beautiful, as you see live there from the pole vault pit. We're up in the press box for today. Got a nice cross breeze coming through. We can thank how high the river is right now, I think, for throwing some of that breeze towards us.
Yeah, that river is way high. And listen, don't play around with flooded roads if you're out there. Turn around, go another way. That 10 minutes extra to take you will save your life.
Well, and you and I are watching it, and it's moving pretty good down there right now.
Yeah, just stay away. Just stay away from moving water. As we look down there, as the high jump bar has been setting there. The girls are getting some heights in on the high jump bar.
Of course, we will be giving you updates as they come in, and this event is on mile split for today, so you can also follow along with live results. You might even have them before we even tell you what they are.
Yeah, we'll do our best to talk your ear off all day long. Sometimes we might get behind, but
sometimes it might go quiet for a little bit.
We'll do our best to keep you informed as the day goes along.
Well, I tell you what, if you don't have anything to do on this Saturday, why not stop down here at Lee Stadium? Come on out, enjoy a fantastic evening. And look, it's Easter weekend. You probably have some time off. You're enjoying time with family. You know what? If you're looking for something to do, come on down here. Tickets very affordable, of course, and all these area local athletes would love to see you in the stands.
And it's also a cheap place to get lunch. Come support the Newcomerstown Booster Club. I know they're going to have hot dogs over there, some hamburgers, probably some nachos.
You and I are going to be sampling, I'm sure, at some point.
And they brought in a coffee truck for outside the gates if anybody's looking for some coffee. So come on down, support all these athletes, sit around for a little bit. You ain't got to hang around all day. Just come down, eat some lunch, support some athletes, and maybe go in town to Newcomerstown and do a little bit of shopping.
All right. Well, we will go ahead and take a brief timeout, get some of our bills paid. When we return, try to bring you some early results and talk to you more about how everything's going to shape up today from the J.D. Milburn Relays. And a huge thank you to the Claxon Communications crew as well, the guys out here on hand spending some time on their Saturday to help bring high school athletics to life on the Big Z Sports YouTube channel. Stay tuned. We'll be back right after this.
Save the date. Customer Appreciation Days are happening at Keim Home Center and Keim Mount Hope Hardware, April 13th through the 18th. Join us for a full week of celebrating you, our customers, with 10% off select items store-wide, live demos in the shop, gift card giveaways, food, and more. Visit us online at keimhome.com or follow Keim on Facebook for more details. We'll see you April 13th through the 18th for Customer Appreciation Days at Keim Home Center in Charm and Keim Mount Hope Hardware.
Every day begins with purpose. Every job begins with precision. At Rightmark Roofing, we don't just install roofs. We build trust and forge relationships. We understand that your roof is more than just materials. It's protection. It's peace of mind. That's why we use high-quality products and expert craftsmanship. With a sharp focus, our team is always ready to hit the mark. Call Rightmark Roofing. Let's build a future that stands strong.
Hi, I'm Zach Motice with the Tuscarawas Insurance Agency. For all your auto, home, farm, and business insurance needs, contact our team at the Tuscarawas Insurance Agency or stop in and see us at one of our 3 locations in downtown New Philadelphia, Sugar Creek, or in Strasburg, providing excellent service to the Tuscarawas Valley since 1885. Everyone here at the Tuscarawas Insurance Agency would like to wish all area athletes good luck this season.
Five-star quality, 5-star service, 5-star satisfaction. Hi, this is Chandy Salisbury with Riverside Manor Nursing and Rehabilitation Center. We are proud to be the area's only skilled nursing facility with these elite ratings. Locally owned and operated since 1978, Riverside ranks in the top 3% of nearly 1,000 Ohio facilities for outcomes, return-to-home success, and customer satisfaction. With on-site therapy 7 days a week, we help you recover quickly, safely, and confidently. Call me today at 740-498-5165 to learn more.
Stepping Stone Crafts and More, located on Macaulay Drive in Uricksville, has everything you need to decorate your home or office for any season throughout the year. Stepping Stone is filled wall-to-wall with handmade crafts, candles, and more. Plus, when the weather gets better, Stepping Stone expands their selection with a variety of outdoor decor. To see all they offer, stop by 1745 Water Street in Uricksville or find Stepping Stone Crafts and More on Facebook.
Simona Bolteron is a global leader in plastics technology, manufacturing thermoplastic products for industries such as aircraft interior parts, medical device housings, wall coverings, general thermoforming, and many more. Simona Bolteron, a company like a friend, is proud to be a part of the community and wishes all local athletes good luck and have a great year. For more information, visit them online at bolteron.com. Simona Bolteron, 1 General Street, Newcomerstown.
Live from Newcomerstown, the J.D. Milburn Memorial Relays, and a huge thank you to presenting sponsors today in Right Mark Roofing, the Tuscarawas Insurance Agency, and the Kime Company. As you see them there at the bottom of your screen, not possible being able to do this. Big Z Sports always appreciates their continued support of high school athletics, and like Shannon would always say, give them a visit because they're supporting the area athletes that you love.
Yeah, anytime you go to a sporting event, make sure you support the businesses that support your kids. You know, they're the reasons why we get to do this, and they think enough about your kids to bring them to coverage, and we do appreciate them.
Over on the high jump pit, as it's the girls' turn, as they're already logging some heights and such. Not sure what the bar is set at right now, but we'll try to bring you that update when we can. Boys on the pole vault pit right now, and also long jump. It is an open pit until 11:30. So we'll get some distances and such going on there. Now, as a little update, or for your insights, if you don't know, 3 attempts on that long jump pit, right, Shannon?
Yeah, 3 attempts. I'm pretty sure that's all they're doing today. Sometimes when you go to an event, they'll do 3 attempts, and then they'll do a final, but I'm not sure that they do that here for the relays.
Now, I'm not entirely sure either. We could ask.
I don't think they do, since they're taking the best jump for 3 jumpers and totaling them together.
Simple as, I mean, that's basically how that would, imagine that would work out. So we'll bring you those updates while we can, whenever we get the distances and the updates going on. We'll have Adam Sawecki, who's going to be walking around down there. I'm sure he'll relay some information to us.
Yeah, he's
see what I did there.
He's
relay some information.
He's already logging the miles down there, getting the steps in for the day.
And, of course, get subscribed to the Big Z Sports YouTube channel so you never miss out on a broadcast, and you can get those notifications on. We've got a busy couple of weeks ahead, if you've been taking a look at the schedule, Shannon.
Yeah, actually, I was just standing down there looking at it a little bit ago, trying to figure out what I had going on next week, and I actually have the week off next week.
Do you?
Well, my daughter's got 2 track meets next week, so that got me wrapped up there.
Oh, well, that might be part of the reason that you go into that. Plenty of high school baseball and softball action on the way. Track and field-wise, we'll be getting back into things later on in April, of course, but just getting started off with our first track and field broadcast in 2026. We were already talking about some of the teams to be keeping an eye on, some of the athletes to be keeping an eye on, but let's face it, you know, there could be names, freshmen, sophomores, underclassmen who really didn't get a lot of time at the varsity level last year who could really start making a name for themselves in the early goings of this season.
And I just heard that Tanner Smith from Newcomerstown is running track this year.
Yes, he is. We just saw him warming up on the field.
He didn't run track last year. I believe he played baseball. So we've seen the speed when he's got pads and everything on, so it'll be interesting to see what that young man can do as this season goes on.
Yeah, I mean, he's a special athlete for Newcomerstown, of course. Special athletes all over the field out here, and plenty of them that you will see who, you know, their names you're going to recognize from other athletics. And we always say about being a multi-sport athlete, especially with small schools, how big and how important that can be just for your overall athletic ability. But on top of that, you know, just the ability to operate as, you know, an individual in certain events, but also that betterment of your team, too, if you can secure those team points.
Yeah, and, you know, you like to get that hardware with the year on it, and that way you can stick it in that trophy case at school, and down the road when you have children or if you have grandchildren, you walk in and you'd be like, hey, you see that trophy right there? That was me and my friends helped do that right there. It's kind of like stacking medals. You just want to do your best, and if you can win an individual or win the team title, it just adds to your legacy.
Now, we were talking about the Tusky Valley girls 4x1600 team. How about their boys 4x800 relay team? Coming into this event, their seed 845 in that 4x800, by far and away the fastest boys team in the 4x800 here in this event. What an incredible mark that they've already set.
And the thing is, that 4x800 team, even those 4x400s, you watch those athletes never change pace. Mm-hmm. They fire out of those blocks, and they'll sprint. I won't say sprint, but they'll run this track 2 laps and not change pace, and that's just incredible. And that just comes down to their training and their breathing and how they have control of it.
Yeah, and you and I would not be the experts on that regard because I never understand how they can do that.
Yeah, there's
You and I are gassed by the first turn, I would say.
There's distance runners and then there's sprinters, and the 400 and the 800, they kind of got to find that medium in between both of those. You want them to set that quick pace, but you don't want them to gas on the end of it because you end up losing it in the last 100 meters.
Well, as the boys pole vault continues going on the far away part of the field away from us, some of the top seeds coming into that actually looks like from Cuyahoga Heights, Aiden Ewelt, 14 feet is his official mark in terms of his seeding coming into this. That'd be a high, hard distance for a lot of athletes to beat, Shannon.
Yeah, we've seen some special pole vaulters over the year, and that's going to be a tough mark to hit. I know talking to Indian Valley coach Abe Klassner said that Beckett Swaldo has really put in the work, and he's gotten a lot better, and so he's excited to see what Beckett can do this year. And this is a school down here in Newcomerstown who a lot of athletes from other areas come down here to train in the pole vault because they have such a good pole vault coach down here, and I would love to say his name, and I can't remember it off the top of my head, but he does an outstanding job. And I know Indian Valley's David Adams, who won a state title a few years ago in pole vault, he comes down here and works out. Even when he comes home from college, he'll swing down through here and work out. So they got a rich history down here, the pole vault, and it's always that's a fun event to watch.
In the girls' high jump, as the athletes continue to compete out there, again, we're not sure exactly what the height that they are set at currently, but some of your top seeds coming into the girls' high jump looks like your top seed, two of them at 5 foot 2 inches, is Chloe Adams from Riverview. So 5'2" on the high jump. That's your top seed coming into that showdown. Going to have to be quite the jump in order to beat that.
Yeah, 5'2" on the girls' side. That'll get you a nice spot down at the probably at regionals. I mean, so you'd get through districts and then the regionals, and you'd be on the borderline of getting out the states. And that's just an early setting right there. They could get better as the season goes on.
So Ridgewood, you see out there on the field, that next attempt not going to quite be able to be logged. Also for the, I'm still stuck on the girls' high jump, but long jump, again, as we have mentioned, it's an open pit until 11:30. Early going, it's still early in the day. It's starting to warm up a little bit, but it's kind of a chess match you play in there. You don't want to get all three of your attempts gone early because you might not even be fully warmed up yet.
No, and a lot of people's like, well, why the open pit? Well, the issue is you got a lot of sprinters tend to do the long jump, so you want to give them the opportunity in between races to come over and get their long jump in whenever they can. Sometimes it's tough at other events where you go to and be like, hey, the boys' long jump is from this time to this time, and then you're done, and they won't wait on you. So it's nice when they do the open pit.
Top seed for the boys' long jump from Ridgewood, Logan Wentz with a 21.575. So Wentz obviously coming in, you could say, as the favorite. But you've got a lot of athletes not too far off from him. Aiden Ewelt from Cuyahoga Heights, 20 feet 10.25 as his seed coming into this. But, you could have somebody who all of a sudden, comes out of nowhere to have one heck of a jump. Those are the only two athletes in terms of their seeding from what we have in front of us who have a distance over 20 feet. But, hey, you never know what's going to happen, especially in an early relay.
No, and that's what it is. That's the thing about this J.D. Milburn's relay. You take the best jump from all three jumpers. So if you got somebody who can get out 20 feet, but then your next jumper can only get about 14, well, that will kill your team jump altogether. So you need everybody to get in their jumps today. And like over the long jump, you don't want one of your teammates to foul. You tell him, like, listen, you got to get in a clean jump regardless of what it is. We can't take that foul.
So looking at the seeds for the girls' shot put as well as the open pit over there right now for the shot put and the discus, as there's a whole bunch of athletes who are pretty high up in terms of the listing. Your top seed coming into this is Canton South's Kylie James, 33 feet 9 inches on the shot put. That'd be another tough mark to beat, but Magdalene Collins from Newcomerstown, she's logged a 33.1, so not too far off of James's pace with that. We'll see what she's got in store for today, and then it's very, very tight in that top, about 5 in terms of the top seeds for the girls' shot put.
Yeah, and like I said, it's so tight right there. This is one of those relays that could come down to inches. So you need all three of your girls to try to get a PR today or get right up against their PR. And it'll be interesting because if you look at it right there, Canton South, they got two throwers up there at the top, but then their next one is all the way down in a 15th seed. So they're going to have to get her to maybe encourage her and try to get her pumped up to get an extra foot or something out, because that might be what it comes down to.
Always appreciate all the continued support. As if you want any updates in terms of where Big Z Sports is going to be, you can check us out on Facebook. We'll have some updates and such that will also be posted on there as well. And, you and I always talk about looking forward to coming here to track and field and every event that we've got going on. As I've already alluded to this spring season in the early goings, a little bit further expanded this year in track and field.
Yeah, we added on a couple more meets and stuff, and this is one of these things that when people kept talking to us about doing track and field, at first we wasn't sure how we would do it, and Adam had talked to Casey from Casey Claxon Communications and figured out a way to do it, how to get the cameras out there. And listen, we're always trying to grow it. We're always trying to be better at track meets, this and that. Like last year was our first year. I believe last year was our first year doing it. Or was it?
Second year.
Second year.
Last year was the first year of big expansion.
Yeah, the first year we did it, we just did the one track meet in Indian Valley because they asked us to come and do it. And we've grown. Claxon has helped us. We figured out a way to do it. And it's just so fun to come to these track meets. There's not really a whole lot of pressure on us to call play-by-play. We just get to come here and talk your ear off for 4 or 5 hours.
We would never do that. Come on. Fantastic day from Lee Stadium, and looking ahead too in terms of later on this season, we'll probably be back down here. Actually, I know we'll be back down here for the IVC championships. A couple of these teams, obviously IVC schools that are here. How many personal rivalries do you think start in the early goings of the season?
Oh, I know for a fact. With my nephew being in track, my daughter's in track. These kids know what every kid around the state is doing, and every kid local, and just to go to tell you, you got Carson Hostetler from Indian Valley. There are already people down there talking about the Barnett kid, and I believe he goes to school at Shenandoah.
I believe it is Shenandoah.
And he's one of the top kids in the state at 300-meter hurdles. Well, everybody's already talking about if those two face off at the Bell Legacy, and we'll be at the Bell Legacy.
Which, is weeks out. But
it is weeks out, and they're already talking about, we can't wait to see the Hostetler-Barnett showdown. Because, let's be honest, at track meets sometimes it's hard to get that competition that you need going to just local track meets. And if you ain't got one scheduled where there's a competitive athlete, that's why you got to be true to yourself and put in all the hard workouts at practice, because you might not see competition till you get to the districts or the regionals. And so, but luckily here in Tuscarawas County, we got a couple track schools that are fairly good, so they get just a little bit of competition, but not maybe. You might get a competition in your 110 hurdles, but not see competition in your 300 hurdles.
Well, speaking of competition, later on today, we are very much looking forward to the boys 4x400 relays, because Tusky Valley boys team is their top seed with a 3:35. Cuyahoga Heights, the second seed, 3:35.22. That could be a photo finish.
Yeah, and you'll find out real quick where you stand against another team. You want to beat them. They're going to push you. And I'm sure some of these other schools are still trying to figure out what kids they're going to use in those relays. So one of the other schools might show up with a team that they think was going to be decent, might not work out. So their next track meet, hey, we're going to sub this kid out, try this kid. That's the beauty to early season invitationals. You still got time to work kids around, find out who you want in what positions.
Well, and also talking about very close splits in terms of the seating, how about the girls' 400-meter shuttle relays? Only out of the 5 teams that are listed right now, there's only 2 teams that have an actual seating. Indian Valley's team with a 120 mark. Riverview's 120.28. Again, almost nothing in that.
And that might come down to how you get out of the blocks. Mm-hmm. The first runner gets out, or the handoff, the exchange, just everything about it is what could cost you a race.
Well, we always love to tip our caps to area schools who always put in the hard work and all the people who make it happen. We obviously are in the off season in terms of football, but we're here at Lee Stadium looking out onto the field. We're just coming out of winter into the early parts of spring. And as always, how about that infield surface?
Yeah,
unbelievable.
That infield surface is unbelievable. And you know what? If you want to make your flower beds look as beautiful as that infield surface, you might want to go visit our friends at Stepping Stones Crafts and Moors. They're located just off of Macaulay Drive in Uricksville. And they're your local shop for all your different season decorations. They carry flowers. They carry decorations for your flower beds or in your house. I know personally that they have a wide variety of candles because my wife.
I was going to say, how have you figured that
out?
My
wife was just down there the other day. She couldn't decide which candle she wanted, so she come home with 3 different ones.
Well, at least it was only 3. It could have been a lot worse on you.
So if you're looking to spruce up those flower beds this spring, especially on a beautiful day like today, go check out our friends down at Stepping Stone Crafts and More. And Mother's Day is just right around the corner. I know it's only the first week of April, but listen, I'm a guy. And you got little kids, you got to be the one to take them shopping, and Mother's Day will catch you quick. So you don't want to be the last one trying to get down there. So like I said, Stepping Stones Crafts and More, located just off of Macaulay Drive in Uricksville. They can help you out with all kinds of stuff.
Well, thanks for the reminder because I kind of forgot it is coming up quick.
You guys just moved into a new house. Flower beds are going to be done.
Thanks for reminding me.
Going to have to take little man to get Mother's Day gifts, so I mean, you can get it all down there.
The only problem is if I take him for Mother's Day gifts, he's going to want to go away with like a Paw Patrol toy or something like that. We'll see. We'll see.
I'm sure if you call them and you let them know ahead of time, they might make you a Paw Patrol decoration to put in the flower bed.
Oh,
they do them all on site right there. They make stuff back. They got a little warehouse in the back, so they can help you out.
Yeah, maybe we'll try to figure that out for him. Be sure to stay tuned because we've got plenty more coming up with the J.D. Milburn relays as we'll get some actual distances and stuff kind of logged in here. The track events, as we mentioned, are expected to start at 11:30 today. So, eventually we might just have the camera set aside in the early goings of this and just leave it out there on the field as we have the open pits and such going on. We'll get you some distances. Adam's down there patrolling somewhere. He'll be relaying some of those distances and such to us. And we've also got Drew down there at field level, currently at the pole vault pit, so you can see what's going on. Not sure the height that they're at, Shannon, if you can make a guess.
I think they're still warming up. I don't see the bar.
Kind of looks like it.
Yeah, I don't see the bar up yet at the pole vault pit, so they're still warming up.
Oh, no, they're still putting it up.
There it goes.
Remember how I joked yesterday that you and I's eyesight isn't that great?
Hey, I'll blame it on the caller. It blends in with the mat down there, so I didn't see it.
Yeah, we'll go with that as you see it on your screen with the. What do you guess on that?
I'm not going to guess. If I guess, then that just makes me look like a fool.
Well, could we be like Adam and claim, what was it, 34 feet?
Yeah, something like that. And Coach Bell down at Indian Valley, he still gets a laugh out of that every once in a while when I see him.
Could I ask him, what kind of setup would you have to even make it a 34-foot high mark to try to get?
You'd have to bring in a lift.
You need more than double what they've got out there.
You'd have to bring in a lift truck to set the bar.
Well, that could be real interesting. Stay tuned. Big Z Sports will be back for more track and field from Newcomerstown right after this.
Ron's Heating and Cooling in Denison has been serving this great area since 1977. At Ron's, no matter what you need, they can handle it. From heating and cooling to standby Generac generators, water heaters, tankless water heaters, mobile home equipment, duct cleaning, and 24-hour no-heat service. Winter, spring, summer, or fall, all you have to do is call 740-922-5252. Ron's Heating and Cooling proudly supports high school sports and would like to wish best of luck to all local athletes participating this season.
When it comes to protecting what matters most, trust the team at Grandview Exterior Systems. Established in 2016, they specialize in commercial, industrial, and residential roofing, handling everything from repairs and replacements to full restorations and ongoing maintenance. At Grandview Exterior Systems, their mission is simple: create peace of mind for every client while setting the standard for safety, quality, and efficiency in construction. Visit them at 2230 Township Road 415 in Dundee. Call 330-275-1807 or learn more at GrandviewExteriorSystems.com. Grandview Exterior Systems. They have you and your roof covered.
Stepping Stone Crafts and More, located on Macaulay Drive in Urixville, has everything you need to decorate your home or office for any season throughout the year. Stepping Stone is filled wall to wall with handmade crafts, candles, and more. Plus, when the weather gets better, Stepping Stone expands their selection with a variety of outdoor decor. To see all they offer, stop by 1745 Water Street in Urixville or find Stepping Stone Crafts and More on Facebook.
Simona Bolteron is a global leader in plastics technology, manufacturing thermoplastic products for industries such as aircraft interior parts, medical device housings, wall coverings, general thermoforming, and many more. Simona Bolteron, a company like a friend, is proud to be a part of the community and wishes all local athletes good luck and have a great year. For more information, visit them online at bolteron.com. Simona Bolteron, 1 General Street, Newcomerstown.
Save the date. Customer Appreciation Days are happening at Keim Home Center and Keim Mount Hope Hardware, April 13th through the 18th. Join us for a full week of celebrating you, our customers, with 10% off select items store-wide, live demos in the shop, gift card giveaways, food, and more. Visit us online at keimhome.com or follow Keim on Facebook for more details. We'll see you April 13th through the 18th for Customer Appreciation Days at Keim Home Center in Charm and Keim Mount Hope Hardware.
Every day begins with purpose. Every job begins with precision. At Right Mark Roofing, we don't just install roofs. We build trust and forge relationships. We understand that your roof is more than just materials. It's protection. It's peace of mind. That's why we use high-quality products and expert craftsmanship. With a sharp focus, our team is always ready to hit the mark. Call Right Mark Roofing. Let's build a future that stands strong.
Hi, I'm Zach Motice with the Tuscarawas Insurance Agency. For all your auto, home, farm, and business insurance needs, contact our team at the Tuscarawas Insurance Agency or stop in and see us at one of our 3 locations in downtown New Philadelphia, Sugar Creek, or in Strasburg, providing excellent service to the Tuscarawas Valley since 1885. Everyone here at the Tuscarawas Insurance Agency would like to wish all area athletes good luck this season.
5-star quality, 5-star service, 5-star satisfaction. Hi, this is Chandy Salisbury with Riverside Manor Nursing and Rehabilitation Center. We are proud to be the area's only skilled nursing facility with these elite ratings. Locally owned and operated since 1978, Riverside ranks in the top 3% of nearly 1,000 Ohio facilities for outcomes, return to home success, and customer satisfaction. With on-site therapy 7 days a week, we help you recover quickly, safely, and confidently. Call me today at 740-498-5165 to learn more.
Live from Newcomerstown and Lee Stadium, the J.D. Milburn Memorial Relays. Thanks again to our presenting sponsors like the Keim Company, the Tuscarawas Insurance Agency, and Right Mark Roofing. Underway with some of the field events. Open pit going out over there for the long jump. Some heights being logged in the high jump for the girls as we're waiting to hear from Adam Saweski with the official height that they are currently sitting at, and also waiting for some of the initial results to come up on mile split. As we mentioned, if you want to follow along with the action, you can't make it down here to Newcomerstown today. If you go to Mile Split on the website, you can search for J.D. Milburn Relays and get those results.
Yeah, and if you're like me, you search and you didn't get it. Nick had to
sent you the link.
He sent me the link, and I'm like, that's exactly what I typed in. So apparently I must have hit the wrong button somewhere. But I typically, if I don't have a little kid here showing me how to work technology, I get a little behind.
Well, the easiest way to do it is go to Mile Split and go to calendar and scroll down to April 4th and then find it that way.
Yeah, see, I just typed in, and it's probably case sensitive, and I probably misspelled something. It all worked out. I got it.
Yeah, we here at Big Z Sports, I don't think spelling is our biggest strong suit. That's what we have the Claxon Communications crew for. Well, look, and the guys behind me are shaking their head. I'm looking at the screen right now. Everything's spelled fine right now. Oh, apparently it was Mr. Claxon who handled that. Also want to thank Casey, obviously, for him spending his Saturday here as well.
Yeah, it's not too often you get the boss man to join you, and we got both bosses here today, so we got to be on our best behavior.
That's why
I'd hate to get sent home early on a beautiful Saturday.
That's why they tucked us into the corner, so they know we'd cause the least amount of problems.
What is it, the smallest room?
As we mentioned, Adam's down there walking around at field level or in the stadium, and We're waiting to hear some updates from him. Over on the shot put and the discus, obviously Shannon's got a little bit of insight to that because your daughter doing the shot and disc as well this year. Everyone just assumes whenever they see shot and disc, you expect to just get your biggest, strongest athlete to go out there and just throw it as far as you can, right? There is so much more intricacy to it than that.
Yeah, so I went to a track meet last year, and it was down along the river, and I can't remember what school that this young lady was from. And she was a cheerleader, and she won the discus with a throw of over 130 feet. And when she was out there twirling to spin the disc, my wife literally looked at me and said, she looks like a Disney princess. And if this girl weighed 110 pounds, I would be shocked. And when it comes to that discus and that shot, it's all about form. You got to have the right form. My daughter doesn't do the spinning. She just kind of goes up there and relies on muscle and just tries to throw it. Other girls will do the spin. Same way with the boys. I know the young man up there at Milburn, I think his last name is Parker Bowe, outstanding at the shot put. Just, it just comes down to form. I mean, yeah, strength helps you, but if you ain't got the form to go with that strength, it's not going to work.
The reason I'm bringing up the girls' discus is, again, close in seating, and it's going to be a lot of fun because you mentioned it can be just a couple of inches that'll decide it. Your top seed from Cuyahoga Heights, Samantha Valley, a 106.7 is her mark. Meglin Collins from Newcomerstown, 106.6 coming into this.
Yeah, and I believe it was, I can't remember her name, Katie Philbaum, or from Indian Valley.
Yes, Kate, another 96.2.
Yeah, she just threw that the other night, and her first throw, she struggled. And then, it was short, and then she come up, changed her form a little bit, got better. So he said when it comes down to those two top girls, all it takes is an early release or a late release, and you're going to lose inches. So those two girls, they're going to have to be on their game today.
And don't forget about the third seed coming into this. And if you tuned in with Big Z Sports last night with high school softball with Ridgewood hosting Newcomerstown, Addison Lammers, your third seed with a 102.1. Just throw a complete game with 13 strikeouts last night, step up and possibly get the top mark in a relay.
Yeah, and that's one of the things you'll find out about Ridgewood and Newcomerstown. Being smaller schools like that, they allow these athletes to compete in multiple sports in the same season. So, nice job there by Ridgewood. I'm sure that softball was her priority sport. So if there was a softball game today, she wouldn't be there. But at the end of the day, there's no softball game, and she's like, all right, I'm going to go throw disc and probably maybe even shot. Just, another special athlete, outstanding, like you said, our McInturf Realty Player of the Game last night, and so she's right there in the mix with those young ladies.
Yeah, I'm sure for, Addison with the 13 strikeouts, like you said, maybe softball being the priority, but a third seed coming in here on the discus, there's plenty of reason to believe, there's no reason to believe that she shouldn't walk out of here potentially on the podium.
And a lot of people will be like, oh, she throws a softball, she ought to be good at discus. Nah,
it's a little bit different.
It's way different. And, great job by her to not let, one sport change her mechanics
approach
in the other sport. Yeah, just she's able to separate the boats. She don't have bad habits at it. So, like I said, nice job by that young lady.
For the boys' discus, your top seed is Ethan Reeser from Buckeye Trail with a 154.11 is his top mark, top seed coming into this year, or into this event. Max Wackerly from Canton South with a 142.3. Then you have Carter Neff from Indian Valley with a 136.10. Jake McDermott from Tusky Valley, a 136.9. Those are really your top four front runners in that event in terms of the seeding, but it's going to take one heck of a throw to knock off Reeser.
Yeah, Reeser, we watched him last year, and he's only gotten better. Just like I said, he does an outstanding job. The way his delivery is what really sets him apart.
Yeah, and all about just the fine-tuning and the intricacy, because plus, we said about having to have that form, right? You do have to have a lot of strength behind it as well.
Oh, yeah, it comes down to release. At the end of the day, if you release it flat, if you release it high, there's so many different mechanics, and it takes a lot of practice. If you're a spinner or the way you do things, there's just so many things got to go right in a shot and disc to hit your mark.
Also, with some of the other events and some of the track athletes getting warmed up out there on the field, those relay events are always fun because, you get these top seeds, you get these great times, but all of that can get ruined by just one bad handoff. So, that's what a lot of these teams are focusing so much on during the warm-ups.
Yeah, and you watch watched them over there on the back chute, warming up. A couple of the girls dropped the baton a couple times, and it was interesting. A few years ago, I was down at the regionals watching my nephew and Dr. Ira Wentworth, who's the superintendent in Indian Valley. There was a picture that popped up, and he was on the back side of the stadium where there was no fans at, and you could see 2 Indian Valley runners handing it off in a picture. And I just sent it to him and said, hey, you could see he was screaming something, and I'm like, what was you yelling at that moment? And he said, all I kept yelling was clean handoff, or clean hands. He said, because those handoffs are crucial. If you can't get it in that hand to where they can grip it perfect and they got to readjust, you lose a tenth of a second and it's over, because at that speed it's hard to make back up.
Yeah, it can make all the difference, especially in something like the 4x200 and the boys 4x200 relay. The top-seeded Ridgewood team of Logan Wentz, Talon Carnes, Brayer Ford, and Christian Hortzman with a 133.71. Riverview not far behind them, though. Their team of Jeremy Kaku, Noah Diostrop, Wyatt Barnett, and Thomas Vu with a 134.6. So, again, one little bobbled handoff there. It's less than a second that separates them in terms of the seating. That could be it right there on a bobbled handoff.
Yeah, a bobbled handoff, a drop one, and your day's over. Mm-hmm. I mean, you got to pick it up, and you want to finish the event. And I asked an athlete one time, I said, when you drop it, he goes, oh, if it leaves our lane, we're disqualified. He said, you're so mad, you just want to kick it out of your lane to get disqualified, so you got to finish running it. He said, but you can't do that. He said, you got to pick it up and you got to continue.
No matter how frustrating it might be.
You know, it's just it's a mind thing when it comes to those handoffs. You got to make sure that you got to run hard. You can't come in easy on the handoff, because the guy that's firing off thinks you're going to come in hard, so he's firing off at his normal time. And if one of you have your steps off, like you said, it can be disaster.
Girls 4x100 relay, there are a whole lot of teams that are going to be participating in that. There are 9 that are listed, and top seed is the Tusky Valley girls with Leah Howard, Natalie Wallach, Callie Brown, and Savannah Ashton, a 51.5. Newcomerstown is the second seed with Cameron Cooter, Samantha Cooter, Avalyn Hoover, and Sully Garland. They're a second behind in terms of the seeding, but in the 4x100, again, we come back to it. You never know. Just one little misstep could change all of that.
Yeah, and that 4x100, it could all come down to the person that starts the race. They got to get out of the blocks clean. You got to make sure you have somebody standing on the blocks that you know is going to, hold them on the ground, because you don't want that block to slip and you get out bad. And like you said, after that, it comes down to handoffs. In that 4x100, it's one complete lap around here with 4 different athletes, and it's over just like that.
And it's timing.
Yep.
Also, for other track events that are going to be upcoming, the girls' 400-meter shuttle hurdles. Your top seed is the Indian Valley team of Ellie Holbrook, Jenna Vallet, Arrington Chirac, and Emmy McKinney with a 1:20 mark. Riverview, though, Courtney Mickle, Addison Alverson, Amber Nelson, and Kaylee Bryan, a 1:20.28. So not much separating them in terms of the seeding. And we know that Ridgewood always has an extremely tough hurdles team for the girls.
Yeah, the hurdles, this is what I like about the J.D. Milburn, because they do those shuttle hurdles, and it's fun to watch them go back and forth. And then we'll have the 300 hurdles, like I said. Those hurdle teams, sometimes it's the athlete that you wasn't expecting to lay down a good number is what can really carry your team, and it's the surprise of competition that sometimes can make an athlete really step up.
Ongoing on your screen, as you can see in the distance, with the shot put and the discus out there right now, is getting some marks laid down with the discus. I always chuckle when you see in the background there the home here in Newcomerstown that's located just on the backside of the discus pit. You got the best seat in the house to watch that.
Yeah, you get over there grilling up some burgers, sitting there on your porch and just watching.
Can enjoy. We should contact them and say, hey, you can relay us the distances that are coming in.
You just give them a Big Z Sports T-shirt and put
there
them to work.
We go. Pays great. Shannon has no comment for that one. As we mentioned, stop on down to Lee Stadium and enjoy today's J.D. Milburn relays. Track events will be upcoming. Field events ongoing right now. I'm curious. I saw Adam Saweski had a coffee in hand. They've got a coffee trailer here on hand today.
Yeah, Adam's.
I kind of want to see what that one's all about.
We got up here, and as soon as we got up here, Adam put everything down, and he's like, all right, I got to go. And I'm like, man, you're busy already? I'm going to go check out that coffee truck. So he must be a coffee drinker, and, shout out to that company for coming down here and supporting this great event and get you a cup of coffee to wake you up on this beautiful day.
Well, Bryce doing the producing for Claxon Communications. He's powered by Little Debbie, your hostess today. I don't know which one it was. Oh, and Mountain Dew, apparently. It's a little early for that, I think. Walking down there right now on the track is UC Athletic Director Dirk Gadd walking out there for Newcomerstown. Always appreciate Coach Gadd, too, obviously with the football team and everything that Newcomerstown does here. I know they have so much pride in this event. Yeah,
and like you said, he stepped into that role, I think, maybe 2 years ago, being the athletic director. And like he said, in one of the football interviews we were doing with him, we got talking about the athletic director job, and he said one of the things that made it easy to take that job is all the volunteers that he gets and stuff. He can put people in charge of stuff, and he don't have to worry about going and checking it and stuff, and he can take care of the important stuff that has to be done, like carrying a bench.
Yeah, as he's doing right now. Always appreciate his time and everybody's time here from Newcomerstown and all the area athletic departments. We say this every so often during our broadcast, but if you are a big fan of high school athletics and you want to make a difference, you want to be a supporter, it's one thing to show up, obviously, pay to get in, things like that, support the athletic departments by, supporting the concession stands and such. But if you got time, volunteer your time. They always could use the help.
Yeah, they can always use your help, and especially they could use your help working in concession stands, because every Booster Club president will tell you their biggest fundraisers are the concession stands. Mm-hmm. That's where they make their most money. So, you know what, if you're leaving your house, your kid wants a box of popcorn for $1, let your kid buy a box of popcorn, because all those new uniforms you see the schools rotating every year, not everybody gets new uniforms every year. This year it might be the football team, next year it'll be the softball team, but they constantly are buying new uniforms, constantly buying new hurdles, new wrestling mats, basketballs for in the gym. Everything that's being done for sports on the school side is primarily done by your booster club. I don't want to say all of it because I don't know the ins and outs on everything, but the majority of the stuff, your coaches have to go to your booster club and say, hey, the cross-country team is running down to Columbus this weekend. We need this many cases of water, this many cases of Gatorade. They get them bananas. They get them all kinds of stuff to put on that bus, so your athletes are taken care of. So, I tip my hat to the booster clubs over the years. Every time I go somewhere, if they're selling whatever tickets they're selling, I buy them. That's why we had the Chuck-a-Duck tour this season. It was our little contribution from Big Z Sports that every time we went to a basketball gym, they had the Chuck-a-Duck going on. We bought tickets. I believe it was Chris Kale that finally won us one up at Tusky Valley.
His comes with an asterisk.
I know. He was throwing.
He was on the senior tees.
He was on the senior tees down on court side where we have to throw from the press area. But, in great spirits, Big Z Sports was able to win it and donate it back to the school. So any little thing you can do for the booster club, they'll greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, and trust us when we say whenever that does come back for next year, if we win it, it's going right back to the athletic department in the school again.
Yeah, and I do that with everything at the schools. If I buy 50-50 tickets personally and I win, I donate it back to the school. That $3, $5, whatever it is you spend on 50-50 tickets, the 60 or 70 bucks you win would go a lot further for a booster club than it will for you.
Yeah, and finding the extra $3 to give whenever you're there, yeah, sure, you might think, what kind of difference is that going to make? Well, if it's you and we'll say 500 other people who were there for the 50-50 that day, that makes a nice little chunk of change.
Yes, it does. I mean, like I said, they support your kids, so support them.
Track events upcoming here in just a little while. 11:30 is the projected start time as we get some distances and some heights still logged in. Adam Sawieski down there, I can see him walking by the pole vault area right now. So he'll be looking to, he's doing some social media work, and he'll be sending along some of the heights and such for the boys on the pole vault pit. You can see Shannon there moving right on up there in terms of the height. This looks like a Riverview athlete going up there and not quite clearing on that attempt.
Yeah, they got a little bit of wind to deal with today, too. You might not think that's a lot, but
when you're up there on a pole vault, it could change it.
When you're trying to get all the techniques down right and get your hands turned right and stuff, and then you just the wind will make you kind of second guess what you're doing, and it kind of get you in trouble.
Well, if it was you and I trying to do pole vault, we got a little extra. What's the word I'm looking for? Mass, as you and I are trying to go up for that.
Oh yeah, I mean, you can call it mass, but I'll call it fat. Like, I'm not putting my life in the hands of that little stick. And that's what's always like. There are so many kids that are athletic that they try to say, hey, you'd be a good fit for pole vault, and they'll just flat tell you, I can't get over the fear of hanging upside down and putting my life in that stick.
I have a heights problem. I think you know that, and not going to work out well for me.
Yeah, I'm not good with heights either. I can get up a ladder sometimes and get on a roof, but boy, you ought to see me trying to get back off that roof. It's tough to try to swing back around and get on that ladder.
Well, once you're up and set, it's not so bad.
That's why, like right there, you give yourself you need anything done with your roof, get a hold of Grandview Exterior Systems. They're located out of Dundee. They specialize in commercial and residential roofing. They offer free inspections with some consultations, long-term maintenance plans, leak detections and repairs, roof restoration or roof replacements. Schedule an evaluation today by calling 330-275-1807, or you can go on their website at grandviewexteriorsystems.com, and you can fill out an online form to have them come check out your roof.
Update from Adam over at the pole vault that you see on your screen. The bar is moved up to 11 feet, so that's where the mark is set for the boys' pole vault. Looks like from Tusky Valley. Can't quite tell who it is, but a attempt there and clean. Another nice mark there set. Another thing that this Tusky Valley track and field team seems to be so proficient in, some great pole vaulting as well.
Yeah, very good at pole vaulting, and the looks like the girls' high jump is finished up already as the boys are warming up.
So it would appear as though potentially we've got the girls' high jump. We'll see if we when we get the updated marks for those and who's going to end up being your event champion. Boy, if the only thing that you're doing today is your high jump, Shannon, if you're an athlete, you're thinking, man, that was a quick way to spend my Saturday.
Yeah, and that's where your kids encourage you, hey, I'm only doing the high jump, but
you might want to get here early.
I need you to come down because it's going to get over early, and I need you to sign me out so we can go ahead and leave.
Well, a lot of athletes I'm sure would like to stick around and keep cheering on their teammates.
There was a couple athletes a few years ago that my daughter is on the track team at Indian Valley, and it was a couple years ago. I mean, she might have been a freshman. There were some of the juniors and seniors that were encouraging all their teammates, like, listen, don't go home with your parents early. Ride the bus home. We need to stay and support all of our athletes, in all the events. And I thought that was cool because it was upperclassmen boys that were telling everybody, listen, our athletes, our teammates are there supporting us in our events early. We need to hang around and support them at the last event of the night, and that's how we become a team, and that's how we win team trophies. And I just thought that was a really good team leadership.
Another attempt here from Tusky Valley boys pole vault, height 11 inches, and another clear. So 2 Trojans athletes will clear that at 11 feet high.
Yeah, and when you're a track coach, that's something you love when you see when you got kids in the pole vault, because that's a specialized event right there. And sometimes winning a team title can come down to the pole vault. If you don't have anybody that can ever get you team points in the pole vault, it kind of hinders your chances at team championships. So, Tusky Valley's been working on their pole vaulting the last few years and had young men and young women really step up in that program.
For Tusky Valley, your 3 pole vaulting athletes as Buckeye Trail getting the clear there. Zayden Finney, Graham Lewis, and Luke McCoy, all with marks 11 feet and above. So right now they're just looking to keep improving on that. Finney, I'm not sure if he's still in the running with this, Shannon, but his high seed or his mark coming in here was 11 feet. So if he's been one declared, he could set a new nice personal best this year.
Yeah, and that's like we said early on in the broadcast, these early events, you kind of just try to PR every event. If you can just set that tape measure out a little bit further or kind of get that stopwatch to stop a little quicker, just it really helps with your confidence early in the season.
Another attempt upcoming, and, from this distance away, we can't quite tell you exactly who it is who is competing, but another clear there.
Yeah, and did a nice job right there. Is the stick
even having the stick resting on the bar.
The stick rested against the bar, because if the stick knocks the bar down, it's still a foul.
Top seed was Aiden Ewald of Cuyahoga Heights at 14 feet. That might be one for Mr. Ewald, who he's just going to wait till everybody else gets it up to about 12 feet before he even enters.
And that's one of the things about pole vault. After warm-ups, you get to tell the official that's doing the marking what height you want to come in at. And I've been to meets before where kids thought, like, I'll be good enough to come in at 12.5 feet or 13 feet. And then they knocked the bar down all 3 times, and there's nothing you can do about it. You probably could have cleared 12 feet easy to win, but you heighted.
For Indian Valley, not sure who that was on that attempt, but we do see a familiar face down there around the pole vault pit. Who could you guess that would be, Shannon?
I'm going to go with Coach Dave Bell, who goes by the nickname Buzz.
You can see him on the left side far above your screen as he just goes out of view. And later on this year, from Jeanette and Hutton, we will be going to the Legacy Invitational that bears his name. Anybody who has been involved with pole vault around our area for the past, oh boy, I don't even know how many years it would be, you know that Mr. Bell's got his hands on it.
Yeah, he done an outstanding job, and he'll help every athlete down there. Athletes will stand there, and they'll have somebody film them doing the pole vault, and they'll take it over to him, and he'll watch it, and he'll tell them, like, listen, this is what you need to do. And I don't want to give away his age because I'm not sure. I can't go off of my mind of what the event was, but he just competed this last summer, and he won the event. And it was in another state, and I could probably look it up if I want. But he won it for his age group, and I'm early 50s, and he's older than me, and he's still pole vaulting, and does a phenomenal job.
You two are still hanging on to 39, right?
Yeah, I'm in my prime right now.
We're going to move directly away from that. It's the J.D. Milburn Memorial Relays here from Lee Stadium. Again, if you are just now tuning in, 11:30 is our projected start time for the track events. As for the field events still ongoing, we're waiting to get some of the updates. As we've already mentioned, the pole vault height right now for the boys set at 11 feet. And for the girls' high jump, of course, we're waiting to get the results from that. Actually, we do have results from that, Shannon. And it looks like it would appear, and probably not going to be a huge surprise for you, because she came in as the top seed. The top mark, Chloe Adams at 4'10". She had cleared a jump of, I believe it was 5'2", but Chloe with 4'10", highest result right now for the relays here.
Yeah, and like you said, that's early meet. Don't know where the 5'2" comes from. I'm sure she had to have a meet earlier this year to come in with that seed. They wouldn't use last year's seeds, I don't believe. But nice job by her for an early start.
Second place appears that it would go to Mia Lavre of Coshocton, the senior, with a 4.8 mark. Then you have Ainsley Horning from Canton South, the junior, at a 4.6. Emmy McKinney, the senior, at 4.4 from Indian Valley, and also with a 4.4 mark at number 5, the junior, Briley Little from Newcomerstown. So it would appear those are your marks for the girls' high jump, which appears to be wrapped up as the boys are now underway from the high jump. So great job for all those area athletes. And for Miss Adams, getting some of those early team points in order. Great way for Riverview to start things off.
Well, I'm not sure that it'll be team points until they add all the totals up.
Well, good point.
And then they'll come up with a winner right there, which all 3 of Riverview's jumpers did get a mark right there. Newcomerstown had 3 marks, and what they do is they add those distances all together to give you your final distance.
And you and I are not good enough at quick math to figure that out for you, so we'll wait till somebody compiles that up. Like I said, Big Z Sports not great at math.
Oh, we're good. We just got to have somebody else do it for us.
I'm going to leave my comments to myself. But over at the long jump pit ongoing right now as well, so much of that comes down to, your explosiveness, obviously getting up and getting that long distance. But you mentioned about how many sprinters will actually participate in the long jump as well, because that initial burst and everything, but you also have to understand all about that timing of when to launch.
Yeah, and if you ever watch them, they're doing it at the high jump too, but over at the long jump, what they do is they take in the athletes have to mark off their steps, and then they'll put a piece of chalk on the ground with their initials on it, and then they'll run and they'll jump from outboard. And if their coach comes up to them and says, hey, you still got about 8 more inches before you foul, they got to go back and they got to adjust their chalk mark. And they got to go again, same way with over here at the long jump. You'll see them drag a tape measure out and put a mark on the asphalt where they want to start their jump. So that way they could try to get that plant foot as closest to the mat as possible. So when they jump, they can get the right technique to get over. And sometimes you got to keep adjusting those marks.
Tell you what, we talked about if you have nothing to do on this Saturday, stopping on down, supporting area high school athletics here with the J.D. Milburn relays. And now in front of us, some fresh hot pretzels out of the concession stand. I think you and I might have to be making a visit over there sometime soon.
Yeah, and I thought I seen Casey come walking through with a hot dog or something, and he kind of turned his back toward us so nobody could see it, so we wouldn't grab it out of his hand. But
I'm surprised I didn't hear Shannon from over there going,
and
sniffing it out.
Well, I know the pretzels down here is a big thing, and I believe this is the place where we come where a lot of people like to get the nachos and a pretzel at the same time. That way they can dip the pretzel in their nacho cheese.
You're making me hungry already. I even had breakfast before I got here.
It's going to be a long day talking about food and being hungry.
We got more of the J.D. Milburn relays on the way. Get subscribed to the Big Z Sports YouTube channel. Never miss out on a broadcast. We'll roll on right after this.
Stepping Stone Crafts and More, located on Macaulay Drive in Uricksville, has everything you need to decorate your home or office for any season throughout the year. Stepping Stone is filled wall to wall with handmade crafts, candles, and more. Plus, when the weather gets better, Stepping Stone expands their selection with a variety of outdoor decor. To see all they offer, stop by 1745 Water Street in Uricksville or find Stepping Stone Crafts and More on Facebook.
Simona Bolteron is a global leader in plastics technology, manufacturing thermoplastic products for industries such as aircraft interior parts, medical device housings, wall coverings, general thermoforming, and many more. Simona Bolteron, a company like a friend, is proud to be a part of the community and wishes all local athletes good luck and have a great year. For more information, visit them online at bolteron.com. Simona Bolteron, 1 General Street, Newcomerstown.
Ron's Heating and Cooling in Denison has been serving this great area since 1977. At Ron's, no matter what you need, they can handle it. From heating and cooling to standby Generac generators, water heaters, tankless water heaters, mobile home equipment, duct cleaning, and 24-hour no-heat service. Winter, spring, summer, or fall, all you have to do is call 740-922-5252. Ron's Heating and Cooling proudly supports high school sports and would like to wish best of luck to all local athletes participating this season.
When it comes to protecting what matters most, trust the team at Grandview Exterior Systems. Established in 2016, they specialize in commercial, industrial, and residential roofing, handling everything from repairs and replacements to full restorations and ongoing maintenance. At Grandview Exterior Systems, their mission is simple: create peace of mind for every client while setting the standard for safety, quality, and efficiency in construction. Visit them at 2230 Township Road 415 in Dundee. Call 330-275-1807 or learn more at GrandviewExteriorSystems.com. Grandview Exterior Systems. They have you and your roof covered.
Stepping Stone Crafts and More, located on Macaulay Drive in Uricksville, has everything you need to decorate your home or office for any season throughout the year. Stepping Stone is filled wall to wall with handmade crafts, candles, and more. Plus, when the weather gets better, Stepping Stone expands their selection with a variety of outdoor decor. To see all they offer, stop by 1745 Water Street in Uricksville or find Stepping Stone Crafts and More on Facebook.
Simona Bolteron is a global leader in plastics technology, manufacturing thermoplastic products for industries such as aircraft interior parts, medical device housings, wall coverings, general thermoforming, and many more. Simona Bolteron, a company like a friend, is proud to be a part of the community and wishes all local athletes good luck and have a great year. For more information, visit them online at bolteron.com. Simona Bolteron, 1 General Street, Newcomerstown.
Save the date. Customer Appreciation Days are happening at Keim Home Center and Keim Mount Hope Hardware, April 13th through the 18th. Join us for a full week of celebrating you, our customers, with 10% off select items store-wide, live demos in the shop, gift card giveaways, food, and more. Visit us online at keimhome.com or follow Kime on Facebook for more details. We'll see you April 13th through the 18th for Customer Appreciation Days at Kime Home Center in Charm and Kime Mount Hope Hardware.
Every day begins with purpose. Every job begins with precision. At Rightmark Roofing, we don't just install roofs. We build trust and forge relationships. We understand that your roof is more than just materials. It's protection. It's peace of mind. That's why we use high-quality products and expert craftsmanship. With a sharp focus, our team is always ready to hit the mark. Call Rightmark Roofing. Let's build a future that stands strong.
Hi, I'm Zach Motice with the Tuscarawas Insurance Agency. For all your auto, home, farm, and business insurance needs, contact our team at the Tuscarawas Insurance Agency or stop in and see us at one of our 3 locations in downtown New Philadelphia, Sugar Creek, or in Strasburg, providing excellent service to the Tuscarawas Valley since 1885. Everyone here at the Tuscarawas Insurance Agency would like to wish all area athletes good luck this season.
5-star quality, 5-star service, 5-star satisfaction. Hi, this is Chandy Salisbury with Riverside Manor Nursing and Rehabilitation Center. We are proud to be the area's only skilled nursing facility with these elite ratings. Locally owned and operated since 1978, Riverside ranks in the top 3% of nearly 1,000 Ohio facilities for outcomes, return-to-home success, and customer satisfaction. With on-site therapy 7 days a week, we help you recover quickly, safely, and confidently. Call me today at 740-498-5165 to learn more.
Stepping Stone Crafts and More, located on Macaulay Drive in Uricksville, has everything you need to decorate your home or office for any season throughout the year. Stepping Stone is filled wall to wall with handmade crafts, candles, and more. Plus, when the weather gets better, Stepping Stone expands their selection with a variety of outdoor decor. To see all they offer, stop by 1745 Water Street in Uricksville or find Stepping Stone Crafts and More on Facebook.
Simona Bolteron is a global leader in plastics technology, manufacturing thermoplastic products for industries such as aircraft interior parts, medical device housings, wall coverings, general thermoforming, and many more. Simona Bolteron, a company like a friend, is proud to be a part of the community and wishes all local athletes good luck and have a great year. For more information, visit them online at bolteron.com. Simona Bolteron, 1 General Street, Newcomerstown.
Ron's Heating and Cooling in Denison has been serving this great area since 1977. At Ron's, no matter what you need, they can handle it. From heating and cooling to standby Generac generators, water heaters, tankless water heaters, mobile home equipment, duct cleaning, and 24-hour no-heat service. Winter, spring, summer, or fall, all you have to do is call 740-922-5252. Ron's Heating and Cooling proudly supports high school sports and would like to wish best of luck to all local athletes participating this season.
When it comes to protecting what matters most, trust the team at Grandview Exterior Systems. Established in 2016, they specialize in commercial, industrial, and residential roofing, handling everything from repairs and replacements to full restorations and ongoing maintenance. At Grandview Exterior Systems, their mission is simple: create peace of mind for every client while setting the standard for safety, quality, and efficiency in construction. Visit them at 2230 Township Road 415 in Dundee. Call 330-275-1807 or learn more at GrandviewExteriorSystems.com. Grandview Exterior Systems. They have you and your roof covered.
Stepping Stone Crafts and More, located on Macaulay Drive in Uricksville, has everything you need to decorate your home or office for any season throughout the year. Stepping Stone is filled wall to wall with handmade crafts, candles, and more. Plus, when the weather gets better, Stepping Stone expands their selection with a variety of outdoor decor. To see all they offer, stop by 1745 Water Street in Uricksville or find Stepping Stone Crafts and More on Facebook.
Simona Bolteron is a global leader in plastics technology, manufacturing thermoplastic products for industries such as aircraft interior parts, medical device housings, wall coverings, general thermoforming, and many more. Simona Bolteron, a company like a friend, is proud to be a part of the community and wishes all local athletes good luck and have a great year. For more information, visit them online at bolteron.com. Simona Bolteron, 1 General Street, Newcomerstown.
Save the date. Customer Appreciation Days are happening at Keim Home Center and Keim Mount Hope Hardware, April 13th through the 18th. Join us for a full week of celebrating you, our customers, with 10% off select items store-wide, live demos in the shop, gift card giveaways, food, and more. Visit us online at keimhome.com or follow Keim on Facebook for more details. We'll see you April 13th through the 18th for Customer Appreciation Days at Keim Home Center in Charm and Keim Mount Hope Hardware.
Thanks for joining Big Z Sports on a Saturday live on the Big Z Sports YouTube channel. Get subscribed today if you have not done so before. Make sure you get your notifications on so you know when we go live. Plenty of high school baseball, softball, and more track and field on the way. Speaking of that, everything always in the spring season, weather permitting. Today, Mother Nature's smiling upon us because earlier on this week, we didn't know the possibility of potential some severe weather coming through on this day. Well, today, I think Mother Nature's answered that question. It is gorgeous outside.
Yeah, luckily for us, recently, Mother Nature's been having her temper tantrums in the middle of the night.
Which is fine. We can deal with that.
So we're getting the water that we need. Some of our torrential downpours aren't really
a little bit too much.
Yeah, aren't helping a whole lot as it's just running off the land instead of soaking in. And the farmers, they like to see that rain, but they like to see it a nice steady drizzle all day and be a nice soaking rain instead of just running off the land.
Well, you know what we say. I mean, heaven forbid this time of year you can't let my mud dry.
Yeah.
Coming up, looking at the rest of this week, as we mentioned, everything weather permitting. High school baseball on Monday, as Big Z Sports expected to travel back to West Lafayette, as we just had some high school softball action. Now we'll go back for the baseball team's turn, as that will be Ridgewood playing host to Garraway. Should be a fun IVC little rivalry showdown.
Not only an in-league rival, but just a plain-out school rival. You know, they're always looking to try to best each other up. It wouldn't matter if it was in track and field, or if it was in baseball, or
chess,
maybe football.
Yeah, and on Tuesday, wait and see again, all weather permitting, but as it's slated right now, one's pretty good. Two's all right. How about 3 broadcasts in one day that we're planning for Tuesday?
Yeah, and that's just awesome that all of our sponsors can help out with that, and that's why Big Z Sports, we don't sit around and brag about this or that. We just show up and do it, and when you can do 3 games in one day, it's all because of the guys behind the scenes that do all the work, and the sponsors and the Claxon crew, and then the guys that get to show up and call the games. Just everybody got to work together that day to do 3 games, and I won't be one of them. I'll be at a track meet.
Rivalry baseball and softball action as Dover meets New Philadelphia from Tuscarora Park, as both teams will be there on location. And boy, is there a big one brewing up in Strasburg, because in high school softball, the Strasburg Lady Tigers take on the Conotton Valley Lady Rockets. That could be a ton of fun.
Yeah, and, congratulations to the Tigers, as they was just down in Myrtle Beach. And
a perfect visit to Myrtle Beach,
yeah, I was
wasn't
going to say, I think they came out of there 10-0. Conotton Valley, I believe, I want to say it was in Tennessee.
Something like that.
They were there for their spring break, and they won quite a few games. And like I said, you gotta go get in a lot of other games, and then you get to meet one of your toughest competitions right in your own backyard in Tuscarawas County and in the IVC. And how great has the softball been in Tuscarawas County the last, I'll say decade. Just outstanding teams. And, Strasburg's recently won the 3 state titles, and then Dover last year wins the state title, and just outstanding job.
Well, you know what that means then. You've had 4 straight years of a softball state title coming back to Tuscarawas County. That's pretty incredible.
Somebody's got to step up and answer the call this year, and there's a lot of good teams in our area, and somebody will probably be taking us back to Firestone Park in Akron come June.
Well, and you never know, because it's been a little while on the baseball side of things, but we could be making a stop at Canal Park this year. You never know.
Yeah, and Canal Park's a beautiful place to watch a baseball game.
Actually, I'm sorry, did that get the name changed?
I don't care. I still call it Rubber Duck Stadium.
I guess now it's 717 Credit Union Park, but it's going to be hard not to call it Canal Park.
Rubber Duck Stadium sounds good to me.
We could do that as well.
Yeah, just a phenomenal place, and would love to get to go watch a baseball team play up there.
Yeah, so we will wait and see. Be sure to get subscribed, as I mentioned, and follow along with the scheduling updates on our Facebook page in case Mother Nature decides to throw a curveball at us. As you see on your screen right now, the high jump going on. The boys logging some heights there, as we'll get you the updates from that when we can in terms of what the height is currently set at For the boys' high jump, your top seed coming into this, Maurice McClarty, 6 feet 8 inches from Cuyahoga Heights was his seeded height. Carson Hastings of Buckeye Trail and Cash Murphy of Coshocton both were tied for that second spot in terms of seeding at 5'10". So those are kind of your front runners. Hunter Stuckey from Indian Valley, a 5'8". Carson Kale from Riverview, a 5'8", as well as Carson Hoke, his teammate from Riverview, 5'8". Drayden Whitlow, 5'8", of Cuyahoga Heights, and Antonio McClatty, also at Cuyahoga Heights at 5'8". Barrett Bandy at Tusky Valley, also at 5'8". So you got kind of a log jam there for the third, fourth seed, somewhere around in there.
And we've seen Barrett Bandy can come into a basketball game and just take over in a rebounding game. So, this is another area where his leaping ability helps him. And
if I'm not mistaken, for Bandy, I think it's on the long jump. He's one of the higher seeds as well, or actually, 18.6 is his mark on the long jump. So he's got some hops.
Yeah, it's just, like I said, it's just nice to see athletes do multiple sports, and you only get to live that life for a short time, so you might as well take advantage of every opportunity you have.
Pole vault still ongoing on the other side as well for the boys, as got Indian Valley, a couple Indian Valley athletes, a couple of Tusky Valley athletes out there. Ewelt still from Buckeye Trail, your high mark of 14. Haven't seen him out there yet. I believe he might have had one jump, but we'll try to get that update as we wait for that. Track events are going to be starting right around 11:30. They'll have the national anthem ceremony here, and we'll take another timeout with that before we officially get all that stuff underway. Your schedule of events today in terms of the track events, we will be starting things out on the field with the 6,400 or the 4x1600 girls relay, boys 4x1600 as well. Gotta love these relay events too, because stuff moves pretty quick.
Yeah, and the athletes, they got some speed to them. So the events, even the longer events, you start talking about how long it is. You think, well, that's a half a day to run that. No, not with these kids. They can put down some time pretty quick. And like I said, once we get into the running events, everything just rolls off pretty fast. And typically, when you go to a standard track meet, they'll start the field events and then start the track events usually about a half hour after. Well, because so many kids are in multiple events down here in the field and the track, they leave a pretty big gap today to get everybody through.
By the way, over at the high jump area, the boys' bar was, according to Adam Sawieski, was at 5 feet. So that's where they're competing, and the pole vault has just been raised to 12 feet. So that's what the competitors that on the other side are currently trying to log distances at, or heights at, I should say. It still boggles my mind. Pole vault's one thing, when you have the pole in your hand to help you kind of propel you up over the bar. High jump, as you see on your screen right now, at 5 feet, just think, on a run, off of 1 foot where you plant, and just bending your body up and over the bar. You and I need a chiropractor if we're going to be trying to do that.
Yeah, and the way that they can go up and then arch their back and then kick their backside up over the bar and land, it's fascinating to watch. Because if you go back and you watch some of the old videos of older guys like Jim Thorpe and those guys, when they first started doing the high jump, it was kind of like a scissor kick to go over top of the bar. And how much along the line, you wonder who was the person that thought, you know what, it's better to go over head first and then come down on your head and clear the bar.
Well, the mat does have quite a bit of cushion, or the crash pad, whatever you want to call it out there, has quite a bit of cushion, but still, you got to know how to land. Otherwise, it's going to be a little bit painful.
Yeah, and you just wonder why nobody ever thought to just try to maybe run and try to do a Superman over it.
I don't think there's technically any rule or parameter on how you get over it.
No, just got to get over it and not knock it down.
We have seen some athletes who kind of go up beside it, and they just kind of tuck their legs up and over for the most part. They don't even necessarily do that bend.
I was at a middle school meet. It's been a few years, and it was almost like the kid did a cannonball going over top of it. It's like, yeah, he must go to camp a lot.
The only thing they're going to ask you is, did you clear it? That's all they're going to ask. As you see currently out there on the track surface, getting ready to go. Looks like, I believe the next up from Canton South will be your next competitor. Getting stretched out and ready to go. As we mentioned, a whole lot of schools here on hand. You've got, of course, Newcomerstown hosting this event. Ridgewood here, Buckeye Trail, Coshocton, Indian Valley, Riverview, Cuyahoga Heights. And I feel like I'm missing out on one or two. I'm sure I am.
Yeah, we'll figure them out.
Tusky Valley. I don't think I mentioned Tusky Valley. Look, you got to expect if you're around at a relay event or any kind of track and field event, you know that the Tusky Valley track and field team's going to be around. And look, part of the reason they've had such great success recently, they try to get into as many of these as possible.
Well, that's what you do. You got to find out where the competition is at and go there. And for somebody like Canton South or Cuyahoga Heights, they might look at the map and be like, you know what, geography down in Tuscarawas County, they have some legit track teams, so let's venture down that way a little bit to try to get some better competition.
We say it in football all the time, but the old saying of iron sharpens iron, so got to go against some of the best competition you're going to find, and especially in the early goings, you want somebody to push you a little bit harder, whether that's a teammate or an opponent. Got to have somebody who's pushing you to do just a little bit more.
Yeah, that's what it comes down to. Is if you get that competition that makes you step your game, elevate your game up a little bit, and you'll hear top athletes talk about that in certain events. Like, man, I really need to go run against this kid, but we're in two different parts of the state, and I don't get to see him until regionals. And so you got to try to find the best competition for your kids throughout the year. Another school that I don't think you mentioned, Coshocton's here. So Canton South, Coshocton,
I think I did.
Buckeye Trail, Cuyahoga Heights, Ridgewood, Newcomerstown, Tusky Valley, Riverview, and Indian Valley.
As we just mentioned, or Shannon just mentioned with Coshocton, that was a clear on the attempt at pole vault at 12 feet. Was the last time we had an update from where the bar is currently set. Another Tusky Valley athlete getting ready to go. Need to start bringing binoculars out to these events. As the bar set at 12, the attempt up and just clipping and knocking it down. So we'll have another go at it coming up here in just a little bit. 12 feet is a mark that's, pretty good standard for these athletes in the early parts of the season. That would be a high mark or a personal best for a lot of athletes out there at pole vault.
Yeah, and like you said, it's a personal best is kind of where you want to go today. You gotta kind of focus on everything you got going on, and an early season mark would only build your confidence for the next day at practice.
It'd be fun. We've joked about it, having a Big Z Sports relay team. I don't think that we should make any attempts at pole vault or anything like that. No, other events, maybe. Pole vault, I think we'll pass.
The more I stand here and think about it, shot put would probably be where we could get our best outing at, because not a whole lot there, and we just kind of just chuck something.
Well, what is it? Mass moves mass, that kind of thing.
As long as we don't have to throw the weight that we carry.
I don't think we could. We could try to make that attempt, but I think it would be rather ugly. High jump on your screen currently. Next competitor lining up looks like for Tusky Valley. Tusky Valley for the boys high jump. Getting the high seeds listed. Barrett Bandy, their high seed at 5'8". Mason Tidrick with a 5'6". Graham Lewis at 5 feet. So those are your Tusky Valley competitors.
If you're just joining us, the girls' high jump is already completed, and we'll run over those names again real quick. Is Chloe Adams from Riverview took first place in that with a jump of 4 feet 10 inches.
A little bit lower than her personal best already this year.
And then Coshocton's Mia Lowry was second. Canton South, Nisley Horning was third. Indian Valley's Emmy McKinney was fourth, and fifth place was Briley Little. Sixth place was Anna Leaner. So those are your top six placers right there for.
Track events will be upcoming as National Anthem time. Stick with Big Z Sports. We'll be back right after this.
Every day begins with purpose. Every job begins with precision. At Right Mark Roofing, we don't just install roofs. We build trust and forge relationships. We understand that your roof is more than just materials. It's protection. It's peace of mind. That's why we use high-quality products and expert craftsmanship. With a sharp focus, our team is always ready to hit the mark. Call Right Mark Roofing. Let's build a future that stands strong.
Hi, I'm Zach Motice with the Tuscarawas Insurance Agency. For all your auto, home, farm, and business insurance needs, contact our team at the Tuscarawas Insurance Agency or stop in and see us at one of our 3 locations in downtown New Philadelphia, Sugar Creek, or in Strasburg, providing excellent service to the Tuscarawas Valley since 1885. Everyone here at the Tuscarawas Insurance Agency would like to wish all area athletes good luck this season.
5-star quality, 5-star service, 5-star satisfaction. Hi, this is Chandy Salisbury with Riverside Manor Nursing and Rehabilitation Center. We are proud to be the area's only skilled nursing facility with these elite ratings. Locally owned and operated since 1978, Riverside ranks in the top 3% of nearly 1,000 Ohio facilities for outcomes, return to home success, and customer satisfaction. With on-site therapy 7 days a week, we help you recover quickly, safely, and confidently. Call me today at 740-498-5165 to learn more.
It's the J.D. Milburn Relays here live with Big Z Sports. National anthem now sung, and we will be getting track events upcoming as the field events keep going, and we will give you the updates when we get the final scores with those. And I want to note one thing, Shannon, as we have the flag raised here and the national anthem sung, only half staff today. Obviously, plenty of things going on in the world right now, but we are so very thankful that we get to join you and do this live, and we thank all the men and women who make that possible every single day, that we can come out here and enjoy something like this.
Yeah, one thing about it, everybody has their different opinions on how things go in the world and in politics, but at the end of the day, in my opinion, we live in the greatest country in the world, and it's all due to those men and women who've laid that sacrifice down for us, the men and women who've lost that battle, the men and women who continue to serve today. I tip my hat to you because America is a great place to live regardless of the political opinions that are going on right now.
And that's why we get to sit here and enjoy high school athletics. And all of these athletes, some of them out there, you think about, the seniors who are about to take the next step in life, but they get to do the things that they love. Some of these athletes will go on into the next level in terms of their education. Others will be entering the workforce. Others going on to the armed forces as well. And whatever it is that they are going to do, we thank them for allowing us to come out here and highlight them.
Yeah, and like you said, every one of these seniors is going to go down a different path, and I can applaud those kids that are going into the armed services. There's a young lady that she's a junior, goes to school with my daughter, and she's leaving this summer to go do some stuff with the Army Reserves and stuff, and then she'll come back and do her senior year before she goes on in to serve. And that's a tough commitment to make. A lot of people have a tough time choosing what they're going to eat for dinner at night, and these kids are choosing to go serve the country and not knowing what the outcome could be at the end of that day. So it's just an awesome feeling to see young men and women make that sacrifice.
Getting things underway for the track events, the girls 4x1600 relay as your lane assignments. In lane 1 from Ridgewood, it'll be Zanya Hashem, Maddie Larison, Layla Moore, and Riley Miller. Lane 2 for Riverview, Caitlin Wegener, Catherine Seibert, Julia Adams, and Ava Donnell. Canton South will be in lane 3, Savannah Rushman, Kaya Froelich, Cadence Spencer, and Chloe Wackerly. Lane 4, Indian Valley, Blair Hershey, Sam Wales, Bailey Herbert, and Rowan Hershey. Lane 5 for Tusky Valley will be Sammy Ward, Trista Leisure, Natalie Stokes, and Josie Eck. Definitely going to want to keep your eye on lane 5, the lane closest to us, because that is your top seed at 24:40 with Tusky Valley. And you know that those Lady Trojans are going to want to get things started off on the right foot here early.
Yeah, and that's just it. They look at these seeds just like we do, and they know who's close to them, and so that's their mark, and that's the team that they want. They want to beat everybody, but when you know somebody that's close enough to you that if you make a big mistake that they could jump all over it, that's the team you want to set yourself from. As those young ladies have fired off, and they're already setting that pace.
And also for the boys' side of things, they are running this simultaneous, Shannon, because you have 3 boys' teams. Riverview's Nathan Adams, Jonathan Siebert, Jaden Wright, and Logan Wilson. Indian Valley's Nolan Haney, Cordova Winkler, Torre del Curto Bragado, and Nolan Pataka. And for Tusky Valley, Logan Roth, Micah Ripple, Blake Markle, and Cade Conrad. The Tusky Valley boys are your top seed in the boys 4x1600, a 2015. And you know what? It would be a lot to knock off But who knows? Probably by the end of this year, they could be flirting with an under 20 mark.
Yeah, and just to think about that, the 4 boys that all have to run that mile and get that certain time to get that certain mark, and it's one of those races to where you got to be able to have great stamina in your muscles, but you got to be able to control your breathing, and you got to be able to do that all together and stay focused.
Out in front, Tusky Valley boys. Right in tow, Tusky Valley girls as the initial lag for the girls. Looked like it was Sammy Ward who came around. Lady Trojans, always such a tough out in any track event during these relays and during any, track and field event. Same for the Tusky Valley boys. Not saying that, everybody's going to be chasing them today, but let's be honest, we see a lot of the top seeds. Tusky Valley usually enters these events as the team to beat.
Yeah, and it all comes down to their off-season workouts, and I can't remember the motto I heard them say one year. It was something like summer miles bring fall smiles when it comes to cross-country or something like that. And, well, they use that same mentality year-round, because I had the pleasure of interviewing a young lady up at Tusky Valley about 10 years ago, and she had won the championship in cross-country. At the time they were in the Pac-7. And I just asked her about her training, and she said outside of cross-country training with the school, she also logged probably about another 20 to 25 miles a week on her own, and that's just outstanding, because when they're going to practice, they're running 3 to 5 miles a night, and then you're logging another 20 miles on your own. That's just some determination right there to get better at your sport.
In the boys' race, Tusky Valley out in front. Riverview slots home in second. For the girls, Tusky Valley in first. Canton South in second currently as we've completed lap number 2. Indian Valley athletes coming down the front stretch, both shoulder to shoulder as they come by, both setting a very similar pace.
And sometimes when in these longer races, that's what you need. You need somebody to run with you to push you. And you'll hear that a lot in cross-country. I hate to keep referring to cross-country, but in cross-country, your coaches will tell you, like, listen, if you catch your teammate, run with your teammate for a few seconds, build their confidence, help them get up, and then maybe help them bring their pace up a little bit. But at the same time, you don't want to run with your teammate and drag yourself back.
Well, the other thing is, too, in these distance events, you see people on the infield maybe talking with you and telling you, giving you encouragement, depending on what turn you're in, whether you're in the front or the back stretch. If you have your teammate beside you, in this kind of event, whenever you've got both of them running simultaneously for the boys and the girls, you might want to pull up alongside your teammate who might be slowing down the pace and trying to encourage them to go a little bit faster. But as you mentioned, with the breathing aspect, you almost don't want to do that, because suddenly you can find yourself out of rhythm.
Yeah, and that's a big thing in these long races like this. You want to set the pace and keep that same rhythm for 4 laps, but have a little bit right at the end for maybe that last 100 meters to try to kick it. As you see, Hershey from Indian Valley, she's kind of pulled away from her teammate on the boys' side, and she's catching a young lady in front of her. So Hershey's she's setting a nice pace right there to try to get herself back into contention here.
Completing lap number 3, the Tusky Valley boys and girls team out in front. And you know what? Truthfully, Shannon, only about a quarter of a straightaway away from each other. They're both pushing the pace hard.
And it's I like to look at their feet when they're setting that pace, because they use those bright shoes. And just look how fast that she's putting those steps down. And she hasn't slowed down one bit, and it'll be interesting to see if she can keep that pace. Because if she keeps that pace, she'll pull away from second place. And right now it looks like she's, got about a quarter of a lap or a half a lap.
About a half lap or so out in front. Indian Valley kind of reeling back in for the girls' side of things. And for second place, Canton South still holding on to that. As down the front stretch, Tusky Valley boys still out in front.
He doesn't even look like he's working yet.
No, hasn't really kicked it into that next gear yet.
And that's why I always like to run. You watch them set this pace, and you see the pace that they're setting right now, and then you watch them that last 50 or 100 meters and just watch them really turn it on.
First leg complete for both Tusky Valley teams on the handoff, clean for both of them. And now both your initial runners there get to take a quick breather on the infield, and it is a quick breather because a lot of them, you'll be seeing them again in another event here soon.
Yeah, they'll start getting ready for events. Some of these runners will run in events that they normally don't do just because of the type of meet this is.
Well, you're experimenting, trying some things out. As for Canton South coming down the front stretch, finding a second gear to round out the first leg for the girls.
And that's one of those ones where she set a nice pace, and then at the end she was able to kick it in and really put a gap on Indian Valley. So now Indian Valley's got to work a little harder to try to bring her back in.
All about that chess match that goes into this. Yes, there's stamina. Yes, there's endurance, but there's a mental aspect to it. There's a lot of mental aspect to it.
And the chess match of it comes on the coach's part. You know, which runners are you going to have run? Do you want to run somebody strong on the first leg and then have a closer? Or are you looking to put them in the middle, you know, to maybe try to gain back up? It's a chess match on the coach's part and on the runner's part.
Tusky Valley boys strong in the early goings of this 4x1600 as putting a lap on Indian Valley. We'll go ahead and take a timeout. This will be our longest event of the day in the J.D. Milburn Relays. Bring you an update as both Tusky Valley teams out in front in the 4x1600s. High school track and field back with Big Z Sports after this.
Every day begins with purpose. Every job begins with precision. At Right Mark Roofing, we don't just install roofs. We build trust and forge relationships. We understand that your roof is more than just materials. It's protection. It's peace of mind. That's why we use high-quality products and expert craftsmanship. With a sharp focus, our team is always ready to hit the mark. Call Right Mark Roofing. Let's build a future that stands strong.
Hi, I'm Zach Motice with the Tuscarawas Insurance Agency. For all your auto, home, farm, and business insurance needs, contact our team at the Tuscarawas Insurance Agency. Or stop in and see us at one of our 3 locations in downtown New Philadelphia, Sugar Creek, or in Strasburg, providing excellent service to the Tuscarawas Valley since 1885. Everyone here at the Tuscarawas Insurance Agency would like to wish all area athletes good luck this season.
Stepping Stone Crafts and More, located on Macaulay Drive in Uricksville, has everything you need to decorate your home or office for any season throughout the year. Stepping Stone is filled wall to wall with handmade crafts, candles, and more. Plus, when the weather gets better, Stepping Stone expands their selection with a variety of outdoor decor. To see all they offer, stop by 1745 Water Street in Uricksville or find Stepping Stone Crafts and More on Facebook.
Simona Bolteron is a global leader in plastics technology, manufacturing thermoplastic products for industries such as aircraft interior parts, medical device housings, wall coverings, general thermoforming, and many more. Simona Bolteron, a company like a friend, is proud to be a part of the community and wishes all local athletes good luck and have a great year. For more information, visit them online at bolteron.com. Simona Bolteron, 1 General Street, Newcomerstown.
Ron's Heating and Cooling in Denison has been serving this great area since 1977. At Ron's, no matter what you need, they can handle it. From heating and cooling to standby Generac generators, water heaters, tankless water heaters, mobile home equipment, duct cleaning, and 24-hour no-heat service. Winter, spring, summer, or fall, all you have to do is call 740-922-5252. Ron's Heating and Cooling proudly supports high school sports and would like to wish best of luck to all local athletes participating this season.
When it comes to protecting what matters most, trust the team at Grandview Exterior Systems. Established in 2016, they specialize in commercial, industrial, and residential roofing, handling everything from repairs and replacements to full restorations and ongoing maintenance. At Grandview Exterior Systems, their mission is simple: create peace of mind for every client while setting the standard for safety, quality, and efficiency in construction. Visit them at 2230 Township Road 415 in Dundee. Call 330-275-1807 or learn more at GrandviewExteriorSystems.com. Grandview Exterior Systems. They have you and your roof covered.
Stepping Stone Crafts and More, located on Macaulay Drive in Uricksville, has everything you need to decorate your home or office for any season throughout the year. Stepping Stone is filled wall to wall with handmade crafts, candles, and more. Plus, when the weather gets better, Stepping Stone expands their selection with a variety of outdoor decor. To see all they offer, stop by 1745 Water Street in Uricksville or find Stepping Stone Crafts and More on Facebook.
Simona Bolteron is a global leader in plastics technology, manufacturing thermoplastic products for industries such as aircraft interior parts, medical device housings, wall coverings, general thermoforming, and many more. Simona Bolteron, a company like a friend, is proud to be a part of the community and wishes all local athletes good luck and have a great year. For more information, visit them online at bolteron.com. Simona Bolteron, 1 General Street, Newcomerstown.
Back to the J.D. Milburn relays as Tusky Valley laying down a breakneck pace for both the boys and the girls as they just wrapped up the second leg of this 4x1600. And Shannon, really, it's only half of a front stretch that the Tusky Valley boys have on the girls right now. So a lot of credit to those Lady Trojans keeping a great pace.
Yeah, just an outstanding job. Like you said, we can go on and on all day long on how well the Tusky Valley athletes are, and for the girls team, they would love nothing more to be able to catch their male counterparts and be able to beat them.
Would be quite impressive. As for the boys, I believe it is still Indian Valley in second right now, but the Tusky Valley boys team, I think, has put a lap on the field, except for the Tusky Valley girls, of course. Coming down the front stretch, Canton South girls team looking for a strong finish to their second leg.
Well, I'm not sure if Indian Valley's in second or not because I wasn't paying attention. Remember, right? They got lapped right at the end of the first leg.
That is true. As for Tusky Valley for the girls, Trista Leisure out there running the third leg for the Lady Trojans. Coming into this showdown, they were your top seed, looking to improve on their time of a 24:40. And that mark of the 24:40 right now, I mean, we don't have the timer in front of us, but they might be setting a pace pretty close to that.
Yeah, I believe Riverview boys are in second place because Indian Valley is just now handing off.
So that would be the start of their third leg, so I think you are correct. So Riverview boys, only 3 boys 4x1600 teams, teams for this event. Of course, still waiting on some of the results from the field events. If you just now joining us, what has wrapped up is the girls' high jump. Chloe Adams, the junior from Riverview, who was your high seed, picks up the win with a 4:10 mark, 4 feet 10 inches. Good job for Miss Adams. See how that factors into the team scores. You know, it is an early spring showdown that we've got going on here, but darn near feels like early summer with the sun out.
Yeah, and that sun's warm, and with summer coming, you might want to make sure that AC is up to par, so give our friends of Ron's Heating and Cooling a call. They're located in Denison. Ron's has been serving our area since 1977. They specialize in heating and AC services, but they can also install hot water tanks and tankless water heaters, air cleaners, humidifiers. They can even do your duct cleaning. They got multiple services they can do. So Ron's offers a 24-hour service. You could get in contact with Ron's Heating and Cooling by 740-922-5252. And how does that go on the morning show? Spring, summer, or fall?
Give Ron's Heating
a call.
Tell you what, it is April 4th, and we're talking about your air conditioner already. I'm holding out strong. I'm not turning mine on until I absolutely have to.
What's funny is my family always complains about how cold I make it in the house in the summertime because my theory is this: if you get to control the heat in the wintertime, I get to control the AC in the summertime. Well, one of my twins last night, Ashton, asked me when can we turn that air conditioner on?
Oh, honey, it's only April.
It's not coming on yet. Like, Dad would love to have some air conditioning, but we'll open some windows and use some fans right now. But
I feel like you're the one to wait till it's got to be at least June on the calendar before it kicks on.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh no. It'll be on in May. It might even make it. Sometimes I'll turn it on.
Oh wait. You said you control it.
I control.
Okay.
I'll turn it on sometimes in the evening just to bring the temperature down in the house a little bit to be able to sleep. But yeah.
Coming up to wrap up or enter their third leg, Riverview, the girls team. Still out in front, Tusky Valley girls and boys. Up next on the next handoff for them will be your fourth and final leg of this 4x1600. Good on the Newcomerstown athletic department. Everybody hosting today, realizing with the 4x1600 having the 5 girls teams, you got enough lanes for the 3 boys teams too. Go ahead and run these in unison.
Yeah, and sometimes they'll even start them in the same lanes if they have to. They do their best to get this event moving on because they know once they round one corner that they
got room.
They can all come down to the lower lane and then they can use whatever lanes they want on the track. But it's great to see all the volunteers they have here today because they have a lot of volunteers here today. The press box is full of people up there taking scores and laying out awards and trying to keep that all straight. And then there's multiple volunteers at each event. So outstanding job by the Newcomerstown Athletic Department and their volunteers.
Last leg starting here for Tusky Valley as it will be Cade Conrad to take things over for the Trojans to try to bring home a good time. Trista Leisure for the girls wrapping up the third leg for them as well. And still only about a quarter straightaway difference here, Shannon, right now for these boys and girls teams for Tusky Valley.
Oh, and the boys are out there just doing business, doing what they normally do, this and that. But the girls team,
they're pushing.
They're pushing it. They sense it, man. It's like a shark in the water right now. They see their teammate out there, and they would love more than anything to have bragging rights on that school bus on the way back to Zorville.
Dominant performance thus far in the first track event for the Trojans, who, if I'm not mistaken, was it the girls team who was the overall champion last year during these Milburn relays.
Yeah, I believe it was.
And heading into turn 4, Lady Trojans looking to capture that lead from the boys.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see if it affects his pace or if he just kind of lets her go and see if she can run herself out.
Cade Conrad for the Tusky Valley boys, another name that you have heard for a long time with this Tusky Valley track and field team. Great stride, and another one of those athletes that it is darn near impossible to knock him off of his stride. He's got a lot of that focus.
Yeah, he does a nice job, and I believe he was an IVC champion last year. I can't remember which events, but he's been a special athlete for this track and field team.
Now you see as they enter turn 2, both of them now kind of keeping pace with each other, and that's where you go back into what you said, Shannon, about pushing your teammate, because now Conrad will look for the pass.
Yeah, Conrad, like I said, he's not going to change his pace for anything. He's one of those ones. He's mentally strong when it comes to running. He's just going to let his pace do what his does, and if he goes back by her or if she hangs with him, it's just how it is. But they run all those miles together up there in Zorville, and they're going to compete today, regardless that they're on one's in the female group and one's in the male group.
Coming up for the final leg, looks like both Indian Valley teams will now have the handoff here at the line. So for the both boys and girls 4x1600 as they'll enter their final leg. Canton South girls, Ridgewood girls, and Riverview girls all looking forward to enter their final leg.
Yeah, and I know the final leg for the boys for Indian Valley is Nolan Pataka, outstanding runner for the Braves. Had a great cross-country season. He's put in a lot of miles, and right now he's just running for himself. They're so far back that he's not going to make up any ground. He can make up time, but he's not going to have anything. And I believe that's the freshman, the younger Harshy sister right there for the Indian Valley girls.
Coming up after this 4x1600 for both the boys and the girls, next up, looks like it is scheduled to be the girls 4x100, or the 400-meter relay, however you want to look at it. So after starting things off at the 4x1600, going to go just a little bit quicker this next time around.
Yeah, things will really vamp up here, and time will pick up, and we'll have to catch our breath because they'll just be flying around the track after this race. As you can see, Nolan Pataka go by right there and got him a nice pace going, and I believe that's Rowan Harshy right there running, but I can't really tell from all the way up here.
Entering turn 4, Tusky Valley still out in front on your screen there. Conrad just in front. Both of those teams, the top seeds in the boys and girls respectively, coming into this matchup. Tusky Valley boys had a mark of about 3.5 or so minutes quicker than the girls team, so You almost wonder, Shannon, if coming in here, if they're the boys' goal, they said, okay, we think we can handle our business against the other boys' teams, but tell you what, why don't we help our teammates and help them push a little bit? And I think that's exactly what their goal has been.
Yeah, and I thought I seen Conrad coming around the corner make a hand gesture. I don't know if he was, maybe telling his teammate to come on or something. I don't want to kind of guess what he was doing, but he made some type of hand gesture towards somebody.
He's also got his watch on that left hand, probably checking his own pace.
And that's one thing that runners do. Like if they can monitor their own pace, monitor their heart rate and stuff, and that just tells you if you're pushing too hard or not pushing hard enough. And here comes his teammate one more time.
So what do you think? You think we do need to talk to Adam Sweski about getting us a 4x100? Just see how we'll just do the 4x100.
I'd be up for the challenge.
Which one of us pulls a hammy first?
Who's the
Bryce is pointing to you.
Who's the four guys we're using? Or we got enough guys, we can put multiple teams together.
Well, I tell you what, you got me and you up here, Adam's here. We just need to find a fourth that we can throw in there. Could either have Joe or Chris or Travis or, what's Roger Metzger doing these days?
There you go. Or we could even change it up a little bit and we can throw Blaze McMorrow in it.
I think Blaze has the best chance of all of us for actually competing well, I would think.
Well, we got Dalton Patterson on the team.
Oh, that's a good point.
Maybe we could use Dalton out of the block. He can hand off to Blaze.
Who's running anchor, though, is the real good question.
How you play basketball with him? How's Cam Anderson moving these days?
About as slow as me, so. And Cam, if you're listening, I'm going to get a very angry text saying he's a lot faster than that.
Well, we got Robbie. How's Robbie run?
You know how Robbie runs. As we are continuing with the 4x1600, that one's going to get clipped and saved and sent to him, just so you know.
Hey, listen, we can only make fun because we know we would be just as bad.
Going to need oxygen at the finish line for us.
Don't forget, we got Mary, too. Mary's part of the Big Z Sports team.
Mary might be our ace in the hole, truthfully. Tusky Valley still out in front. Anyone who just tuned in goes, what in the world is happening? It's the 4x1600. We got a lot of time to kill here.
Well, that's what somebody asked me down there. I was going down the steps. They're like, what are you guys talking about today? I'm like, we're talking about anything and everything. We'll hit concession stands. We'll hit booster clubs. We might even throw a track meet in there.
Riverview boys with a hard push.
And that's what you want. Regardless of where you placed or what your time is, you just want to finish strong.
So both the Tusky Valley boys and girls teams wrapped up in this 4x1600. We'll get their official times coming in here shortly. Lady Trojans really pushed their pace here today. Might have a new personal best. Tusky Valley boys, with only two other teams in competition against them, look like they showed off being the top seed, and for good reason. Still out there is Indian Valley, Ridgewood, Canton South, and Riverview girls teams. Indian Valley boys looking to finish strong, as I believe this is their last turn. Still ongoing, boys pole vault. Get you those heights here momentarily. Boys high jump also ongoing.
Well, I know the boys discus, the girls discus and the boys shot put have wrapped up, but we haven't seen the times yet because...
Oh, well, I'm happy you mentioned that, Shannon, because in the boys shot put right now as it stands, your leader, Carter Neff from Indian Valley, the senior, with a 46.8.5. Then you have Jake McDermott from Tusky Valley with a 43.10. Andrew Swigert, the freshman for Newcomerstown, 39 feet on his throw.
That's pretty good throw for a freshman.
A 39-foot throw coming on his fourth attempt. For Neff, by the way, that 46.8.5, which is currently in the lead, was on his first throw. 3 faults on the other ones.
Yeah, I watched Neff earlier in a meet a couple days ago, and he's got two different. He's got a spin, and then he's got just a slide. So I want to guess he was probably working on a spin, and that's why he probably faulted or fouled it 3 times, and then was probably able to get the last one to stick.
Wait and see what the official final scores are. According to our list in front of us, you still have a host of athletes who have not thrown yet. And one of those who has not thrown is your top seed in Ethan Reeser of Buckeye Trail. You also have Caleb Nettles, who was the 5th seed coming in from Ridgewood, who has yet to throw.
Maybe they're just still entering them, because I do know the girls' shot put's warming up down there.
Could be.
Maybe we're just waiting on the human side of it to get it all typed in.
And again, we went back to this. We've made this point multiple times, but so many people it takes to get these events, every part of these events, registered and ready to go and keep everybody moving in the right direction. They do such a fantastic job here from Newcomerstown. We always love coming down. This was our first or second ever track event that we did.
It was our second. We did the Bell Legacy the first year, and then the next year we started off down here at the J.D. Milburns.
For some reason, I thought it was the IVCs that we first did here.
Maybe it was. Maybe the year that we did the Bell Legacy, maybe we did the IVC too.
I tell you what, if you want to tell us and correct us if we're wrong on that, check back on the Big Z Sports YouTube channel and go back to all of our previous broadcasts, and you can actually sort by date and figure that out for us.
And that's the great thing about what we do here at Big Z Sports. Everything's on YouTube. So as long as YouTube don't ever decide to go away, you'll be able to go back and watch these events. I know people that have told me that they go back and they watch events that they were in 5-6 years ago. So it's great. When I was growing up, we were lucky enough to have the Channel 2 that did one football game a week of one school. So if you were lucky, your game was televised. But for the majority of it, the smaller schools weren't. And at Big Z Sports, we cover, like 17 different schools. And I know some people might say, well, you don't come over here enough. Well, it's kind of hard to get everybody, but we try to get as much as we can.
Try to spread the love and of course, also having the availability is sometimes the issue that goes into that. Looking to wrap up the 4x1600s. Boys already done. Girls looking to round things out strong. J.D. Milburn Relays brought to you by the Tuscarawas Insurance Agency, the Kime Company, and Right Mark Roofing. No surprise, all those 3 names that you know well from supporting high school sports in Z Country. And on top of that, you'll see when we're paying some bills during these breaks, all the other schools or all the other companies that continue to support.
Yeah, I mean, is here in a couple, I think maybe next week, I got to go buy some lumber at Kime Lumber. My daughter wants to build little raised garden beds to put out back. So, and we got to do it because we got so many groundhogs and rabbits that live around the creek bank. So we're going to do some raised beds for her.
Did she have any indication? Tell her to use cedar wood if she's going to use that. Yeah. Okay, good. Just making sure.
Yeah, she's been doing all of her research, this and that, and I had to correct her on a few things, but props to her. She wants to do it all herself.
Whatever you do, don't get something that has like a varnish or something. Yeah. You'll be amazed at how quickly those plants do not make it.
Yeah, so Dad will help her get the lumber home, and the youngest daughter takes construction technology at Buckeye, so she's.
Well, you can just be hands off in the building process.
I'm just going to be standing there for a backup, and make sure everything's done safety-wise as far as it comes to the saws and the nail guns and stuff.
So what you're saying is, if we're looking to get your youngest any kind of gift, she'll take power tools.
Yep, she's into that kind of thing, and she flat said it once she got to high school. She's like, I'm going to go get me a trade because I don't think college is what I want to do. And I said, as long as you have a trade, you do what you want. But if you can't make it work, I'm sending you to school.
Was that a promise or a threat?
Oh, it's a threat. You're going to have a trade, and and that's a great thing about having Buckeye Career Center in our backyard. She's got a list of things that she's doing at Buckeye, and the next thing on her list is getting her CDL. So
there you go.
If you got a youngster that hasn't made it to their junior year in high school yet, I would consider going and checking out the Buckeye Career Center open houses they have, and check out all the different trades that they offer.
Looks like over at the pole vault pit, boys have wrapped up because the girls are starting their warm-ups, so we will get you details on that here in just a little while. Adam Soweski still patrolling down there, getting some updates on social media and such. Thankful for Adam to be down here and spending a Saturday with us.
Yeah, especially since I'm pretty sure his daughter Sarah is home from college this weekend for Easter weekend, so took a little bit of time away from the family like we did to come down here to help promote these athletes. We greatly appreciate everybody that come to work with us today.
Up next will be the girls' 4x100 relays. Boys are also going to get ready for that as we are wrapped up with the 4x1600. Long jump pit still open. As just had a Buckeye Trail athlete over there logging the distance. Tusky Valley boys also over there, and it looks like all three Newcomerstown jumpers for the girls' team are getting warmed up and ready to go to set some marks. Oh, I lied. Adam's now up here in the press box with us. So now that Adam's sitting back here, everyone can hear how this conversation is going to go. Who's going to be on our 4x100 Big Z Sports team? Said us three, but who's our fourth? Who's our anchor? Yeah, our anchor. Bill Morgan, I guess, has made the cut for that. So, Bill, if you're listening, I anxiously await your response to that. You know, we have to tell Bill, though, it's 4x100 meters.
Yeah.
Right? That's the only thing.
Maybe we should have a WJR Big Z Sports crew against the WJZ Big Z Sports crew.
That could be interesting. I'm going to be honest with you, man. I think the JER crew is going to beat us. No offense to my fellow TUZ Big Z Sports crew, but Bill, I don't know if you knew this, or Bill Hammerstrom was like a pretty well-versed athlete in his day.
Yes, I have heard stories about him. And he looks like he's still pretty fit.
Yeah, we still play soccer. And I asked him, why? Because that's a lot of running. Maybe our ace in the hole is probably Blaze McMurrow.
Blazer Dalton.
Yeah, Blaze Dalton. All right, never mind. You and I are making the wrong decisions here with the 4x100. So
I want to be the coach.
There you go. Blaze Dalton. We'll throw Cam in there. Then who's another young guy that we could put out there?
Well, I don't know.
Yes, Adam, we're still talking about this.
I don't know if I will call him officially part of the team, but my nephew KT last year went and did some videotaping for his dad on the sideline.
All right, well, we found the anchor.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. And Logan is officially part of the Big Z Sports team now. He's been doing some play-by-play, so he's on the 4x100 team.
All right, great. So we're just coaching.
That's right.
And they're running. Thank God that we have now switched our roles. As we await to get started with the girls 4x100 and the field events ongoing, stay tuned. We're going to take another brief timeout. Big Z Sports has more of the JD Milburn relays right after this.
Save the date. Customer Appreciation Days are happening at Keim Home Center and Keim Mount Hope Hardware, April 13th through the 18th. Join us for a full week of celebrating you, our customers, with 10% off select items store-wide, live demos in the shop, gift card giveaways, food, and more. Visit us online at keimhome.com or follow Keim on Facebook for more details. We'll see you April 13th through the 18th for Customer Appreciation Days at Keim Home Center in Charm and Keim Mount Hope Hardware.
Every day begins with purpose. Every job begins with precision. At Rightmark Roofing, we don't just install roofs. We build trust and forge relationships. We understand that your roof is more than just materials. It's protection. It's peace of mind. That's why we use high-quality products and expert craftsmanship. With a sharp focus, our team is always ready to hit the mark. Call Rightmark Roofing. Let's build a future that stands strong.
Hi, I'm Zach Motice with the Tuscarawas Insurance Agency. For all your auto, home, farm, and business insurance needs, contact our team at the Tuscarawas Insurance Agency or stop in and see us at one of our 3 locations in downtown New Philadelphia, Sugar Creek, or in Strasburg, providing excellent service to the Tuscarawas Valley since 1885. Everyone here at the Tuscarawas Insurance Agency would like to wish all area athletes good luck this season.
5-star quality, 5-star service, 5-star satisfaction. Hi, this is Chandy Salisbury with Riverside Manor Nursing and Rehabilitation Center. We are proud to be the area's only skilled nursing facility with these elite ratings. Locally owned and operated since 1978, Riverside ranks in the top 3% of nearly 1,000 Ohio facilities for outcomes, return to home success, and customer satisfaction. With on-site therapy 7 days a week, we help you recover quickly, safely, and confidently. Call me today at 740-498-5165 to learn more.
Stepping Stone Crafts and More, located on Macaulay Drive in Uricksville, has everything you need to decorate your home or office for any season throughout the year. Stepping Stone is filled wall to wall with handmade crafts, candles, and more. Plus, when the weather gets better, Stepping Stone expands their selection with a variety of outdoor decor. To see all they offer, stop by 1745 Water Street in Uricksville or find Stepping Stone Crafts and More on Facebook.
Simona Bolteron is a global leader in plastics technology, manufacturing thermoplastic products for industries such as aircraft interior parts, medical device housings, wall coverings, general thermoforming, and many more. Simona Bolteron, a company like a friend, is proud to be a part of the community and wishes all local athletes good luck and have a great year. For more information, visit them online at bolteron.com. Simona Bolteron, 1 General Street, Newcomerstown.
Ron's Heating and Cooling in Denison has been serving this great area since 1977. At Ron's, no matter what you need, they can handle it. From heating and cooling to standby Generac generators, water heaters, tankless water heaters, mobile home equipment, duct cleaning, and 24-hour no-heat service. Winter, spring, summer, or fall, all you have to do is call 740-922-5252. Ron's Heating and Cooling proudly supports high school sports and would like to wish best of luck to all local athletes participating this season.
When it comes to protecting what matters most, trust the team at Grandview Exterior Systems. Established in 2016, they specialize in commercial, industrial, and residential roofing, handling everything from repairs and replacements to full restorations and ongoing maintenance. At Grandview Exterior Systems, their mission is simple: create peace of mind for every client while setting the standard for safety, quality, and efficiency in construction. Visit them at 2230 Township Road 415 in Dundee. Call 330-275-1807 or learn more at GrandviewExteriorSystems.com. Grandview Exterior Systems. They have you and your roof covered.
Stepping Stone Crafts and More, located on Macaulay Drive in Uricksville, has everything you need to decorate your home or office for any season throughout the year. Stepping Stone is filled wall to wall with handmade crafts, candles, and more. Plus, when the weather gets better, Stepping Stone expands their selection with a variety of outdoor decor. To see all they offer, stop by 1745 Water Street in Uricksville or find Stepping Stone Crafts and More on Facebook.
Picture perfect day from Lee Stadium. More of the J.D. Milburn Relays live on the Big Z Sports YouTube channel. Got the official times for the boys and girls 4x1600 relays, as it was Tusky Valley, the girls team, posting a 22-21.64 to take home the win with that, earning 10 team points. Indian Valley places second with a 23-30.65. Canton South 25-39.9. Ridgewood in fourth with a 30-11.22, and Riverview with a 32-11.8. So a fantastic time set by that Tusky Valley girls team, their new best this season. And here's something for you, Shannon, with that 22-21, topping the Tusky Valley boys team, who comes home with a 22-22.45, Riverview 23-27.95, and Indian Valley at 24-39.64. So it was the Tusky Valley girls really pushing the pace here today.
Yeah, nice job. Like you said, we can't speak enough about how great of a running school that Tusky Valley has become, and they did a phenomenal job on both sides, the boys and girls.
Up next in the track events, the 4x100 relays, as we were mentioning, we did have an update for the girls' shot put team results. Was the Indian Valley girls team. That was the top mark, followed by Newcomerstown and Ridgewood. So Indian Valley's girls shot put team logging 10 points there for their team.
Actually, it was the discus team.
Did I say shot put? My apologies.
So it was the discus team. They haven't loaded up the results yet, but we do know they announced that Indian Valley won, and that was a team of Carter Love, Michaela Krieger, and Katie Philman won the discus relay today.
Boys shot put, as it is currently listed, the leader, Carter Neff, the senior from Indian Valley, with a 46.8.5. Jake McDermott, the junior from Tusky Valley, at 43.10 as your top two spots. Andrew Swigert, the freshman from Newcomerstown, a 39 even. In the girls' high jump, if you're just tuning in, Chloe Adams, the junior from Riverview, with a 4 10" mark. As, believe it or not, Shannon, that was one attempt on 410, and she got it. Sometimes that's all you need.
Yeah, if nobody else gets it, you can just stop when you want, or
She did attempt 5 and was unable to complete that, but still a good showing for Adams. Your teams in the girls 4x100 relay upcoming, as we will have 2 different races for that. Canton South, Coshocton, and Buckeye Trail in the first. And the second will be Cuyahoga Heights, Ridgewood, Newcomerstown, Tuskegee Valley, Riverview, and Indian Valley. Top seeded team is Tuskegee Valley with a 51.5. Newcomerstown at 52.5, so that'll be a fun race between those two teams. As you can take a look on your screen with the girls competitors out there in the shot.
Yeah, it looked like I'm not sure if they're doing actual throws yet or they're still warming up. They were warming up the last text that I got.
Girls pole vault also warming up. Boys high jump still ongoing as well.
Yeah, and that bar is getting a little higher over there.
I think that's a bar that you and I could actually limbo under.
I could definitely limbo under that bar. That's how high it is.
Not a lot of action going on over at the long jump, so we might be having some final results from over there here in just a little while.
Looked like maybe a Coshocton jumper just cleared the bar.
I believe that would be... no, I think you're right. Hard to tell from this distance.
Yeah, I mean...
I
went with Coshocton because it's black and red, and these Canton South young men got on white and red down here, so...
Kind of a silver or a white on the jerseys.
But here's a question. What's Cuyahoga Heights in?
You know, I haven't actually noticed yet.
Because there's some over there with the red tops and the black shorts. That might be Cuyahoga Heights over there.
I believe so. Only a handful of competitors from Cuyahoga Heights, but making a long trip down here on a Saturday to compete.
Yeah, and that's, like we said, that's just their coaches and their athletic director wanting to give these kids the best opportunity to compete, so they found a meet and brought them.
Somebody else who we haven't thanked today, when you pull in here at Newcomerstown, you'll see all the different buses and such that brought all these teams down here. Those bus drivers logging the extra hours this weekend.
Yeah, the bus drivers, they're the unsung heroes behind all these sports teams. They log a lot of miles, when they should be enjoying their day off work and or after schools, and they volunteer to drive those buses to go to all those different sporting events from middle school all the way through high school. So thank you to the bus drivers and the bus mechanics to keep those things running.
Just got a lot of people to thank, basically.
And it is. I mean, a lot of people sits back and people get accustomed to things just being there and being done, and they don't realize the work that goes behind the scenes. And I don't want to go off on a tangent about things, but sometimes people just expect it, and if you don't do it, they get mad.
Still waiting, lining up for the girls 4x100. As we said, the first section will be Canton South, Coshocton, and Buckeye Trail. The Canton South athletes already standing there at the start line. They're itching to go.
They're ready to go. They're like, we'll hurry up and get here, and that way maybe the official will force the other ones to get over here.
Coming up, as we mentioned, this week ahead, baseball and softball action. Everything always weather permitting. Later on in the month of April, we'll travel to Jeanette Hutton for the Dave Bell Legacy Invitational from Indian Valley. Always a fun time on a Friday from Jeanette. And no surprise, after we did it last year, and we want to go back to it because we had a blast, the Thrilla in Zorvilla from Tuskegee Valley will be there May 1st.
Yeah, that's a special event. That's been going on for a while now, and not sure the teams that will be there, but if you're looking for something to do on a Friday night, go to the Thrilla in Zorvilla, and you can fight with Adam Saweski over the cheesy potatoes that they sell up there in the concession stand. That's where he'll spend all night, standing by the concession stand getting cheesy potatoes.
Tell you what, something that I'm going to have to run down during our presentation today. Going to find a USB-C charger.
Is the phone starting to go bye-byes?
Yeah. No, it's amazing. It doesn't really like it when you're sitting there refreshing a page a whole lot.
That's why I brought my iPad with me and my phone.
Yeah, see, Shannon Thomas always thinking ahead.
I'm sure there's plenty of teenagers around here that have them. I know I don't have a charger that'll work for you.
Well, there might be a rental fee from them, though, if I'm to be doing that. You know, we had mentioned the infield surface here from Newcomerstown. Their football field looking immaculate in the early spring, and it will look that same way when we get into the early fall for football season. How about how well they maintain this track surface? There's a reason that they come here for this relay event every year.
Yeah, everything's got to be maintenance. Everything's got to be taken care of. And they do a great job down here. And, you know, the Lee family has donated so much of their money over the years. As you can see, the Lee Field House back there that was built a few years ago, and the stadium was named after them. It's just nice facility down here in the southern part of Tuscarawas County. And it's that infield, like you said, that grass is it's a pretty sight right now, the way the green is coming in. It must be because they passed the football so much down here.
We'll make sure to tell Coach Gadd about that. Something that's also another reason, not just because the surfaces and the facilities are so nice here in Newcomerstown, but, you know, you don't always see schools that have the 8-lane tracks necessarily.
No, some of the smaller schools still only have the 6-lane tracks, and, you know, some of the newer tracks, when they're getting put in, they're actually going to the 10-lane tracks to make it just a little bit better. So, just like I said, it's always fun to come down here, and the IVCs are held down here every year, and it's a great place to come and watch a track meet. They got plenty of seating on the home side. You can get up high enough and, you know, walk around. All the field events are within close range of each other that you can see them without moving too far.
Look what I just found, Shannon.
Well, you're excited now that you found a fan. I'll guarantee you that's a.
You think it's a heater?
No, that's a fan that probably belongs to the offensive lineman coach.
Well, he's smart and thinking ahead. I say as I can't work a power strip, apparently. There we go. Does it work is the other question, and yes, it does.
There you go. You're set.
Well, I'm gonna we'll try to spread the love back and forth here between both of us. I'm just waiting to find out if it's going to be what we run into yesterday when we were at softball and found out what we thought was a fan was actually a heater.
Yeah, what a beautiful job they've done down at Ridgewood over the last year with the baseball fields and the softball fields. If you get a chance to go down there and watch a game, both fields are completely full turf. Infield to the outfield fence, built brand new press boxes. On the boys' field, the dugouts are completely done. The girls' side, they're still working on some dugouts. So, nice job by the Ridgewood community.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of schools are, you know, kind of switching to that. Obviously, you have to, you know, take into issue, you know, potential funding and things like that. But whenever they get it all mapped out, you know, you think of the advantages. I'm a sucker for old school, especially when it comes to baseball and softball with the dirt infields and such, but goes such a long way on the maintenance side of things. And plus, how many games more do you get in because you don't have to worry about the rain?
And that's the thing with the spring season here in Ohio. You might go weeks with rain on top of each other day after day. So these athletes are able to get their games and stuff in.
Teams look like they're making their way down to the starting blocks for the 4x100 relays. Top seed, as we've mentioned, Tusky Valley girls at 51-50. First section will be Canton South, Coshocton, and Buckeye Trail. Shannon looks like he's going to be handing out money, apparently.
I'm just trying to get all my change back from my kid, and she still has some.
She's got things to do. Isn't she supposed to be throwing right now?
Yeah, but my money's more important.
High jump on your screen currently. Still some athletes out there competing for the boys. Not sure what the bar is met or set at, but probably hovering around that 6-foot mark. Girls still warming up on pole vault. Long jump pit has gone cold, so we'll get those final results. It is official. It is official right now for the girls' high jump with Chloe Adams getting the victory there. As we mentioned, boys' shot put has been completed. And Shannon, we could have bet money on this, but no surprise. Ethan Reeser of Buckeye Trail will be your champion there. 51.5 is his official mark. That'll slot Carter Neff into second place with a 46.8.5 from Indian Valley. Jake McDermott with a 43.10 in third. Caleb Nettles of Ridgewood, 40 feet 1 inch in fourth. And fifth is Max Wackerly, the senior from Canton South, with a 40-foot even mark. Reeser, that 51.5 attempt for him came as his last throw on his fourth attempt. Heck of a job by the junior for the Warriors. We'll wait and see what the other athletes for those teams ended up logging for their team points. Girls discus has been completed. And from Cuyahoga Heights, Samantha Valley, the senior, 111. Magdalene Collins, a 98.9 for Newcomerstown for second. Addison Lammers in third with a 98.6, and she equaled the mark of Michaela Krieger of Indian Valley, who had a 98.6. Veda Newhart, 94.10 from Buckeye Trail. Katie Philman, the sophomore from Indian Valley, a 96. Christina Strebler, 7th with a 85.11. Kenley Hains from Newcomerstown in 8th with an 84.11. Cameron Dyer, an 83.10 for Canton South. And the senior Claire Corbett with a 77.5 in 10th for Ridgewood.
Yeah, and that's what we was talking about, this being, it's a relay type event. So, you know, Samantha Valley from Cuyahoga Heights, like you said, she had the overall furthest throw, but they take all three throwers as best throw, and they totaled them up. And we do know that Indian Valley girls discus was the team champion, and I believe Newcomerstown was second.
All three Braves competitors in the top 11 for Newcomerstown, all three of them in the top 14. So you do the math from there.
Or just take our word from it.
That's also a scary thing to do.
And they're not listing who the team champions were on each event other than the running one, so we'll have to...
oh, no, we've got it now.
Oh, sure.
Go under the scores tab.
Oh, they updated it.
Currently in first place for the girls team, it's Indian Valley with 24 points. Newcomerstown second with 16, and Canton South and Riverview both knotted at 15 apiece.
Oh, I was talking for, like, the field events.
Each individual event. I gotcha.
So I'm trying to listen to the PA announcer so I don't have to walk over and get the paperwork.
I'll let you handle that.
I'm saving my energy for the 4x100 in case we have to run.
Oh, Lord help us, I hope not. Boys pole vault is wrapped up. And Aiden Ewell from Cuyahoga Heights, we mentioned coming in as the top seed with a 14-foot. How about 14 feet 6 inches now for Ewell, as he'll capture the individual crown. Beckett Swaldo from Indian Valley, the sophomore, ties a fellow sophomore in Graham Lewis from Tusky Valley, both with 12.5. Next is Levi Fox, another sophomore from Riverview, 12-foot, tied with the junior from Tusky Valley, Luke McCoy, at a 12-foot mark. So Aiden Ewell doing exactly what he wanted to do coming in today, Shannon. Just set a new nice personal best for this year.
Yeah, and that's just like we talked earlier. You know, today's the day of, even though it's a relay type event in some of these events, you want to kind of set that PR in your individual events and see what you can do. And like I said, he hit his mark today. Glad to see Jeremy Holbrooks made it to the press box and joined his day off from Claxon Communications.
Somehow it's weird. I'm not used to seeing him without a camera in front of him, so I didn't even recognize who it was at first. Adam Soweski down there at field level. You think we could convince Adam to run on the infield alongside the 4x100 runners?
I would pay. I would pay the money I have in my pocket to see him run.
Does he get out of turn 2 by the time they complete a lap, or they complete all the way around?
Ooh. I'm not much of a gambler, but that's a bet that I would have to think hard about, because I don't know that he could.
Maybe we'll take him up on it. You want me to give him a call real quick?
Yeah, you see all the officials starting to make their ways around down there. And
all the athletes kind of bottlenecking up by the start line, so we'll be getting underway here shortly. On your screen, girls shot put still ongoing.
I know
it is the final call for the girls 4x100.
We've talked a lot here in this first hour and a half or so, whatever we've been on, to try to keep you a little bit entertained. But we promise you, here in a minute, it's going to take off here when these running relays start, and we'll actually talk more about stuff
that's actually going
other than nonsense.
Coach John Slusser from Ridgewood walking down through the stands right now. You know, we say Coach Slusser, and normally you think for the football team, but what doesn't he have a hand in when it comes to Ridgewood athletics?
Coach Slusser is just an all-around great coach. I mean, it doesn't matter what he's doing. And I was here a couple years ago when he was coaching at the IVCs, and he was coaching up every male athlete out there that he knew. He was coaching Indian Valley kids. He was talking to Tusky Valley kids and Ridgewood kids. And it's funny to watch him coach because he gets so intense with it. And then as soon as that event's over, he's back to laughing, carrying on. But when it comes to coaching, Coach Slusser is going to give you everything he's got.
Getting the starting blocks out there now for the girls 4x100 section number 1. Appreciate everybody who's tuned in so far this morning as we'll get more of our track events ongoing. And if you are interested in finding out everything that's going on with Big Z Sports, check us out on Facebook. Also, reach out to us sometime. If you've got any results or things that you have from area high school teams, be sure to send them our way. We always appreciate seeing that.
And the best way to send it so it gets seen quick is to send it to Adam at WTUZ.com. He's the sports director, and he checks his email regularly. If you got any questions of revolving or want to know about Big Z Sports, get stuff posted, sponsorship, anything like that, like we said, Adam at WTUZ.com. You see all the runners now making their way across the field, down the field.
Getting to their respective starting points.
The officials with the flags got to go over so they can tell when the zone is ready to go. So things are going to pick up here in a quick.
How fast do you have your fast talking voice ready to go?
That's about as fast as I'll go in the 4x100s with my mouth.
Completed so far, girls high jump, boys pole vault, boys shot put, and girls discus. We get a little bit more clarity in terms of the team scores right now. We'll get you posted on that. Obviously tight races early on with only a handful of finals posted. Nice crowd on hand here too, not just all the teams, but plenty of parents and fans and family members in the stands.
And the thing is, some of these schools like Indian Valley and Buckeye Trail, Coshocton, Ridgewood, they're all close enough to Newcomerstown that their kid probably could just send them a text and be like, hey,
I'm about to run.
You might want to head this way. Running events are going to start here in 20 minutes, and they hopped in their car and headed this way.
Well, imagine if you were a Newcomerstown backer or a family member, you just start walking.
I know people who live close enough that walk here. I should have asked Jeremy Holbrook when he was in here if he walked, because his family lives here in Newcomerstown.
I mean, I guess in theory, I'm walking distance. I probably would have had to start at like 2 in the morning to get here in time.
It'd have been a challenge for you.
I don't think I need that challenge.
I remember a couple of years ago when Adam Sawecki did that walk they do.
Oh, the Ruck March.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. He did it.
Starting point was here, wasn't it?
I think it was at Ridgewood maybe and came
here.
Then
came to here. I thought it was flip-flop.
Either way, flip-flop. I think he thought it was going to be easy.
No, I told him it wasn't going to we knew it wasn't going to be easy.
He paid the price for a couple days.
Pick your proper footwear. As athletes now in the starting blocks, girls 4x100 section 1 about to get underway. Lane 3, Canton South. Lane 4, Coshocton. Lane 5, Buckeye Trail. As we are underway, 4x100. All athletes getting a quarter of the track run before their handoff to their teammates. Things will start kind of getting a little bit clearer as we enter towards turns 3 down the backstretch. Coshocton pushing the pace. Buckeye Trail looks to be out in front. Here comes Canton South getting it closer. Into the third leg, into turn number 3. Good handoff for Canton South as they will stretch out into the lead. On to the final handoff. Got to get it clean with this tight of a race. Wildcats out in front. Coshocton trying to push the issue. But it looks like it's going to be Canton South coming in with the victory in section number 1. Buckeye Trail going to try to tighten things up for a finish for second. But it will stay with lanes 3, 4, 5, your official finishing order as the Wildcats get the win.
Yeah, well, getting ready for heat race number 2 here, and then they'll combine the times from both to see who the overall winner is.
Be sure to be keeping your eye on lane 5, Tusky Valley, your top seed. Lane 4 to their inside is Newcomerstown, second highest seed. Cuyahoga Heights, lane 2, Ridgewood, lane 3, Newcomerstown, lane 4, Tusky Valley, lane 5, Riverview's in lane 6, and Indian Valley in lane 7.
You know it's nice out in the spring when people got umbrellas out and it's not even raining.
Yeah, that's why I said it almost feels like an early summer day, but got that spring breeze blowing.
Hey, when I left the church this morning, I told my wife, I'm like, well, I'm headed to Newcomerstown to stand on the roof and get sunburned.
We're thankful we're not on the roof
I'm
today.
thankful when I showed up, and Adam's like, hey, we're putting you down in the press box. We're just going to put Logan up there to get sunburned.
Yeah, poor Logan's paying the price today.
That's what happens when you're the youngest guy on the crew.
Yeah, he is. Sorry, Logan.
Drew down there, he's walking around. He looks like he's going on a safari. He got a hat on, got long sleeves on. He's ready for the sun down there.
Well, poor Drew was in the line of fire because somebody in the pole vault pit kicked the bar, and Drew was on the receiving end of it at the end of the mat there.
I know Natalie Holbrook is walking around here taking pictures, and you'll be able to see those pictures over on Big Z Sports or Claxon Communications Facebook page. Natalie does a great job taking photos, and she's been working with Big Z Sports for a few years.
Girls pole vault does have the bar up on their first initial goes. And we are underway. Second section of the girls 4x100, one of their fastest races you're going to see today. First handoff heading into the backstretch. Who's going to establish themselves out in front? Lane 7, Indian Valley on the inner lanes. Looks like pushing the issue might be Newcomerstown. Could be actually Tusky Valley out in front into turn number 3. Now for the final handoff down the home stretch.
Yeah, it looked like Indian Valley struggled a little bit with the handoff over there, lost them some time.
It is Newcomerstown out in front. A little bit of a stutter step on the handoff, but still in the lead. Ridgewood coming up from the behind. Still hold on to second. Going to be a close finish for second, though, as Tusky Valley now coming from the back. Newcomerstown going to capture the win. Ridgewood slots home in second. Close finish for third. Might have been Riverview who came up from the middle.
Yeah, the anchor leg the anchors really made some closed it right there towards the finish line. As a couple of those teams got some late passes right there at the finish line, so we'll have to wait for the official listings as we're at the other end of the track.
Newcomerstown was your second highest seed, but they had a pretty emphatic win there. Got out in front, great handoffs, clean handoffs, and some really good finishing speed. We'll get you your official times here momentarily. Up next, it's the boys' turn in the 4x100s. 2 sections upcoming. For the boys 4x100, your starting teams for the section number 1, Buckeye Trail, Coshocton, and Canton South. Section 2 in your fast heat, Ridgewood, Cuyahoga Heights, Indian Valley, Tusky Valley, Newcomerstown, and Riverview in lanes 2 through 7. Top seeded team is Cuyahoga Heights, who will be in lane 3 with a 44.65. They're in section 2. Coshocton in section 1, the only team that has a seeded time at a 52.12.
Yeah, no, those seeded times come from an earlier event, but they also have to be submitted. So being this early in the season, if coaches are bringing a different team than they normally would have used at an earlier event, they probably won't submit that seeded time.
Exchange zone 1, are we ready? Exchange zone 2, are we ready?
PA announcer making sure everybody is ready to go in each section. 4x100 boys might be your fastest race you're going to see today. See if Cuyahoga Heights will show off that speed as your top seed in section number 2. Lane assignments. Lane 3 is Trail. Lane 4 is Coshocton. Lane 5 is Canton South in race number 1. Trail's team consisting of Ward, Fluhart, Egon, and Hastings. Coshocton of Art, Hubbard, Miser, and Thornsley. South of Stratford, Conley, McCoy, and McGurrett. Into the backstretch. Looks like out in front is Canton South in the far lane. Third leg, heading into turns 3 and 4. Here comes Buckeye Trail on the inner lane. Canton South way out in front. Clean handoff, going to be a sprint to the finish, and Buckeye Trail really forcing it on the inside. Down towards the finish line, going to be a close one. And we will wait and see. Might have been Buckeye Trail who captures it at the end. Not sure who was running the anchor there, Shannon, but great closing speed down the front stretch.
And that's what you like to see from your anchor leg. You're put in that position, and it's hard to explain, but some kids run better in a straight line. Some kids can really kill it in the corner. So as a coach, you got to find out which athlete can go where. And when you're put in that anchor position, that's one thing you're expected to do is maybe close some ground.
Section 2, Ridgewood in lane 2 with Hortzman, Carnes, Winston, Ford. Lane 3 with Cuyahoga Heights, Kramer, Van Divner, McClarty, and West. Lane 4 for Indian Valley, Stephen, Hostetler, Burrier, and St. Clair. Lane 5 for Tusky Valley, Bandy, Kocher, Lewis, and Maxwell. Lane 6, Singer, Justice, and Smith. And for Riverview, Kaku, Diostra, Billman, and Andrews. For this Newcomerstown 4x100 team. Singer, Justice, and Smith. Kind of sounds like a law firm.
It could be, and it's going to be a fast law firm. Interested to see Smith in this race because, like I said, former baseball player come out for the track team this year.
Well, we saw him on the basketball field, or basketball court, and the football field. He's got the speed.
Well, if his hands can move, or if his feet can move as fast as his hands did, he had a lot of steals on the basketball court, so he'd be in pretty good shape.
Well, and don't forget about his football teammates in Singer and Justice. Also plenty of speed. It's amazing. You got a football team based out of the Wishbone, you're going to have some team speed. Underway, boys, 4x100, section 2. Out of turn number 1. First handoff, first one to get there is Singer, giving it off to Justice on the backstretch. Newcomerstown out in front. Beside them, Riverview. Now Riverview takes the lead.
Indian Valley completely bobbled that handoff right there. They lost 3 spots on the handoff.
And Newcomerstown struggling on the handoff. Riverview's going to be out in front. Inner lane looks like Ridgewood pushing it up to the front. Now from beside them, it's Cuyahoga Heights, your top seed. Heights and Ridgewood, neck and neck, side by side. Here comes Riverview. Inside, Ridgewood out in front. Close finish. Riverview makes it a photo one. So your 2 outer lanes in Ridgewood and Riverview look like they go neck and neck at the line.
Yeah, a lot of speed right there in that race right there. Just it all come down to handoffs. Like I said, Indian Valley bobbled the first handoff over there. They were in contention. That took them completely out of contention. I think they fell to last, able to pick up a couple spots. Newcomerstown in the second handoff bobbled it, but that's one of those things that they'll have to work on throughout the year. You got to have those clean hands in order to hit all your marks, and those guys will learn from it.
And as much as those athletes don't want to hear it, of course, that's why you do it in the early season. You don't do that later on. By the way, for the girls 4x100 relay, The Newcomerstown girls team with a 55-8 will be your winner. Getting 10 team points, Tusky Valley second with a 52-12, Ridgewood third with a 52-5-9, Riverview fourth 52-7-5, and Indian Valley fifth with a 52-8-9. So for the Lady Trojans of Newcomerstown, getting a little bragging rights, their 4x100 team today.
Yeah, and they got the team of Cameron Cooter and Samantha Cooter, Evelyn Hoover, and Solly Garland. You know, they just they won in pretty good fashion right there. And I believe both of those Cooter girls, I believe, placed at the indoor state track meet, but don't hold me to that. But I do know that they had good indoor seasons.
Your official results for the boys 4x100, it was the Black Bears of Riverview capturing the win at the line, 44-18 to Ridgewood's 44-29. Cuyahoga Heights, who was your top seed, slots third at 44-34. Indian Valley fourth with a 44-9-3, and Newcomerstown with a 45-7-8 places fifth. So Riverview with 10 team points.
You know, and the top four all within a second of each other. That's how close it was. And the team of Jeremiah Cuckoo, Noah Dorstroff, Caden Billeman, and Parker Andrews, which I probably...
I was going to say, if you've been following Big Z Sports, we butcher names every now and again.
We butcher names, and I apologize for that. So we'll just say the team of Jeremiah, Noah, Caden, and Parker.
There you go.
From Riverview win in a close one against Ridgewood.
Up next, as we shift gears and move on to your next event, it will be the 4x800 for the girls. One section in this, all athletes out there on the track currently. Riverview will be in lane 1 of Buxton, Ensley, Reed, and Maroney. Ridgewood in lane 2, Troyer, Hashem, Boyando, and Palmer. Lane 3 for Tusky Valley, Ward, Renneker, Huffman, and Eck. Indian Valley, Welch, Curran, Hershey, and Wales. And Buckeye Trail in lane 5, Egon, Hickman, Allball, and Cochran. Top seed, Tusky Valley with an 11 flat. Again, they'll be in lane 4. Keep an eye, as always, on Tusky Valley. Actually, I take that back, lane 3, rather. As we were mentioning earlier, Shannon, for some of those athletes who competed in the 1600, you would be seeing them again quickly. Just in the case of Tusky Valley, both Ward and Eck, a part of that 4x1600 team, now also out there for the 800. You certainly got to love to run if you're doing that.
Yeah, and that's one of those ones to where typically those are your cross-country runners that convert over to track.
Heading into turn number 3, out in front is Ward in the initial runs for Tusky Valley. Down the front stretch, Tusky Valley out in front as all runners will now merge to that inner lane. Now, as opposed to those who might be checking out track for the first time, the 1600, 4 laps around for each individual, only 2 laps around for each runner. Yeah, and we say only 2 like that's an easy thing to do.
And this is one of these ones where you kind of got to have that sprint and that distance running style, because you don't want to get out too hard on that first lap, but you got to keep a fast enough pace to where, you know, you can maintain it and then maybe pick it up on the second lap.
Heading into turn number 2, battle for second, Indian Valley and Ridgewood. I believe that is Troyer of Ridgewood and Welch of Indian Valley. Lady Trojans going to be holding, barring any severe changes here, heading into turn 4, going to be holding the lead after leg number 1. Their seated time of 11 flat. Next closest in terms of seating was over a minute behind them in Ridgewood. And given the pace we've seen on leg number 1, not out of the realm of possibility here.
No, and just the way, like if you look at her pace, you look at her posture, it's just like these girls, they're built to run.
They live, breathe, and eat running.
That's it. I mean, they just do a fantastic job.
I believe that is Reneker, leg number 2 for Tusky Valley. Out neck and neck, but Ridgewood will push out the lead now, or pardon me, for second place heading into the second leg.
Yeah, she just left a little bit in the tank right there, and that's what you kind of want to do. You want to attack the competitor right there at the end, and then maybe frustrate them, and then they just slow up a little bit on their own.
Well, you think, even if you're not a track athlete or a cross athlete or any kind of running athlete, it is rather frustrating when you're going there, you see somebody else pick up the pace, you're like, all right, I got to kick it into the next gear, you start moving your legs, and guess what? You don't have another gear.
Yeah. Yeah, and you think, man, I'm doing great right now. I got the advantage, and all of a sudden somebody passes you, and you can't find that other leg, and that'll come as the season gets longer. You know, track season has only been going on for about a month now with practice and stuff, and some schools have got events in, and some schools haven't, so they'll all get these things fine-tuned.
Boys long jump, an update from over at the long jump pit as they're entering the results now. According to our list, your current front runner, see what this is how it stays when it goes final. Barrett Bandy, the senior from Tusky Valley, 19 feet and a quarter inch for Mr. Bandy. Wyatt Barnett of Riverview, the senior, 18 feet 4.5 inches. And Dane Kosher, the freshman from Tusky Valley, in third with 18 feet 4 inches. Pretty nice jump for Dane.
Yeah, that's just it's a nice long jump pit over there. It's kind of elevated a little bit, and like I said, it's got a nice little runoff over there too for the athletes, and it's always it's one of those events I like to watch, the long jump, because you got to be so precise with that foot when you plan it to leap off of it, and everything's got to go right and fly through the air just right.
Well, and thankfully it is an elevated pit kind of over there because we got a lot of rain. And if you don't have that elevated, it could be a soup hole over there.
Yeah, it could. In some places we get enough rain like that, they got to cancel the field events, and they did a nice job with all the rain that we've got to have these field events ready to go today.
Well, it's not an easy task here at Newcomerstown to make that happen because there's the river right there, so you know there's going to be runoff.
Yeah, and everything runs this way to get to the river, and the way they have it graded, like you said, they knew that when they built that pit over there, so they raised it up a little bit. That way it helps that water get out of here quicker.
Tusky Valley still far out in front, heading into the final leg as out of turn number 2. Holding on strong to that lead. With the current results of the team events and some of the individual events, as they did have updates for some of the field events, for a bit of a change from before. The Tusky Valley girls team currently in first with 18 points. For the boys, it is Riverview with 18 points right now. Still very early, a lot of events to go.
Yeah, I just calculated. I think we still got about 13 events to go. But there are some other, that's just on-track events. That's not counting the field events that still got to be finished up and totaled. As you can see, the bar is set pretty high down there for the boys' high jump. And it looks like there's only one person still jumping. So they just probably going for their personal best.
Out in front, Tusky Valley will be wrapping up another team event victory here as into lap number 2, far out in front. Still obviously want to keep your legs, keep your pace. You never know, things happen, things change in track events. That mental fortitude that we talk about comes into play here. Especially if you're one of the, last few legs, whether it's third or fourth on a team, you kind of got in the back of your mind because if you're used to running that section, you know what your teammates in front of you have done. You know if their pace is kind of close to what they're normally at, a little bit slower, a little bit faster. You either want to make up ground or at least keep that pace, and that's that mental toughness because you don't want to think about that too much because all of a sudden it can really throw you off.
No, and like I said, and you're sitting there on the starting line waiting for the handoff to go, and you see that lead that Tusky Valley's got, and you start thinking, well, we don't have a shot now, so why worry about it? Well, you got to worry about it because you got to go out yourself and put down the best lap that you can put. At the end of the day, you don't want to shortchange yourself and your ability. You only get better by putting in honest work. And so regardless of what you already can see what the outcome looks like it's going to be, you still want to get a clean handoff, and you still want to put down your best lap.
My apologies, I miscounted on the handoffs and such. That was the third leg, now into the fourth and final leg for Tusky Valley. Tell you what, we'll go ahead and pay some more bills. We'll take a timeout. When we return, we'll have your winner of the girls 4x800 relay. Boys' turn coming up with Big Z Sports.
Simona Bolteron is a global leader in plastics technology, manufacturing thermoplastic products for industries such as aircraft interior parts, medical device housings, wall coverings, general thermoforming, and many more. Simona Bolteron, a company like a friend, is proud to be a part of the community and wishes all local athletes good luck and have a great year. For more information, visit them online at bolteron.com. Simona Bolteron, 1 General Street, Newcomerstown.
Save the date. Customer Appreciation Days are happening at Keim Home Center and Keim Mount Hope Hardware, April 13th through the 18th. Join us for a full week of celebrating you, our customers, with 10% off select items store-wide, live demos in the shop, gift card giveaways, food, and more. Visit us online at keimhome.com or follow Keim on Facebook for more details. We'll see you April 13th through the 18th for Customer Appreciation Days at Keim Home Center in Charm and Keim Mount Hope Hardware.
Every day begins with purpose. Every job begins with precision. At Right Mark Roofing, we don't just install roofs. We build trust and forge relationships. We understand that your roof is more than just materials. It's protection. It's peace of mind. That's why we use high-quality products and expert craftsmanship. With a sharp focus, our team is always ready to hit the mark. Call Right Mark Roofing. Let's build a future that stands strong.
Hi, I'm Zach Motice with the Tuscarawas Insurance Agency. For all your auto, home, farm, and business insurance needs, contact our team at the Tuscarawas Insurance Agency or stop in and see us at one of our 3 locations in downtown New Philadelphia, Sugar Creek, or in Strasburg, providing excellent service to the Tuscarawas Valley since 1885. Everyone here at the Tuscarawas Insurance Agency would like to wish all area athletes good luck this season.
Five-star quality, 5-star service, 5-star satisfaction. Hi, this is Chandy Salisbury with Riverside Manor Nursing and Rehabilitation Center. We are proud to be the area's only skilled nursing facility with these elite ratings. Locally owned and operated since 1978, Riverside ranks in the top 3% of nearly 1,000 Ohio facilities for outcomes, return-to-home success, and customer satisfaction. With on-site therapy 7 days a week, we help you recover quickly, safely, and confidently. Call me today at 740-498-5165 to learn more.
Stepping Stone Crafts and More, located on Macaulay Drive in Uricksville, has everything you need to decorate your home or office for any season throughout the year. Stepping Stone is filled wall to wall with handmade crafts, candles, and more. Plus, when the weather gets better, Stepping Stone expands their selection with a variety of outdoor decor. To see all they offer, stop by 1745 Water Street in Uricksville or find Stepping Stone Crafts and More on Facebook.
Tusky Valley girls 4x800 team capturing the win. As for second place, coming down towards the front stretch. Out in front, it is Ridgewood for second place. Riverview close in tow. Again, after you saw Tusky Valley finish with those 10 team points, now your only goal, get the next best you can. 8 points up for grabs. And it is Ridgewood pushing out in front.
Yeah, they're at the beginning of that fourth exchange, things were tight right there, but Ridgewood was able to solidify that position.
And they will, at the line, capture second place in this girls 4x800. Riverview slots in third. Looks like Indian Valley going to come home with a fourth place finish in this event. Buckeye Trail will round it out. For the boys 4x800, which is on the way. One section here, 5 teams. Lane 1, Riverview. Lane 2 will be Buckeye Trail, Tusky Valley, your top seed in the middle in lane 3. Indian Valley is in lane 4 and Cuyahoga Heights in lane 5. This Tusky Valley team is your top seed with an 8:45 and Mason Tidrick, Logan Roth, Micah Ripple, and Cade Conrad. Cuyahoga Heights, your second highest seed with a 9:28. Girls long jump update. Some of the results that have been entered. Jalen McQueen, the junior, with a 16-foot half-inch jump. Katie Haddad, the senior from Canton South, 15 feet 9.5 inches. Ashlyn Myers, sophomore from Canton South, with a 15.3. Chloe Carpenter, junior of Newcomerstown, 14 9.5. And Caitlin Amari from Cuyahoga Heights, the junior, 14 feet 5.25 inches. See how those numbers update as we go, or if those are your final marks.
Yeah, it looks like there's only a couple girls that have a fourth attempt left, and they might have had to come run. But the thing is, I think the pit's closed, which they might not have they might not just have put them in the system yet. But if you look at the jumps that are out there right now, it looks like Canton South might be the overall winner of the relay for the long jump, but we'll have to wait for those official time or official measurements to come in.
Yeah, that's, with these relay events, how that works for team championships. You might have an individual placer who doesn't crack, the top 3 or top 4, maybe even the top 5, but if everybody finishes, especially if it's a wide-ranging field, if everybody finishes real close to each other around that top 5 or 6 mark, 6 through 8 or somewhere around in there, you can easily pick up a team win.
Yeah, and that's what we said. Everybody's just got to get off their best jump and don't hang your head on a bad jump. Move on to the next jump, because every inch in a long jump like that could benefit you in a team relay.
Boys 4x800 underway. Your top seed, as we said, Tusky Valley in the middle in lane 3. Still to come, our producer from Claxon Communications, Bryce, is excited because after the boys 4x800 wraps up, the 400-meter shuttle hurdles coming up. Don't ask me why shuttle hurdles is hard for me to say.
Yeah, that's just a fun event to watch. Is you got to go down 100 meters down, and your teammates got to sit there and wait for you to cross the line before they could fire off. And it'll be interesting to see how that works out, because usually every year the shuttle relays, I see a school break a school record. So
organized chaos is the way to look at it. Which anyone who's ever helped run a track event before is saying it's all organized chaos.
Well, and that's right here is where the middle school track athletes are getting ready to shine, because they're the ones who's got to put all the hurdles out on the track. So I heard them calling for the middle school track kids to meet down there so they could get ready to do the hurdles.
Your 3 front runners currently in this boys 4x800. It's Riverview who had the lead momentarily there, but Tusky Valley takes the lead. Indian Valley close in tow. Out of turn 2 into the backstretch you see on your screen. Nobody really separating themselves yet through that first lap. Although Tusky Valley with a little extra kick now spread it out on the backstretch. Indian Valley pushes into second past Riverview. Now, we also apologize. We do have the athletes' names for these relays, but sometimes they run them out of order, so we don't quite know who it is who's out there each time running.
Yeah, and if we don't recognize the face from another sport we cover, we don't want to.
That's usually where it gets difficult.
Don't want to stuck. But whenever they win as a team and we have the official names that they put on mile split, and sometimes they don't even have that right, we'll give you the 4 names that we thought it was. As you can see, I think Tusky Valley's still out front. I kind of lost him trying to lean out the window.
Hurdles getting put out there now, and of course, because they're all tapered down to one lane. Don't want to throw a loop for these 4x800 athletes, because if you, hey, you know what, throw that extra hurdle right in front of them. No, let's not do that. And whatever you do, pass wisely. Tusky Valley first, Indian Valley second, Riverview third. Behind them, Coshocton and Buckeye Trail battling it out for fourth. Or pardon me, Cuyahoga Heights and Buckeye Trail battling it out for fourth. Out in front with Tusky Valley. I believe that is Logan Roth out in front. You and I were talking about these hurdle athletes, all about the timing, all about the rhythm. I think you and I were in agreement, though. We're just going to try to run through the hurdles as we go.
Yeah, and this is one of these shuttle relays that the boys like running because they leave the hurdles down from what they're normally used to running.
I forget what the difference in height is.
Yeah, I used to know it off the top of my head. It's like, I want to think maybe a foot.
I was going to say like 8 inches, so I could be off.
But anyhow, I'm sure one of the track coaches.
Somebody will let us know.
One of the track coaches will go back and watch this replay, and I'll get a text message tonight, and they'll tell me what the official heights are. Or I could go ahead and look that up while we're just talking nonsense. But the boys, you wonder what the hurdle coaches think of this event, because with the hurdles, they're working all year long to get their steps right. And then when they come to an event like this where the hurdles are down a little bit, you'll see some of these kids like Carson Hosteller, who is phenomenal at the hurdles. He'll look like he's flying. Everybody will think, man, look at him go. Well, then when he's got to go back to running his regular 110 hurdles, they're a lot higher.
High jump has officially wrapped up as they put the tarp on the pad, so we'll give you the final totals from that. Girls pole vault still ongoing. And also from the discus throw, they're still ongoing for these athletes. Looks like shot put has wrapped up for the day, so we'll get you those final results. Official times for the girls 4x800 Tusky Valley. Champions today.
So I was way off, and you were a lot closer than I were.
6 inches?
6 inches.
Oh, okay. By the way, the previous record at the J.D. Milburn Relays for the girls 4x800 was set in 1982 by Strasburg with a 10:28.8. The Tusky Valley Lady Trojans, a 10:19.15, so a new Milburn record, and finishing better than a minute and a half, or almost a minute and a half better than Ridgewood in second place with 11:47.57. So for Sammy Ward, Natalie Renneker, Hayden Huffman, and Josie Eck, fantastic time and a new record.
Yeah, and that's what it's about. Like we've seen those Tusky Valley girls break multiple records over the years. I've watched them go from one event, breaking a school record, go to the next track meet, break that same school record again. So that's what you want to do. You want to put your name in the record books, and then hopefully it stands. But here recently, a lot of records across all these schools have been getting broken just because these athletes, they prepare a lot better than we used to back in the day.
Girls 4x100, and I know this is going to make them smile. The previous record at the J.D. Milburn Relays for the girls was set last year by Ridgewood with a 51.17. For Newcomerstown, a 50.58. So, a new record at the Milburn Relays, and it's for the home school.
Yeah, nice job by them to break the records. Not sure that they know these records are dropping over there in the press box. I'm sure they would like to know that.
Tusky Valley still out in front, but I tell you what, Shannon, it's tight. Riverview not far behind as they head into the backstretch on the final leg. Try to get you other records and such if we see them pop up.
That wasn't me that fell down the steps.
Don't worry, just a Stanley Cup.
Oh. Conrad for Tusky Valley has really got a pace going now.
It's a tight race at the final handoff, but Riverview has dropped back a bit as we hit the final lap. As we already mentioned earlier, Aiden Ewalt, your overall individual champion for the boys pole vault. However, looks like it is the Tusky Valley Trojans in pole vault for the boys who will capture the team victory. Graham Lewis with a 12.6, Luke McCoy with a 12-foot finish, and Zane Finney with an 11.6. So all kind of buttoned up there, and just like we were talking about earlier, you all kind of finish a little bit closer in that regard, a little bit towards the middle of the pack or towards the top. You get those team points. That's exactly what you want from the relays.
Yeah, like I said, every inch matters in those circumstances. Conrad turning around, looking behind him, and I'm sure his coaches will let him know about that. Track coaches don't like to see their athletes look behind them. It takes energy to do that, and you lose time.
Tusky Valley gets the win in the boys 4x800. Riverview's going to slot home in second, and it looks like at the line for third will be coming out of turn, or into turn 4, I should say, if I believe Indian Valley on their final lap.
Yeah, it looks like Pataka coming out of turn 4.
Still awaiting some of the word from the discus side of things for the boys as your top-seeded athlete related to that at the start. Caleb Nettles up there with a 119.8. Deacon Ames from Riverview with a 124.2. Max Wackerly a 142.3 from Canton South. Jake McDermott had a 136.9 as a seed coming into this. Ethan Reeser, though, is your top seed from Buckeye Trail, 154.11. Reeser already picking up the win in the shot put. We'll see if he can double up and get the discus as well.
Yeah, throwers, they typically, if they can do one really well, they can do the other one too. And he's one of those athletes that's put in a lot of time in his throwing, and it's starting to pay off.
Buckeye Trail rounds out the boys 4x800. Final times coming up here shortly, and it will be time for the girls 400-meter shuttle relays, or shuttle hurdles, I should say. I would imagine at the relay event, everyone knows it's going to be a relay, Shannon.
Yeah, and you see people down there trying to explain. I was watching some of the fans who's never seen it. They're like pointing at the hurdles, trying to figure out why some hurdles are backwards. Well, it's because kids are going to be coming from both directions, so they got to switch them around.
Entering the girls 400-meter shuttle, we will have two sections of this. Indian Valley in this first section is your top seed at 120, but Riverview is a 120.28, so it's could be very tight there. They'll also be running with a always tough Ridgewood team. Kenzie Bice, Kylie Bice, Lauren Wentz, and Molly Maple. Real solid runners for the Generals. Section 2 will be Newcomerstown versus Canton South, so a little head-to-head action in Section 2.
Bryce over here getting his steps in while he's sitting in a chair. Working on his shuttle form. Case we put together a Big Z Sports shuttle hurdle team.
No, not going to go well, unless those hurdles are only about 3 inches off the ground.
Yeah, because if not, then you might end up down at Riverside Manor. Riverside Manor is located off of State Route 36. They offer post-hospital transitional care, comprehensive rehabilitation for inpatient or outpatient care. They do extended care and memory care. For more information about Riverside Manor, you can call them at 740-498-5165, or you can check them out on social media at Riverside Manor, or check them out on the World Wide Web.
Official times for that boys 4x800. Tusky Valley, your champions with an 8:55.76. Riverview second, 9:01.49. Indian Valley third, 9:37.79. Cuyahoga Heights fourth with a 9:46.41. And Buckeye Trail slots home in fifth for Tusky Valley. Team of Mason Tidrick, Logan Roth, Micah Ripple, and Kane Conrad. Good looking run for them.
See a long-time Indian Valley hurdle coach Tom Klassner down there walking. He's gonna make sure he has a perfect view to see his hurdlers for the boys and girls.
Getting the, I believe, lines marked out there for, or where the, as you were saying, Shannon, you got to wait till your teammate runs through that final mark before you can get started.
Yeah, and your teammates got to be quick too, because a lot of them like to put blocks down, so they got to make sure they have their blocks ready where they need them.
Teams getting lined up. Girls pole vault. Still a handful of competitors as the bar continues to move higher. Things slowing down from the discus arena or discus area.
Yeah, the girls' shot put's wrapped up.
It's always the thing that we've said about this event here at Newcomerstown. They keep it moving quickly. Thanks again to today's sponsors in the Kime Company, the Right Mark Roofing, and the Tuscarawas Insurance Agency, as well as everybody else who's joined us for today's presentation. If you're tuned in right now and you're thinking you got something else to do today on this Saturday and you're worried you're going to miss out on some of the action, have no fear, because you can always check back later here on the Big Z Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, thanks to all those fine sponsors. This thing will be on the YouTube platform for a long time to come.
Going through our field events again, the boys high jump. Looks like it is wrapped up, and they do have the finals inputted. Maurice McClarty with a 6 feet 2 inch jump for Cuyahoga Heights, your individual champion. Drake Angle, Christian Hortzman, and Cash Murphy. Angle and Hortzman of Ridgewood and Murphy of Coshocton all reached 5 feet 10 inches. Was Hunter Stuckey from Indian Valley with a 5'8". Carson Hastings from Buckeye Trail at 5'6", along with Carson Hoke of Riverview, Anthony McClatty of Cuyahoga Heights, Barrett Bandy of Tusky Valley, and Carson Kale of Riverview, all at 5'6". For the boys pole vault, we mentioned Ewalt, Swaldo, Lewis, Fox, and McCoy, your top 5. Tusky Valley boys team being your, as it appears, overall champion. For the boys long jump, results still being tallied. Barrett Bandy still your front runner there for the Trojans. In Kocher, his teammate, in third, so it certainly would appear that Tusky Valley likely going to get the team points from that event. Jalen McQueen, still your front runner from Ridgewood in the girls' long jump, with the results being tallied. Just over a 16-foot jump for Jalen. Two sections for the 400 shuttle. Riverview, Ridgewood, and Indian Valley still getting lined up and ready to go, as the officials still marking out that finish line. Tell you what, Shannon, while they get that mapped out, why don't we go ahead and take a quick breather? Big Z Sports will be back right after this.
Simona Bolteron is a global leader in plastics technology, manufacturing thermoplastic products for industries such as aircraft interior parts, medical device housings, wall coverings, general thermoforming, and many more. Simona Bolteron, a company like a friend, is proud to be a part of the community and wishes all local athletes good luck and have a great year. For more information, visit them online at bolteron.com. Simona Bolteron, 1 General Street, Newcomerstown.
Ron's Heating and Cooling in Denison has been serving this great area since 1977. At Ron's, no matter what you need, they can handle it. From heating and cooling to standby Generac generators, water heaters, tankless water heaters, mobile home equipment, duct cleaning, and 24-hour no-heat service. Winter, spring, summer, or fall, all you have to do is call 740-922-5252. Ron's Heating and Cooling proudly supports high school sports and would like to wish best of luck to all local athletes participating this season.
When it comes to protecting what matters most, trust the team at Grandview Exterior Systems. Established in 2016, they specialize in commercial, industrial, and residential roofing, handling everything from repairs and replacements to full restorations and ongoing maintenance. At Grandview Exterior Systems, their mission is simple: create peace of mind for every client while setting the standard for safety, quality, and efficiency in construction. Visit them at 2230 Township Road 415 in Dundee. Call 330-275-1807 or learn more at GrandviewExteriorSystems.com. Grandview Exterior Systems. They have you and your roof covered.
Still awaiting the start of the 400-meter shuttle hurdles, section number 1 for the girls. Getting those starting and finishing lines all taped up, and the middle school teams coming out to get those starting blocks. Now, Shannon, as you and I have kind of already alluded to, for anyone who's never seen the shuttle hurdles, what's your best way to describe how this plays out?
It's going to be very fast, very chaotic, and you'll have some athletes who've run them before and some athletes who haven't, so you just got to hope you don't foul and fire off early.
And also, I'd say holding your lane, probably a good idea.
Especially holding your lane, because you might be going one way and somebody might be coming by you the other way, and you just got to try to be careful that you don't,
any contact with anybody else. Which, it's funny from your bird's eye view from up here from the press box, when you see the lanes on a track, you're thinking, man, that looks so narrow. Then you get down there and stand in there, and you're like, oh, they got a little room to maneuver. Crowd still filing in. If you've got time today, stop on down and enjoy. A couple of records have already fallen here. Your updated team scores from all the events that have gone final. It is the Tusky Valley girls track team currently in the lead at 28 points. Ridgewood has now slotted in second with 19. Indian Valley in third with 17. Riverview fourth with 15. And Newcomerstown rounding out the top 5 with 10 for the girls. On the boys' side, Riverview still in first with 26 points. Tusky Valley second with 21. Indian Valley third with 17, Cuyahoga Heights fourth with 11, and Ridgewood fifth with 18 points so far.
And in the boys' high jump, Cuyahoga Heights wins the team relay in the high jump. The team of Maurice McClarty, Antonio McClatty, and Drayden Whitlow was the team that won them. Maurice McClarty was the overall winner in the high jump with a jump of 6 feet 2 inches.
Just about underway for the girls' 400-meter shuttle. Lane assignments, as you can see on your screen. Inner lane closest to the infield will be Riverview in lane 2. Ridgewood's in lane 4 in the middle. And lane 6 will be Indian Valley. Riverview's team of Mickle, Alverson, Nelson, and Bryan. Ridgewood of Bice, Wentz, and Maple. And Indian Valley of Holbrook, Vallet, Chirac, and McKinney. Athletes lining up, getting ready to go. So there, as you see on the far end where we start, we'll go to the other end for the, we'll call it exchange, but the pass by. underway. Indian Valley jumps out to the lead early. Now Riverview reeling it back in. On the exchange, it will be Riverview still out in front. Now Ridgewood reeling it back in. Riverview's time, their seed, a 1:22.8. Indian Valley's at a 1:20. We did not have a seeded time for Ridgewood.
When you get down to these last couple runners, they'll be the ones that typically run all the invitationals for their school. So they'll be the ones that's probably got to try to make the catch up. Indian Valley runner did a nice job right there. She just about went down.
Ridgewood out in front. Reeling it back in after trailing on the initial start. Final leg upcoming. Clean on the exchange. Ridgewood, a little bit of a stumble there on hurdle number 1. Still out in front. Riverview now pushing it closer. Going to be a tight finish. Final 3 hurdles. Riverview still reeling it back in. Final hurdle. Going to be close, but the Lady Generals are going to capture the win.
Yeah, nice job right there for Riverview, trying to gain ground as the first heat race there comes to a close.
Second heat, Newcomerstown and Canton South due up. Newcomerstown's team of Evelyn Hoover, Sully Garland, Chloe Carpenter, and Marley Garland. Canton South of Ainsley Horning, Addie Baddeley, Katie Haddad, and Cecilia Miller. Newcomerstown will be in lane 4, closest towards the infield. Canton South nearest to the stands.
Yeah, watching some of those schools right there. I know Gianna Miles usually runs hurdles for Indian Valley. She won the event the other night, but she didn't run the hurdle race right here. So might be trying to work out some different girls. Might be using this as one of those races to say, hey, let's see if this girl can hurdle. And it's typically what hurdle coaches like to do, because a lot of kids get intimidated by hurdles. So if you can find a way to work them in, and maybe in an event like this where there's no pressure, because there's a lot of different hurdle runners, you find out who can hurdle and who can't.
Coming up next after the girls 400 shuttle, it is the boys 440 shuttle. Just a slight difference. But as Shannon mentioned, hurdle height stays the same. Next will be the sprint medley relay. After that, jam-packed. I think every team in attendance has a team for those upcoming events. Underway. Newcomerstown out in front. Stretching the lead on South on their first leg. Official results have come in. It is Ridgewood who edged Riverview in that first heat, but we'll see how these times compare. Newcomerstown, big lead after the end of the second leg. What if you have that, and we should ask, either a track athlete or a coach, if you kind of count it off in your head in between each hurdle, if you've got the same amount of steps all the way through.
Well, and that's what you got to do. They say something, I want to say they call it 2-step and 3-step. And I know with the fastest boys in the state, that you want them down to like a 2-step over the hurdles.
Newcomerstown will hit the line and win heat number 2. Could be pretty close on the overall times. We'll compare them as they come in. From heat number 1, Ridgewood with a 122.38, Riverview with a 122.58. Very, very close showdown.
Results of the girls shot put relay. In 5th place, Cuyahoga Heights. 4th place,
for the girls' shot put.
Third place, Canton South. Second place, Indian Valley.
Sounds like your overall team champion will be Newcomerstown for the girls' shot put. We'll get you the final distances there, but the Lady Trojans, another good showing. Don't know who it is, but I mean, all the middle school track athletes out there helping set the hurdles, but for the young lady out there who is barefoot doing this, there is no way that's a not a hot surface right now. I don't think I got tough enough feet to be able to do that. Do have the official times that have come in. And Shannon, we did say that second heat was quite a good pace, and it certainly was for the Newcomerstown Lady Trojans. 1 minute, 10 seconds flat will be your team champion for the girls' 400 shuttle. Canton South with a 1:19.6 in second. And it is Ridgewood, Riverview, and Indian Valley to round it out. So Newcomerstown of Hoover, Garland, Carpenter, and Garland. A great finish for them. We thought that pace looked a little bit quicker from Newcomerstown.
Yeah, they especially the last two legs, they really stepped it up and did an outstanding job.
First heat for the boys, Ridgewood, Canton South, and Buckeye Trail, lanes 2, 4, and 6. Ridgewood, it is Carnes, Lockard, Angle, and Williams. For Canton South, Stratford, McGurrett, Miller, and Conley. And for Trail, Egon, Hastings, Simon, and Genie. Tusky Valley, Riverview, Cuyahoga Heights, and Indian Valley to run in heat number 2. Top seeded time is Cuyahoga Heights with a 106.54. For Ridgewood, South, and Trail, do not have any seeded times, so we'll see how those play out.
So the Newcomerstown girls win the shot put relay. Indian Valley comes in second. I do know that much. For the Newcomerstown Trojans, according to mile split, it was Aleda Florian, Sydney Fry, and Magdalene Collins for the Trojans. So congratulations to those young ladies on winning the shot put relay at the J.D. Milburn Relays. Collins come in with a best mark of 33.1, and Fry come in with a 29.4. Florian didn't have one registered, so not sure what she threw, but all three added up together was enough for the championship.
I believe Collins was the second highest seed in the girls' shot put coming into that event.
Yes, she was. By the top seed was Kylie James from Canton South at 33.9, and then Collins was second in the 33.1.
Girls discus, as we mentioned, it was Indian Valley with the win. As a team, Krieger placed 4th, Philman in 6th, and Love in 11th. Second place in the team race, Newcomerstown with Collins, Hayes, and Florian. Florian, just a freshman for Newcomerstown. Just about set for the boys' 440 shuttle. On your screen, on your lane assignments, closest towards the infield will be Ridgewood, middle, Canton South, Buckeye Trail, closest to your camera screen, or to the screen and to the stands. Underway. Out of the starting blocks, about even, but inside lane, Ridgewood just a step on Buckeye Trail. Ridgewood, the initial lead for Talon Carnes. Now Trail will capture the lead on the exchange. And Ridgewood out of nowhere with Maverick Locker now stretching the lead. Apparently for the Generals, it's all about the flow this year on the boys track team, Shannon.
Hey, if you can get that hair flowing just right, you'll pick up speed, apparently. Aerodynamic.
Generals with the big lead. Again, none of these teams had a seeded time in this first heat.
Young man from Buckeye Trail keeps grabbing his hamstring area. As a coach, you don't want to see that early, especially in an event that he probably typically don't run.
So Ridgewood onto the final hurdle. Will get the win. Canton South is going to come home in second, and unfortunate for Buckeye Trail, as you mentioned there, Shannon. Third leg just coming up a little bit hobbled. Yeah, it's early enough in the season, too, you know, trying to get everything stretched out and ready to go and, you know, used to track season can be pretty difficult.
Lane 2, Tusky Valley. Lane 4, Riverview. Lane 6,
Hopefully also,
Lane 8,
could also be that unfortunate, you know, C word we don't like in cramping.
Yeah, and it's hot enough out today, and kids sometimes when they didn't have school, some schools didn't have school this week because of spring break, then everybody was off yesterday for Good Friday. You tend to lay around and don't hydrate yourself, and sometimes that can catch up to you real quick on a warm day like today.
call for the girls sprint medley. Second call, boys sprint medley. First call, girls.
Second section here, second heat. Tusky Valley is in lane 2 of Finney, Kocher, and Tidrick and Brantley. Riverview, lane 4, Moore, Mickle, Richard, and Hammersley. Lane 6, Merriweather, Armbrust, McClatty, and Ewelt. Indian Valley, Burrier, Cannon, Matthews, and Hostetler. Ewelt picks up the individual win for pole vault. Now he says, Shannon, you know what? I'll run anchor for the shuttle. Why not?
And sometimes you just got to talk your friends into doing something.
Cuyahoga Heights is your top seed according to the times that we have. Athletes getting warmed up and ready to go. Waiting on some of the other results to come in from the field events. Still to come today, the sprint medleys, distance medleys, 4x200s and 4x400s. If you'd like to follow along with all the results, you can go online and 2 mile split and find the J.D. Milburn relays. Right now in the 440 shuttles, Ridgewood is out in front from heat number 1 with a 1:03.87. Canton South in second with a 1:09.47. See how that time holds up. The 1:03.87, Shannon, in terms of the seeding coming into this, would be your top time if everybody ran their seeds.
Yeah, but typically that don't happen.
Not often.
On a day like today.
Underway. Out in front early, Indian Valley on the whole shot. Close behind, Cuyahoga Heights, your top seed. Braves still out in front. Tusky Valley in third, Riverview in fourth. Third exchange. Braves keeping the pace.
Yeah, Braves are going to, unless something happens to your school's best hurdler right here, you're going to cruise.
Hostetler looking to round it out. And we still have to chuckle every time we watch him run hurdles because it doesn't even look like he's moving that hard.
Yeah, he does a great job of snapping that front leg down and then getting that trail leg down quick. A lot of times that's what kids do. If you watch them, they leave that front leg up too long, and the trail leg stays up. It's kind of like they're gliding through. And you can see the hurdle coach, Tom Claxon, just smiling as he's walking by. So, like I said, nice showing for the Indian Valley hurdle crew right there. And that was a team of Logan Burrier, T.C. Cannon, Cohen Matthews, and Carson Hostetler.
We'll give you the updated times once they are posted. Certainly did appear as Indian Valley will have your top time.
Yeah, the only thing that would stop them is if there was a foul, and we missed it.
Which is not out of the realm of possibility because you and I don't always catch everything. We're letting them see behind the curtain that we don't always catch
We just
everything.
catch slack. That's all we catch.
As they get the hurdles off the track, it is the sprint medley relay, which, Shannon, I'll go ahead and put you on the spot again. How would you describe this to anyone who's tuned in and is new to track and field?
This is a couple different races in one, and I can't remember.
I don't remember the order.
And I'm going to try to look that up real quick because last year I said it, and then halfway through I was wrong. So I'm going to double check my work before I speak.
Well, I'll tell you, we do have the times for the 440. Indian Valley does capture the win with a 1 minute, 0.35 seconds. Ridgewood does hold on to second with a 103.87. Cuyahoga Heights in third with a 108.73. Canton South fourth, 109.47. And Tuskegee Valley fifth with a 111.62. So Indian Valley's boys 440 nearly pushes under that minute mark. For the sprint medley, initial part here, we got two heats upcoming. First for the girls, Ridgewood, Coshocton, and Buckeye Trail. Ridgewood's team of Jalen McQueen, Ayana Masters, Kylie Bice, and Kenzie Bice for Coshocton. Aria Williams, Mia Lavray, Angel Daly, and Jersey Larrick. For Buckeye Trail, Gracie Wagstaff, Sydney Frederick, Lily Bunnell, and Claire Williams. You know, one of the most difficult things for us in this, Shannon, is for Ridgewood, you've got both Kylie Bice and Kenzie Bice, and truth be told, I can't tell which one is which when they're out there running.
Well, that's what happens when you get sisters that look that close together. So the sprint relay is, no, that's wrong. Sprint medley relay is a normal format is 100 meter, 100 meter, 200 meter, 400 meter. So that's where we're at. And then the distance medley will be the first runner's 1,200 meters, then 400 meters, then 800 meters, then 1,600 meters.
Poor Bryce was trying to show me that, and I just shook him away and said no. But no, he did have the right thing pulled up. Shannon just shakes his head.
All that work for nothing.
Adam Soweski moving his way down to the start-finish line.
Adam down there doing a little social media work. I've seen he's posted a couple pictures of some new J.D. Milburn records.
You can't say that, though, because now he's sitting on the pole vault mat. You said hard at work, and now he just sat down.
Well, it's windy. He's holding it down. So in other words, he would be the anchor of the 4x100s.
There you go. Sure. Yeah, I'll go ahead and let you tell him that.
Got to thank Simona Bolteron for coming on. That's where where reliability meets innovation. They specialize in thermoplastic solutions. They do their own extrusion, calendaring, and press lamination under one roof. If you'd like to learn more about what they do, you can go to www.bolteron.com. You can also go on there if you're looking for a new career. And if you've ever been inside of an airplane, you'll see some of their work in there because they make all kinds of plastics for aviation. And I was lucky enough a couple years ago to take a tour of the plant, and I think they had these huge sheets of plastic in there, and I believe the gentleman told me they were getting ready to cut them out into credit card plastic.
Oh, really?
So,
well, odds are, to your point, if you have been on an airplane recently, odds are you've seen something made from Bolteron, regardless of what airplane you were on.
Yeah, so always thankful for Bolteron for coming on for anything that we do, but mainly they support Newcomerstown as they are right down the road, right beside Riverside Manor. So if you're coming to check out Riverside Manor, you'll pass Simona Boulder on.
If you're heading west on 36 past Newcomerstown or through Newcomerstown, you are going to see him on your left. Updated team scores. Tusky Valley girls still in the lead with 28 points. Ridgewood close in tow in second with 25. Indian Valley third with 21. Newcomerstown and Riverview deadlocked for fourth at 20 apiece. For the boys, Riverview still holding on to the lead with 28 points. Indian Valley now in second with 27. Tusky Valley third with 25. Cuyahoga Heights fourth with 17. And Ridgewood fifth with 16. So as Shannon mentioned, in the sprint medley, 100, 100, 200, and 400. So this is all a part of that chess match that goes into it, figuring out who does what just a little bit better. And, you know, I wonder the difference between the 100 to 200, how easy that is for a coach to pick who goes where.
Oh, it's tough, but like I said, it's a chess match, and you got to have somebody who's going to perform in that 200. It's just a little bit tougher when you get that last sprint.
Getting everybody lined up on each individual part of the track. First few handoff zones from the start-finish line. You'll have your initial change just out of turn number 2. Then after that, turn number 3. Then from there with the 200 meters, it'll be back to the start-finish line on your exchange, and then one full lap around. The officials who operate these events, too, all around the state of Ohio, do such a great job as well.
Yeah, and listen, if that's something you're interested in, you can always sign up. They're always looking for more officials, and I know along the track side of the officials, these great men and women have been doing it for a long time, but there's not a lot of the younger people coming in on the track side, and that would be a great way to get back to a sport you love.
Underway in the sprint medley, Ridgewood, Coshocton, and Buckeye Trail. First handoff out of turn number 2. Clean handoff for Ridgewood as they will be in the lead. McQueen, Masters, Bryce, and Bryce. Second section here, the 100 up next, the 200. So the next time you'll see these athletes hand off after this one is back at the start-finish line. Into turn number 3, Newcomerstown leads Buckeye Trail. Down the front stretch. Still out in front, the Lady Generals. It does make it easier for us to figure out which Bryce is which because Kylie Bryce running the 200, Kenzie Bryce running the 400. Now watch, I'm going to find out later that I missaw that and someone's going to tell me, no, you still got it backwards.
And one thing I don't ever look at is a lot of times while we're doing live broadcasts, we get Facebook messages to Big Z Sports, and usually Adam typically is the one that checks all that Facebook stuff. Some people try to correct us while we're on there.
Ridgewood way out in front in heat number 1. Buckeye Trail in second. Coshocton pushing up close, making it a challenge for the second spot in heat number 1. Your top-seeded team in this sprint medley will be coming up in heat number 2. It is Tusky Valley with a 159 flat. Bryce wraps up the 400 section in heat number 1. Buckeye Trail widening the gap now for second in heat number 1. Always have to chuckle. You had mentioned earlier, a lot of people on hand here for Big Z Sports and Claxon Communications. Natalie Holbrook taking some pictures. She's also had on her Instagram page athletes who have just finished the race. You know, the before and after, which is always a fun trend to see.
Yeah, Natalie does a great job. It's funny because my girls went to school with her, and she coming out of middle school, I used to make fun of her and tell her, one of these days you're going to have my job. And then all of a sudden she goes down that path, and it's like it's kind of funny to watch her do all that work. And in school, she used to have the nickname Nat Dog, but I think she kind of outgrew that one a little bit.
Canton South will be in lane 2, Cuyahoga Heights in lane 3, Indian Valley lane 4, Newcomerstown lane 5, in lane 6 it's Tusky Valley and Riverview. We'll round it out in lane 7 for heat number 2. Tusky Valley team at 159, the team of Leah Howard, Natalie Wallach, Callie Brown, and Savannah Ashton. Next, closest seat is Riverview at 201.52 with Olivia Johnson, Sadler Gentile, Ashley Stone, and Sophia Monier. Again, we apologize if we butcher any names.
Oh, and we're pretty sure we're butchering them.
Well, we're not pretty sure, we know that. Next on the docket with Big Z Sports, following today's broadcast of track and field. Back at it, as we said earlier in the broadcast, high school baseball on Monday, weather permitting. Ridgewood plays host to Garraway, which turf field out there in General's Country. So I'm imagining, unless Mother Nature gets really angry, we'll get that one in on the Big Z Sports YouTube channel. Pirates and Generals, an early season tilt. I don't know if you can really keep calling it an early season, though. We're already pushing a little bit farther in terms of the amount of games played than I actually realized. We realized that last night when we were at the softball game.
Yeah, and a lot of it is that we've had pretty good weather this spring. Last year wasn't so nice at the beginning. We had to push a lot of broadcasts towards the second half of the season, but so far this year the field crews have done an outstanding job. Then you also have the fields where you're getting a good bit of turf around right now, and that's a plus in this area. So they're able to get stuff done. And as far as track and field, the only reason they only stop those if it's lightning. So lightning and thunder. So they're right on track with that.
On track, huh?
They're on track. I was just looking at the World Wide Web and all the local short tracks that I like to go to watch circle track racing. Have pretty well canceled for tonight unless I want to go all the way to Tyler County, West Virginia, which is not too far, a couple hours. But.
So just the assumption of bad weather coming in, they're making that call?
Well, most of them are north of 30, so they got plenty of water up there this week. They're waterlogged.
It's funny. I never quite always understood why it's called circle track, just because they aren't a circle.
Yeah, I know.
Never put that 2 and 2 together. Heat number 2 of the sprint medley, heading into leg number 3. Heading into the front stretch, we'll get a little bit clearer view of who's found themselves out in front. Looks like Indian Valley and Riverview about neck and neck. Canton South in the inner lane.
Yeah, that's miles for Indian Valley, I do know that.
For Riverview, I believe that might be Ashlyn Stone on the exchange. Canton South, though, now leads out in front of the pack. Great exchange as they take advantage of a few missteps. Into the backstretch. Canton South, I believe that's their anchor, and Ashlyn Myers, who's out in front. And coming in from behind, Tusky Valley now pushes up towards the lead.
Yeah, who would have guessed that Tusky Valley was going to be strong in a running event?
We'll see who has enough left in the tank for the final push on the front stretch.
Looks like Canton South opened it up just a little bit more right there.
Just a little bit of a stretch there heading into the front stretch. Coach on the inside offering some words of encouragement. It looks like the Wildcats are going to pick up a great time in heat number 2 in the sprint medley. Tusky Valley looks like they will be in second. Indian Valley places third. Cuyahoga Heights fourth, Riverview fifth, and Newcomerstown will take home sixth in that second heat. Boy, Canton South found themselves in third heading into that final exchange, Shannon, and next thing we knew, out of turn one, they had about a 20-foot lead or so.
Yeah, nice job by that young lady to be able to get that gap and then maintain it there for the finish. That always a plus if you can knock off a Tusky Valley team in any type of a running event.
We'll tell you the official times here momentarily as they come in. Up next with the sprint medley, it will be the boys' turn. Heat number 1, lane 3, Coshocton of Johnny Art, Waylon Miser, Jet Thornsley, and Skylar Howell. Lane 4, Logan Wynn, Sprayer Ford, Talon Carnes, and Sean Beckelheimer. Lane 5, Torres Conley, Gavin McCurrett, Chase McCoy, and Braden Pfeiffer, I believe is how you pronounce that. Heat number 2 for Tusky Valley, Dane Kocher, Gavin Maxwell, Ben Brantley, and Cade Conrad. Buckeye Trail in lane 3 of Cody Ward, Connor Egon, Wyatt Fluhart, and Carson Hastings. Lane 4 in heat number 2, Indian Valley of T.C. Cannon, Reese St. Clair, Tyler Stephen, and Zane Colvin. Lane 5 of Cuyahoga Heights, Dustin Kramer, Curtis Van Divner, Aiden Ewelt, and Tristan West. Riverview in lane 6 of Kason Summers, Parker Andrews, Noah Diostrip, and Caden Billman. And in lane 7 for Newcomerstown, Dom Singer, Tanner Smith, Lucas Justice, and J.J. Justice. Those will be all your teams competing for the boys in the sprint medley. Top seed in this event, just for the times that we have listed that have been registered, is actually 3 of them. And the top seed is Riverview with a 136.76, and we'll see how that holds up against the other teams.
Still waiting for them to update some more of the field events, which they got a lot going on next door to us right now with all these running events going on. Trying to keep up with those and update the field events. Go to the team scores right now with all the events that are scored. Tusky Valley leads the women's side, 34 points. Ridgewood in second with 33. Indian Valley and Canton South tied for third at 26, and Riverview in fifth at 23.
Underway for the boys' sprint medley in heat number 1. Nearly neck and neck. In the center, looks like Canton South, and now stretching out in front is the Ridgewood team. Down the front stretch, heading into the final handoff. I believe running the anchor here for Ridgewood, I think that's Talon Carnes out there. He'll have a nice lead that he inherits to round out the event. Still, though, not far behind Canton South, but going to have quite the kick on this backstretch to shrink that gap up. We got used to Talon during the football season having the short hair. And then the long hair came back out.
Yeah, I was just informed that they don't think he's going to run the 300 hurdles this year, and he was fairly decent at the hurdles. I don't know if he's focusing on something else or maybe he's just going to wait and start the 300 hurdles later.
Carnes out in front, Canton South in second. Coshocton now enters the final home stretch. That'll do it for heat number 1.
On the boys' side, the team scores after all the events that are scored so far. It's a tight race over there, too, as Riverview leads the way with 28 points. Indian Valley is in second with 27. Tusky Valley is in third with 25. And then Cuyahoga Heights comes in fourth with 17. And Ridgewood sits in fifth with 16 points. So both team races are wide open.
Your lane assignments: Tusky Valley, lane 2, Buckeye Trail, lane 3, Indian Valley, lane 4, Cuyahoga Heights, lane 5, lane 6 is Riverview, and lane 7 will be Newcomerstown. Still awaiting some results for the other field events. Still to come after the sprint medley, the distance medley. Girls 4x200, boys 4x200, and then the 4x400 relays. 4x400 is always a fun one to watch because for one full lap, all 4 athletes, pretty much as much of a dead sprint as you could possibly get.
Yeah, and
it's always who has the last little bit in the tank for that front stretch because it always seems like it's going to be close one way or another.
And that's the greatest thing to watch. I like watching the 400. It's such a demanding sport, but it's one flat-out full-lap sprint. And when you get to where you're at a invitational that's got some of the best, the competition is legit. And it's you go to a regular dole meet, you get to see a lot of kids run it that try it, and trying to train themselves up for it. But when you go to an invitational and each team's only got to bring their top 2 runners, it is flat out something to watch.
It gets rather interesting. Already told you where we will be later on this year in track and field. But as the reminder, Friday, April 24th, all weather permitting, of course, the Dave Bell Legacy Invitational at Indian Valley. Friday, a week later, May 1st, we head to Zorville from Tusky Valley, the Thrilla in Zorvilla. Later in May, or about mid-May, we'll bring you the IVC Championships as we've been doing the past few years. And I'll tell you, we're hoping to have a little surprise also in store for the high school track and field season.
Yeah, and it's funny how word travels because I had a coach ask me.
Oh, that word's already getting out, huh?
Yeah, and we talked, and then I was explaining it to another coach. So if everything works out, we'll have a surprise. If not, just
we won't.
Pretend we didn't.
Third leg coming out of turn number 3 out in front, Riverview. Indian Valley and Newcomerstown pretty close. The Braves now closing up the gap. Cuyahoga Heights comes up from behind. Out in front on the handoff, it's Riverview, followed by Cuyahoga Heights, then Indian Valley. Tusky Valley in 4th. Cuyahoga Heights now pushing into the backstretch, looking for the lead. About neck and neck halfway through.
Conrad from Tusky Valley trying to make a push, going to take over 3rd place.
He will slot in 3rd. Riverview and Cuyahoga Heights even through turn 3. Down the home stretch. The Black Bears widen out their lead. Conrad still pushing from behind. Conrad looking to take over 2nd. And it might be a close finish at the line. Conrad just a few steps behind. And boy, oh boy, is that going to be close.
And that's one of those things where the leader thought he had it and didn't know Conrad was coming. Conrad's just got way behind because, the couple legs, and he made up a lot of gain.
We'll see what we got in terms of the final times from heat number 1. Ridgewood slotted a 1:39.29. We'll see how that time holds up against the other finishers. Official time for the girls' sprint medley. Canton South edges Ridgewood 154.57. For the Wildcats, Ridgewood with a 154.76. Tusky Valley third with a 158.5.
Yeah, and a team for Canton South of Anaya Hall, Katie Haddad, Jordan Ash, and Ashlyn Myers. You said that 154.57 is a new J.D. Milburn relay record, so congratulations to the young ladies from Canton South as they pick up 10 points in the team race.
Canton South, a little bit of a haul down here, but just straight down 77.
Yeah, you don't mind those straight shots down the freeway.
In the boys' sprint medley, we have the official times. And guess what, Shannon?
Tusky Valley edged him out.
137.88 with the final push from Conrad down the front stretch. Riverview in second with a 137.92, so 0.04 of a second.
Yeah, outstanding job. Dane Crocker for Tusky Valley, Gavin Maxwell, Ben Brantley. But you got to take your hat off to the man, Cade Conrad, who was a long ways back, probably at least 100 meters or so back when he started that last leg, and he chased them down, and he got the win at the finish line. So congratulations to the young men from Tusky Valley as they pick up 10 team points in the sprint medley relay.
Ridgewood slots in third, so Logan Winsprayer, Ford, Talon Carnes, and Sean Beckelheimer. Their time from that first heat does hold up at least for a third-place finish. Riverview's team of Kaysen Summers, Parker Andrews, Noah Diostrip, and Caden Billman get the 18 points for the second-place finish.
Yeah, and I didn't realize we were too busy watching the battle for the win. Maybe they were in different heats, Cuyahoga Heights and Ridgewood, because they was close, 139.29 and 139.85.
They were in different heats.
Different heats, that's why.
I think.
Yeah, I think Ridgewood was in the first heat.
We pay attention well.
Yeah, well, that's why we got miles split to keep us straight.
Distance medley upcoming. It is Tusky Valley for the girls, who has the high seed with a 9:32. Have all 7 teams competing. Still awaiting some of our field updates, Shannon. But I believe, looks like, well, never mind. Take that back. Girls pole vault still going on. I just did what you did, and I didn't even realize the bar was still up there. It almost looked like it blended in. You know the mistake I made? We were in the press box today. We got the windows open and the sun shining in. I probably should have got some sunscreen because I've got trucker arm going on right now.
Yeah, my wife told me when I was leaving the church this morning to head this way, she's like, you probably ought to go get some sunscreen. And I'm like, I'm not going to run back to the house. And I got lucky, like I said, and we got here and they put us in the press box instead of on the roof with Logan. So I'll be pretty good. I could use a little bit of sun on my white legs here, but...
Yeah, there's your update that I'm sure everyone's going to be shocked to hear. Shannon Thomas is in shorts.
Yeah, I did my best to make sure I had shorts on today. To be honest, we went away last weekend, took my wife away, and she told me like a couple months before, she's like, listen, when we go away for the night, you're wearing pants. And I try to get out of it. I even packed a pair of shorts in my suitcase with me. Dress shorts, so I thought I'd get away with wearing my dress shorts, and I lost out. Still had to put on pants, but you know, I ignore a lot of things, but when my wife speaks up, I can't ignore that.
A wise man. Tusky Valley, whatever the for the girls pole vaulters. Not sure what the height is right now, but there's a clear for one of the Trojans athletes.
So like we said, right now we're in a distant medley. First runner will run 1,200 meters. Second runner, 400. Third runner will run 800 meters. And the last runner will run 1,600 for a total of 4,000.
First runner at 200 meters.
Is it 200?
Mm-hmm.
Then this is wrong.
As the other starters getting ready into turn 3, so it will be the 200.
So ignore anything that I just said because this thing on the internet's wrong.
So there is the start as first exchange out in front. Looks like Ridgewood, followed by Indian Valley, Riverview, and Canton South close behind for third.
I bet it's supposed to be 200, 400, 800, 1,600.
Mm-hmm.
They put the wrong one. So that just goes to show you to any of you kids out there listening, the internet is not always right.
Ridgewood out in front still, out into the back stretch. So with it being the 400 for leg number 2, next handoff towards the start-finish line. So this is a great way to see a combination of kind of every aspect that you'll see in track events at an event like this.
It's giving you the option to choose which event you want to do.
Out in front, the Generals hold the lead into the front stretch. Canton South reeling back in second place. Riverview also from behind.
So Bryce will get that handoff. And then McPeek for Indian Valley will finish second. Or I guess come in second on the handoff. And now we're at 800. And this is where we'll see who can stretch it a little bit.
The Ridgewood team of Javen Gress, Molly Maple, Anna Troyer, and Tanya Hashem.
So it wasn't even a Bryce girl.
Well, there's 2 of them. You made a guess that might be one of them. Still holding the same as from we got out of the initial handoff into turn number 1.
Well, really at this point right now, I'm just guessing. Sun's wearing me down.
It's been hard at work today.
Getting hungry.
I said we're going to have to probably sample the concession stand at some point, but we're running out of time, man. Still Ridgewood, Indian Valley, and Canton South about shoulder to shoulder for second place. With plenty more distance to go, we'll go ahead and take another timeout. Big Z Sports will return for more track and field action from the J.D. Milburn Relays right after this.
Stepping Stone Crafts and More, located on Macaulay Drive in Uricksville, has everything you need to decorate your home or office for any season throughout the year. Stepping Stone is filled wall to wall with handmade crafts, candles, and more. Plus, when the weather gets better, Stepping Stone expands their selection with a variety of outdoor decor. To see all they offer, stop by 1745 Water Street in Uricksville or find Stepping Stone Crafts and More on Facebook.
Simona Bolteron is a global leader in plastics technology, manufacturing thermoplastic products for industries such as aircraft interior parts, medical device housings, wall coverings, general thermoforming, and many more. Simona Bolteron, a company like a friend, is proud to be a part of the community and wishes all local athletes good luck and have a great year. For more information, visit them online at bolteron.com. Simona Bolteron, 1 General Street, Newcomerstown.
Save the date. Customer Appreciation Days are happening at Keim Home Center and Keim Mount Hope Hardware, April 13th through the 18th. Join us for a full week of celebrating you, our customers, with 10% off select items store-wide, live demos in the shop, gift card giveaways, food, and more. Visit us online at keimhome.com or follow Keim on Facebook for more details. We'll see you April 13th through the 18th for Customer Appreciation Days at Keim Home Center in Charm and Keim Mount Hope Hardware.
Every day begins with purpose. Every job begins with precision. At Right Mark Roofing, we don't just install roofs. We build trust and forge relationships. We understand that your roof is more than just materials. It's protection. It's peace of mind. That's why we use high-quality products and expert craftsmanship With a sharp focus, our team is always ready to hit the mark. Call Right Mark Roofing. Let's build a future that stands strong.
Hi, I'm Zach Motice with the Tuscarawas Insurance Agency. For all your auto, home, farm, and business insurance needs, contact our team at the Tuscarawas Insurance Agency or stop in and see us at one of our 3 locations in downtown New Philadelphia, Sugar Creek, or in Strasburg, providing excellent service to the Tuscarawas Valley since 1885. Everyone here at the Tuscarawas Insurance Agency would like to wish all area athletes good luck this season.
5-star quality, 5-star service, 5-star satisfaction. Hi, this is Chandy Salisbury with Riverside Manor Nursing and Rehabilitation Center. We are proud to be the area's only skilled nursing facility with these elite ratings. Locally owned and operated since 1978, Riverside ranks in the top 3% of nearly 1,000 Ohio facilities for outcomes, return to home success, and customer satisfaction. With on-site therapy 7 days a week, we help you recover quickly, safely, and confidently. Call me today at 740-498-5165 to learn more.
Stepping Stone Crafts and More, located on Macaulay Drive in Uricksville, has everything you need to decorate your home or office for any season throughout the year. Stepping Stone is filled wall to wall with handmade crafts, candles, and more. Plus, when the weather gets better, Stepping Stone expands their selection with a variety of outdoor decor. To see all they offer, stop by 1745 Water Street in Uricksville or find Stepping Stone Crafts and More on Facebook.
Simona Bolteron is a global leader in plastics technology, manufacturing thermoplastic products for industries such as aircraft interior parts, medical device housings, wall coverings, general thermoforming, and many more. Simona Bolteron, a company like a friend, is proud to be a part of the community and wishes all local athletes good luck and have a great year. For more information, visit them online at bolteron.com. Simona Bolteron, 1 General Street, Newcomerstown.
Ron's Heating and Cooling in Denison has been serving this great area since 1977. At Ron's, no matter what you need, they can handle it. From heating and cooling to standby Generac generators, water heaters, tankless water heaters, mobile home equipment, duct cleaning, and 24-hour no-heat service. Winter, spring, summer, or fall, all you have to do is call 740-922-5252. Ron's Heating and Cooling proudly supports high school sports and would like to wish best of luck to all local athletes participating this season. Stepping Stone Crafts and More, located on Macaulay Drive in Uricksville.
Back on the Big Z Sports YouTube channel for the J.D. Milburn Relays. Girls distance medley still going on. Heading into the final and longest lane at a 1600. I imagine there's some joking that goes back and forth with this specific event, Shannon, because the girls who started off with the 200 are totally fine by the time their teammates who finished the 1600 are done, of course. They're saying, what are you so out of breath for? We all ran this. I'm good.
Yeah, they probably went and got a hot dog and then came back.
So coming up will be the boys' turn. Out in front, it was quite the push there. They were trailing in the early goings, Shannon, but Tusky Valley came out of nowhere on one of those handoffs. Now, I'll be 100% honest with you, keeping track of which segment we're on a distance medley is a little easier said than done.
Well, there's a lot of things easier said than done when it comes to us.
Last runner, of course, having to go around 4 times to make your full 1600. Now after this, for the girls, then the boys' turn at the distance medley. The 4x200s and the 4x400s. Team scores still pretty tight overall. Of course, in these kind of events, you're looking, as you said, to improve upon your own times and such and your own distances, but let's be honest. There's quite a bit of bragging rights that come out of these.
You still want to be the team down there holding that trophy and getting your picture taken by Adam Sawieski.
I wanted to joke today, by the way, because Adam's here and we appreciate what he's doing. But the dude just got back from Florida that long ago. He doesn't need to work on his tan anymore.
Yeah, I'm shocked he don't have on his big hat today.
Oh, the bucket hat hasn't made an appearance.
I know. It'll probably make an appearance soon to keep that head from peeling.
Yeah, we'll wait till later track and baseball and softball season for that to happen, or early football season for that matter. I mean, you and I have still never learned our lesson from that. We don't have the same problem Adam does, but you and I always, in the early parts of the football season at least, get charred.
Oh yeah, I don't ever tan anymore. I've hit that age where I just burn.
I never found the age of tanning.
Yeah, well, when I was younger, we tanned a lot. That's all I was tan. And then as I got older, all I do is burn, and then burn again, and then burn again.
50 Shades of Red with Shannon Thomas.
Yeah, it was fun this past year going to Mexico for the first time, and then over to Aruba on my second trip. I used a lot of sunscreen and even wore some swimsuits or swim shirts.
Those are a fantastic invention, by the way, for people like me who get scorched. I thought for certain, first time I tried to wear one, I'm thinking this is going to be heavy and it's just going to be terrible and I'm going to be sweat. You don't even know what's on.
No, and that was like I was able to wear it when we were in Mexico. I was able to wear it around during the day, being long sleeve, 95 degrees, and like I said, you didn't even know it was on. It was a nice job.
Adam has joined the track on the back stretch. Not to run, don't worry, he's just getting the banner.
Well, that's not a good sign. Is he calling it today?
Yeah, I got to tell him, Mr. Soweski, we still got a couple events to go.
He's just being well prepared.
Well, he'd be really well prepared if, he would have brought up some of those, what'd you say, pretzels and nachos together?
Oh, yeah. I was down at the concession stand earlier, and somebody ordered a pretzel, and then her husband ordered nachos, and they said, I need the nachos and I need a pretzel with cheese. And the lady goes, I don't need the cheese with my pretzels. And her husband looks right there and said, yeah, you do. I need extra cheese for my nachos. So great teamwork to get that fine man some extra cheese.
Girls distance medley wrapping up. Be the boys' turn here momentarily. We'll tell you the girls' results here shortly.
We should have had Adam send some athletes up here to interview them. We could have critiqued them.
What in the world are you and I going to critique?
I'm just going to tell them they need
minus sudden hiccups.
Just they need to try a little harder. How about that? That's what I always used to tell Mike. Just try a little harder. That's all. I'm not asking for much. Just a little harder.
How many times did they ask you, what does that even mean?
No, you know what they used to say? Ashton used to say to me across country, I'd be, yelling at her out on the course. You're out in the middle of the woods somewhere, like down at Watkins Memorial somewhere, and you'd say something and she'd go running by. And then you get in the car and you talk about it, and she'd look at you and say, did you ever run cross country? Like, no, I played football. Nah, I don't want to hear about it. Like, if you ain't ever done it, no, I don't want to hear about it.
I don't know how many parallels you can actually bring between football and cross country.
None. Because here's a story. Story time with Shannon. we were I think it was my freshman or sophomore year. So I grew up in Denison, and we were leaving the Yerricksville Park and going all the way over to Thornwood Park, which is a couple miles away. Mm-hmm. And there were some girls that were cross-country runners, so a couple of us thought we would try to impress them. All right, we'll race you to Thornwood Park.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, we even cheated.
And how bad did you
Took
lose?
a shortcut, jumped across the river, still lost.
Yeah, by how much?
Oh, it was, I don't know. I just knew when we got there, they were already sitting on the picnic tables, and we were laughing, thinking we won. Don't ever challenge a cross-country runner to a race.
So, starting things off for the boys' distance medley, a full sprint in your 200. Now one full lap around.
Indian Valley got the big jump.
Looks like Carson Hostetler running the 400 leg for the Braves.
The thing is, it's going to come down to those last two legs. I'm sure Indian Valley will have Pawtucket running one of them. Not sure who will be running the running the 800.
Riverview in second, Cuyahoga Heights third, Tusky Valley fourth, Canton South fifth, Buckeye Trail sixth.
Hostetler looks to be stretching it a little bit.
Actually, take that back. That is Coshocton who is in third.
Well, you know Tusky Valley's just got to stay in striking distance of Conrad, because I'm sure he's going to be in this race somewhere.
Believe it or not, not on the starting list.
I don't see.
Braden Miller, Blake Markle, Mason Tidrick, and Sam Giovanna for Tusky Valley. But a great push there for the Trojans into the third leg. They're in second. Pace slows down just a little bit. Now 2 laps for these runners.
And the nice thing for the Indian Valley runner is he had such a big lead that he could just run his pace, because the guys behind him is going to have to try to pick up the pace to catch him, and they could probably wear themselves out in this first lap, give him the advantage on the second lap.
Top seed in the boys' distance medley is Tusky Valley with an 8:55. Full times for the girls' distance medley, as it is the Tusky Valley Lady Trojans capturing first place with a 10:09.94. Indian Valley second with a 10:34.37, and Ridgewood third with a 10:53.06. We'll tell you how that impacts the team scores coming up. Riverview now pushes into second of lap number 1 of the third leg. Braves with about a full turn lead into the backstretch.
Yeah, that's Caleb Shamp. I thought that's who it was when he went running by, but I needed to double check. He's doing a nice job keeping his pace, and I believe Pawtucket will be, so I seen standing down there. Yeah, Pawtucket will be the final leg for the 1600.
You might be able to hear on our microphones. The wind has returned, thank goodness. Only problem with these athletes, they're looking, when you're coming out of turn 3, the wind might be a pleasant sign because it's going to help push you a little bit, but everywhere else on the track, it's going to be a hindrance.
Yeah, and then you got that sun baking you, the heat coming off the track, and Riverview closed the gap a little bit right there
Certainly
on the end.
Have. Into the final leg. A 1,600 4-lap scamper. Tusky Valley still in a strong third.
Yeah, and Riverview is one of those schools, they typically do good in distance races. So we'll be interesting to see if they can close the gap on Pawtucket a little bit. Pawtucket got a little bit of a lead, probably about 50 meters.
Kind of an even split from 1 to 2 and 2 to 3 in the backstretch. Indian Valley, Riverview, and Tusky Valley, your front runners right now. Just about the same split from first to second, completing lap number 1 of the fourth leg.
Yeah, it's one of those things right now, neither runner wants to show their cards yet, but sooner or later the guy in second's got to try to move up to put a little bit of pressure on Pawtucket, kind of run him out of his pace to see if he could get him to slow down.
Also back there in third with Tusky Valley, you know, they're watching patiently, just kind of biding that time, waiting to see if there's any push. Those two in front kind of kick it into an extra gear, might gas themselves out.
Like you said, right now, that split's staying about the same. Coming in the complete lap, 3?
This will be their third time around.
So one more lap to go as they come in. Want again thank Ron's Heating and Cooling for coming on board for all of our sporting events. They do a great job. Great service to our community since 1977. If you have any AC work, furnace work, hot water tanks, tankless water heaters, air cleaners, humidifiers, give Ron's Heating and Cooling a call. They offer a 24-hour service.
Final push. Actually, take that back. That was only the second lap?
Maybe.
Boy, you and I do a great job of keeping track of this, huh?
The sun is in my eyes, and with these glasses I got on, I can't wear sunglasses where I can't see, which I do have prescription sunglasses. I need to remember to start bringing them with me.
My wife has those, and she speaks wonders of them. I said my eyes aren't bad enough yet to worry about that.
See, I got lucky one year. My prescription didn't change on my eyes too bad, so I decided to stay with my glasses because my insurance would give me almost a free pair of glasses. So I'm like, I think I want to do some sunglasses. And the doctor's like, oh, we can make that happen. And then we went to the ocean, and they got knocked off my head. I hit the ground in the water, and I got lucky and stepped right on them. And I told Nora,
go down and get
I
those.
told Nora, go down and get them glasses. We went straight to the surf shop so I could get one of them rubber bands to put on them.
Still out in front, Indian Valley, and it looks like stretching the lead a little bit more now on Riverview.
Yeah, it looks like he's got about a 75-meter lead right now. It looks like Riverview stretched a little bit on second.
And now entering the bell lap on the distance medley. Final push. What does Riverview have in store in the tank?
And this is going to be huge for team points because these three, the guys that's in first, second, and third, are the teams that are in first, second, and third in the team race. Pataka looks like he stepped it up a little bit.
Now almost a full front stretch lead.
Yeah, barring a deer don't come running out of the woods and run Pataka over. It looks like he'll be able to put this one away.
Boy, that'd be something.
Yeah, I've seen those TikTok videos, cross-country team running by a cornfield and the deer wipe out half the field.
So Pataka will round out the victory for Indian Valley in the boys' distance medley. Riverview looks like they're going to take home second. Tusky Valley appears slated for third. We'll get you the official times, and we will bring you the last few events, the 4x200s and the 4x400s on the way. As the Cuyahoga Heights and Canton South deadlock through the front stretch. Going to be a tight finish. And it looks like Heights is going to pick up the win, or pick up the third place finish, or fourth place finish. But no, I was wrong. It is the third place finish as they edge Tusky Valley. As we wrap up the distance medley, we'll take our potentially final time out here today. When we return, 4x200s, 4x400s coming up on the Big Z Sports YouTube channel.
Simona Bolteron is a global leader in plastics technology, manufacturing thermoplastic products for industries such as aircraft interior parts, medical device housings, wall coverings, general thermoforming, and many more. Simona Bolteron, a company like a friend, is proud to be a part of the community and wishes all local athletes good luck and have a great year. For more information, visit them online at bolteron.com. Simona Bolteron, 1 General Street, Newcomerstown.
Save the date. Customer Appreciation Days are happening at Keim Home Center and Keim Mount Hope Hardware, April 13th through the 18th. Join us for a full week of celebrating you, our customers, with 10% off select items store-wide, live demos in the shop, gift card giveaways, food, and more. Visit us online at keimhome.com or follow Keim on Facebook for more details. We'll see you April 13th through the 18th for Customer Appreciation Days at Keim Home Center in Charm and Keim Mount Hope Hardware.
Every day begins with purpose. Every job begins with precision. At Right Mark Roofing, we don't just install roofs. We build trust and forge relationships. We understand that your roof is more than just materials. It's protection. It's peace of mind. That's why we use high-quality products and expert craftsmanship. With a sharp focus, our team is always ready to hit the mark. Call Right Mark Roofing. Let's build a future that stands strong.
Hi, I'm Zach Motice with the Tuscarawas Insurance Agency. For all your auto, home, farm, and business insurance needs, contact our team at the Tuscarawas Insurance Agency or stop in and see us at one of our 3 locations in downtown New Philadelphia, Sugar Creek, or in Strasburg, providing excellent service to the Tuscarawas Valley since 1885. Everyone here at the Tuscarawas Insurance Agency would like to wish all area athletes good luck this season.
5-star quality, 5-star service, 5-star satisfaction. Hi, this is Chandy Salisbury with Riverside Manor Nursing and Rehabilitation Center. We are proud to be the area's only skilled nursing facility with these elite ratings. Locally owned and operated since 1978, Riverside ranks in the top 3% of nearly 1,000 Ohio facilities for outcomes, return to home success, and customer satisfaction. With on-site therapy 7 days a week, we help you recover quickly, safely, and confidently. Call me today at 740-498-5165 to learn more.
Stepping Stone Crafts and More, located on Macaulay Drive in Urixville, has everything you need to decorate your home or office for any season throughout the year. Stepping Stone is filled wall to wall with handmade crafts, candles, and more. Plus, when the weather gets better, Stepping Stone expands their selection with a variety of outdoor decor. To see all they offer, stop by 1745 Water Street in Urixville or find Stepping Stone Crafts and More on Facebook.
Final events upcoming, the 4x200s and the 4x400s live on the Big Z Sports YouTube channel. Thanks for tuning in throughout today with the J.D. Milburn Memorial Relays. Our official start to the track and field season in terms of our broadcast here on YouTube. For the girls 4x200, starting things off on the inner lane, lane number 1, Riverview. Lane number 2, Canton South. Lane 3, Newcomerstown. Lane 4, Ridgewood. Lane 5, Indian Valley. Lane 6, Tusky Valley. And Lane 7, Buckeye Trail. Your top seeding, according to times that have been submitted, Newcomerstown with a 1:51. Not far behind with a 1:53.08 is Ridgewood. Only 2 teams without a seeding time are Canton South and Buckeye Trail, so we'll see how they stack up. That Ridgewood Newcomerstown battle, lanes 3 and 4. If you watched our softball presentation last night, it was Ridgewood who picked up the 8-0 shutout victory over Newcomerstown. If I'm not mistaken, will those 2 teams meet later in the season?
Is that?
No, they will not. Ridgewood and Newcomerstown, they would not, because opposite sides of the IVC.
Yeah, I don't think they're on the schedule. I think it's next, not this coming week, but the following week, we'll have Ridgewood and travels up to Sandy Valley.
Exchange zone 2, are you ready? Mr. Starter, we are ready.
For Newcomerstown, as we mentioned, with that top seed, the team of Cameron Cooter, Samantha Cooter, Evelyn Hoover, and Soli Garland. Ridgewood, Jalen McQueen, Liana Masters, Brooke Tubbs, and Kaylee Engel. Not a lot separating these teams in terms of the seeding, only a difference of about 5 to 6 seconds or so. But you almost expect that in a 4x2. Of course, after we wrap up all the events, we'll have the announcement of the team champions for both the boys and the girls.
We'll be back down here Thursday, May 14th for the IVC meet. So that's when that's at, on a Thursday. Different, because usually it was on a Friday, I thought. So, be a Thursday this year, unless any Valley schedule's wrong.
underway. Girls 4x200. It's one that start getting a little bit clearer as they come down towards the front stretch. First handoff, such a crucial one heading into turn 3. Got to get that pace established early. Looks like first out of the blocks on the handoff will be Indian Valley. But on the inside, Newcomerstown in lane 3 is going to have the lead heading into the front stretch.
Yeah, Newcomerstown actually even had to hold up a little bit on their handoff, but the speed was unbelievable.
Tusky Valley pushes into second place. Next exchange. Newcomerstown keeps pace. Nearly even, although a little bit of a slow handoff there for Canton South slots into second. May or may not have lost audio there for a minute. No problem.
That was interesting.
Static. Still out in front, Newcomerstown. Canton South pushing strong from turn 4. Heading to the line. Canton South pushing it a little bit closer, but it's going to be Newcomerstown who will capture the win. For third, Riverview on the inside. They'll bring home third place. Indian Valley fourth, Tusky Valley fifth. Bridgewood and Buckeye Trail will round it out. Official times upcoming. Boys 4x200 upcoming.
The boys' distant medley official times. Indian Valley picking up the win. Team of Reese St. Clair, Carson Hostetler, Caleb Shamp, and Nola Pataka with a time of 8 minutes and 26 seconds. Riverview come in second. The team of Hammersley, Fitch, Yoder, and Skold. Time of 8 minutes and 50 seconds. Third place was Cuyahoga Heights, a time of 8:56. Canton South was in fourth with a time of 8:56. Tusky Valley was in fifth with a time of 9:01. Buckeye Trail sixth, and Coshocton rounding it out in seventh place.
Top seed in this boys 4x200. Ridgewood with a 133.71. Logan wins. Talon Carnes, Brayer Ford, and Christian Hortzman. Not far behind them, though, Riverview with a 134.6 as their seed. Jeremiah Kaku, Noah Diostrup, Wyatt Barnett, and Thomas Vu.
If you want to go back and look at all these different results and stuff, like I said, you can go on mile split, go to the calendar and find JD Milburn relays, look up today's date.
Lane assignments. Lane 1's Tusky Valley, Ridgewood Lane 2, Indian Valley Lane 3, Lane 4 Buckeye Trail, Riverview Lane 5, Lane 6 Newcomerstown, Lane 7 Coshocton, and Lane 8 Cuyahoga Heights.
Through the distant medleys and a couple field events have been scored. Still got a lot of field events that need to be updated, so the scores might be final for a while. But right now on the boys' side, Riverview leads Indian Valley 44 points to 41. Tusky Valley is right there in third at 39 points. On the girls' side, Tusky Valley leads with 44 points. Ridgewood has 39 in second. In third is Indian Valley with 34. Canton South is in fourth with 29. Riverview in fifth with 28. Newcomerstown in sixth with 25. So not
a lot of a split there.
There's not much split there, and that order can completely flip-flop here in the next couple events after they start getting everything tallied up. The official time for the girls 4x200 meter relay. For Newcomerstown, they took first place, a team of Cameron Cooter, Samantha Cooter, Evelyn Hoover, and Solly Garland with a time of 1 minute 47 seconds. Canton South was second at 150. Third was Riverview at 155. Fourth was Indian Valley at 156. Tusky Valley fifth at 157. Ridgewood sixth. Buckeye Trail seventh.
Officials getting all your exchange zones straightened away. Always have to chuckle with whenever you got all 8 lanes full for the 4x200, just how far or the distance it looks like. With Tusky Valley back here on the inner lane, and Canton South over by the scoreboard over there from Lee Stadium in lane 8. But don't worry, everyone's running the same distance.
These heights aren't official yet, but it looks like everybody has jumped over at the girls' high jump, girls' pole vault, and it looks like Katie Armstrong of Tusky Valley will be credited with first place at a mark of 10 feet. Ariana McDaniel also was at 10 feet, but I believe Armstrong hit her mark first, and that's the tiebreaker. And then Molly Sievers was third. Sydney Fedrick and Claire Williams from Buckeye Trail was fourth.
Boys 4x200. Exchange zone between turns 2 and 3. Coming down the front stretch in the lead is Cuyahoga Heights, near lane closest to us. Riverview pushing strong into second. Newcomerstown third, but in lane number 2 is Ridgewood, tightening it up. On the exchange, looks like it's Ridgewood who's going to be out in front as they're on the inner lane, got that exchange first. Take it back, it's Riverview, but about even with Ridgewood. On the backstretch, the push on the inside for Ridgewood. Near neck and neck, heading into the final exchange zone.
This is a big race right here for Riverview as they're leading the team standings. We look at Ridgewood fired out right there on that handoff.
Fantastic exchange for the Generals coming down the front stretch. Ridgewood out in front. Riverview and Cuyahoga Heights about even for second. Buckeye Trail right behind them. Indian Valley in tow. Going to be real close at the line. Ridgewood does get the win. Looks like Riverview second, and we'll say Cuyahoga Heights third, but we'll get your official times coming up. We do have some totals, or I take that back. Shannon, I think you just went through those for the girls' pole vault. As you mentioned, Katie Armstrong did complete her jump first.
Yeah, I mean, to go through it looks like everybody's jump. It still says in progress, so that means it's not official yet, but typically it's just waiting on the system to say completed. But as right now, I believe Armstrong's going to get that win, and that's a big win in the team race right there. Is Tusky Valley's leading and Indian Valley's trying to catch them, so Armstrong was able to beat her counterpart at Indian Valley.
Did you mention for the girls 4x200 the new record time?
No, is that what the hashtag was?
Yes, it is. So Newcomerstown, the girls 4x200, a new J.D. Milburn record with a 147.72.
A lot of records falling today here at the J.D. Milburn Classic.
Girls 4x400. You were seeding with your times. This initial race, no seed and there are no times posted for Canton South, Coshocton, and Buckeye Trail as they'll be out there on the track first. Heat number 2, top seeded Tusky Valley with a 4:19. That girls 4x400 team for Newcomerstown. The girls 4x200 getting the record, and I believe their 4x400 is a mirror image of their 4x200 team.
Fourth place, Buckeye Trail. Third place, Canton South. Second place, Tusky Valley. First place, Indian Valley.
I'd like to thank Grandview Exterior Systems for jumping on board for this spring season. They're located out of Dundee. They specialize in commercial and residential roofing. They offer free roof inspections. with consultations, long-term maintenance plans, leak detections and repairs, roof restoration and roof replacements. Schedule an evaluation today by calling 330-275-1807, or you can go on their website at grandviewexteriors.com and you can fill out an online form and they can communicate with you that way.
Girls 4x400 getting lined up. And I believe, Shannon, we had a little bit of a shift because I thought, according to this, we had 2 heats, but
They might have.
I believe they've added, well, they've kind of shifted around who's in this first heat, because it looks like Buckeye Trail's in lane 1. In lane 2, Ridgewood, or pardon me, lane 3, Ridgewood. Lane 4, Indian Valley, and lane 5, Riverview.
Some teams might have pulled out due to being at the end of the day, and if it don't affect the team race and you got kids battling some injuries or some stiffness, a lot of coaches sometimes will scratch that race. So we'll see if they're still going to run 2 or if it's just going to be 1 heat race.
Well, as it stands currently, you'd have 4 teams out on the track.
Did you do the boys 4x200 relay official times yet?
I had not seen those come in yet.
And they just came in. So Ridgewood picks up the win with a time of 1 minute and 33 seconds. The team of Logan Wentz, Talon Carnes, Briar Ford, and Christian Hortzman get the win. Riverview was in second with a time of 1:38. Cuyahoga Heights was third with a time of 1:38.5. Riverview went a 1:38.2. Buckeye Trail was in fourth with a time of 1:38.9. Indian Valley fifth at the time of 1:39. Tusky Valley sixth at the time of 1:43. Newcomerstown seventh with a time of 1:43.6. Tusky Valley was a 1:43.5. That's how close that was. And in eighth place was Coshocton with a time of 1:44.5. So congratulations to the Ridgewood Generals, the team of Wentz, Carnes, Ford, and Hortzman picking up the 4x200 meter relay.
As was confirmed off camera there, we do have just 1 heat for this 4x400. So it will be Buckeye Trail, Ridgewood, Indian Valley, Riverview, and Tusky Valley. So 5 teams heading into the starting blocks, and no surprise given what the team race totals are, those 5 that are in there.
Yeah, this is a big race. I mean, really all it takes is one big mistake by Tusky Valley and somebody can jump all over them. But like I said, there's still some field events that haven't been listed yet, and we know Newcomerstown won the girls' shot put.
Well, and also Newcomerstown in the starting lineup, so 6 teams in this heat. 4x400, so all 4 athletes making 1 complete turn of the track. Into into turns 3 and 4. Out in front, Tusky Valley. Right beside them, Newcomerstown. Heading towards the front stretch, Sammy Ward for the Trojans. The initial leg.
Well, this is a race that Tusky Valley has always been good at on the girls' side, and you're probably going to watch them really try to separate themselves right here. They got to put some distance between them and Ridgewood and Indian Valley, because right now the team race is Tusky Valley 48, Ridgewood 42, Indian Valley 39, Canton South 37, Newcomerstown 35, Riverview 34. So really the top 6 is still wide open.
Tusky Valley out in front. Ridgewood got the good exchange. They'll be in second, Indian Valley in third. Trojans showing off why they were the top seed coming in. About a 40-meter or so lead in the backstretch. Still holding that lead as the rest of the pack behind him enter turn 3. Tusky Valley hitting the front stretch to wrap up leg number 2. It is Ridgewood in second, Newcomerstown in third, Riverview slides into fourth, Indian Valley now in fifth. Tusky Valley's team of Ward, Huffman, Eck, and Ashton. The team to beat still out in front. Ridgewood with a nice push in second, stretching out the gap on Newcomerstown. Boys 4x200 teams or 4x400 teams getting lined up on the infield, getting ready to go. Final lap and final push as Tusky Valley looks for the final handoff at the line. Ridgewood trying to tighten up that gap as it will be Bryce, their last runner. Ridgewood has widened their lead on second, or pardon me, on the third place spot of Newcomerstown. Only problem, Tusky Valley's still way out in front into turn 3.
Yeah, like I said, this is a strong event for Tusky Valley. It has been for years, and they continue to shine.
Tusky Valley teammates offering some encouragement. Final push down the front stretch.
Indian Valley just took over Riverview, and that's big for team points.
Great job by Bryce for Ridgewood. A good push did close that gap a bit, but they will bring home second in the girls 4x4. Newcomerstown holding on to third. Indian Valley and Riverview. Going to be a tight finish at the line. Riverview reeling her back in. And at the line, the Black Bears are going to pick up fourth. Coming up next, boys 4x400. Your top seed, depending on which teams are out there. We have 7 of them listed, but your top seed, and it's not a very wide distance between the top two. Tusky Valley with a 335, Cuyahoga Heights a 335.22. With the scores that we have in front of us, Tusky Valley girls still with a 6-point lead over Ridgewood. For the boys, Riverview leading Indian Valley by 7. And for the boys, with Tusky Valley slotted in third, what they'll be hoping for, Shannon, is if, I mean, it's first place or nothing for Tusky Valley for the boys in this one. But for Riverview, as long as you finish the race, you don't have to worry about necessarily about Tusky Valley for the boys' side of things, depending on the other results of the other events.
Yeah, and that's just it. They might already have the other events calculated in, just don't have them listed up yet for us to see on mile split. So it'll, like I said, if we don't have the official, just watch, pay attention to our Facebook page, or you can go check out mile split and find out all that information, because we don't want to give false information.
Your lane assignments for this final showdown from the J.D. Milburn relays. In lane 2 will be Indian Valley. Lane 4, Cuyahoga Heights. Lane 5, Riverview. Lane 6, Tusky Valley. And in lane 7, Buckeye Trail.
Over on the boys and girls long jump, Ridgewood took both of those relays. I guess I didn't realize that earlier until I just seen Adam posted it on our social media pages. As their team members included Jalen McQueen, Ayana Masters. Is that how you say that?
I believe.
Lauren Wentz, Braylon Williams, Sean Beckelheimer, and Logan Wentz. So congratulations to those 6 athletes. The men and women of the Ridgewood Generals winning both long jumps.
Athletes getting ready in their starting blocks for the 4x400 for the boys. As we are underway. Out of the blocks, Tusky Valley, Riverview with a strong push. And to turn 4. Trojans out in front, Black Bears quick right behind. Bottleneck for the next 3 as Indian Valley will come up out in 3rd. Close at the line for the next exchange, but Tusky Valley still out in front. Riverview close behind. Indian Valley gets the clean exchange for 3rd. Cuyahoga Heights and Buckeye Trail close for 4th. Tusky Valley and Riverview down the backstretch. Only a few steps between them.
Going to be interesting right here. Like I said, as it comes down to it, Riverview just wants to stay right there in striking distance of Tusky Valley.
As much as you obviously want to win no matter what, as long as they're right there in front of you, depending on the other field events and such, for Riverview, you'll be feeling pretty good. Both teams, pretty clean exchange. Indian Valley stays in 3rd. Cuyahoga Heights 4th. Trail now in 5th.
Second place, Ridgewood. First place, Tusky Valley. The team of 4, Claxon.
And now, Tusky Valley's 3rd leg stretching out the lead. Indian Valley, though, pushing back from 3rd. Now, neck and neck for 2nd. Indian Valley pushing hard towards the front stretch, have really closed the gap on Riverview. Now, shoulder to shoulder. Final exchange upcoming.
Big push by Indian Valley right there to get in on this action.
Both sides, a clean exchange. Cade Conrad will run the anchor for Tusky Valley. He's been a closer all day. Down the backstretch. Riverview trying to claw back in it.
Is that Hostetler running for Indian Valley?
Believe that is Hostetler running anchor. Conrad, though, pushing him from turn 3 into 4. Going to be real tight heading into the final home stretch. Hostetler trying to find an extra gear. Conrad pushing him from behind. Yeah. Hostetler gets an extra step.
Hostetler just kind of cruised through that corner and saved a little bit for that final kick.
And at the line, Indian Valley with the boys win in a 4x400. Conrad gives them a tap on the back as they cross the line.
Yeah, Conrad, valiant effort to come down through there and thought maybe there was going to be a little bit of race, but as soon as Hostetler got straight, he unleashed what he had left, and that's a true competitor right there. He knew when to let it go.
So that is all the track events that we have for the day, and the final team score is going to be tabulated. We'll take our final timeout, and when we return, we'll bring you who the team champions for the J.D. Milburn Memorial Relays in 2026 are. Big Z Sports is back right after this.
Save the date. Customer Appreciation Days are happening at Keim Home Center and Keim Mount Hope Hardware, April 13th through the 18th. Join us for a full week of celebrating you, our customers, with 10% off select items store-wide, live demos in the shop, gift card giveaways, food, and more. Visit us online at keimhome.com or follow Keim on Facebook for more details. We'll see you April 13th through the 18th for Customer Appreciation Days at Keim Home Center in Charm and Keim Mount Hope Hardware.
Every day begins with purpose. Every job begins with precision. At Rightmark Roofing, we don't just install roofs. We build trust and forge relationships. We understand that your roof is more than just materials. It's protection. It's peace of mind. That's why we use high-quality products and expert craftsmanship. With a sharp focus, our team is always ready to hit the mark. Call Rightmark Roofing. Let's build a future that stands strong.
Hi, I'm Zach Motice with the Tuscarawas Insurance Agency. For all your auto, home, farm, and business insurance needs, contact our team at the Tuscarawas Insurance Agency or stop in and see us at one of our 3 locations in downtown New Philadelphia, Sugar Creek, or in Strasburg, providing excellent service to the Tuscarawas Valley since 1885. Everyone here at the Tuscarawas Insurance Agency would like to wish all area athletes good luck this season.
5-star quality, 5-star service, 5-star satisfaction. Hi, this is Chandy Salisbury with Riverside Manor Nursing and Rehabilitation Center. We are proud to be the area's only skilled nursing facility with these elite ratings. Locally owned and operated since 1978, Riverside ranks in the top 3% of nearly 1,000 Ohio facilities for outcomes, return-to-home success, and customer satisfaction. With on-site therapy 7 days a week, we help you recover quickly, safely, and confidently. Call me today at 740-498-5165 to learn more.
Stepping Stone Crafts and More, located on Macaulay Drive in Uricksville, has everything you need to decorate your home or office for any season throughout the year. Stepping Stone is filled wall to wall with handmade crafts, candles, and more. Plus, when the weather gets better, Stepping Stone expands their selection with a variety of outdoor decor. To see all they offer, stop by 1745 Water Street in Uricksville or find Stepping Stone Crafts and More on Facebook.
Simona Bolteron is a global leader in plastics technology, manufacturing thermoplastic products for industries such as aircraft interior parts, medical device housings, wall coverings, general thermoforming, and many more. Simona Bolteron, a company like a friend, is proud to be a part of the community and wishes all local athletes good luck and have a great year. For more information, visit them online at bolteron.com. Simona Bolteron, 1 General Street, Newcomerstown.
Ron's Heating and Cooling in Denison has been serving this great area since 1977. At Ron's, no matter what you need, they can handle it. From heating and cooling to standby Generac generators, water heaters, tankless water heaters, mobile home equipment, duct cleaning, and 24-hour no-heat service. Winter, spring, summer, or fall, all you have to do is call 740-922-5252. Ron's Heating and Cooling proudly supports high school sports and would like to wish best of luck to all local athletes participating this season. Stepping Stone Crafts and More, located on Macaulay Drive in Uricksville, has everything you need to decorate your home or office for any season throughout the year. Stepping Stone is filled wall to wall with handmade crafts, candles, and more. Plus, when the weather gets better, Stepping Stone expands their selection with a variety of outdoor decor. To see all they offer, stop by 1745 Water Street in Uricksville or find Stepping Stone Crafts and More on Facebook.
When it comes to protecting what matters most, trust the team at Grandview Exterior Systems. Established in 2016, they specialize in commercial, industrial, and residential roofing, handling everything from repairs and replacements to full restorations and ongoing maintenance. At Grandview Exterior Systems, their mission is simple: create peace of mind for every client while setting the standard for safety, quality, and efficiency in construction. Visit them at 2230 Township Road 415 in Dundee. Call 330-275-1807 or learn more at GrandviewExteriorSystems.com. Grandview Exterior Systems. They have you and your roof covered.
Simona Bolteron is a global leader in plastics technology, manufacturing thermoplastic products for industries such as aircraft interior parts, medical device housings, wall coverings, general thermoforming, and many more. Simona Bolteron, a company like a friend, is proud to be a part of the community and wishes all local athletes good luck and have a great year. For more information, visit them online at Bolteron.com. Simona Bolteron, 1 General Street, Newcomerstown.
Wrapping up the J.D. Milburn Memorial Relays on this April 4th and a beautiful April day it has been, and what a lot of fun it has been as well. As time to go through those team scores, Mr. Shannon Thomas, as we'll run through from top to bottom for the boys, or pardon me, for the girls. Coshocton in 9th, Cuyahoga Heights 8th, Buckeye Trail 7th, Riverview 6th, Canton South in 5th with 66 points, Ridgewood 4th with 68 points, 3rd is Tusky Valley with 72, Newcomerstown slots home in 2nd at 77, and your overall girls team champion, Indian Valley, with a score of 82. As for the boys, Coshocton 9th, Newcomerstown 8th, Canton South 7th, and Buckeye Trail 6th. Your top 5, Ridgewood with 57 points for the boys in 5th, Cuyahoga Heights 62 points for 4th, Riverview 78.5 for 3rd, Tusky Valley at 82.5 for 2nd, and Indian Valley, your overall boys champion, with 86 points. So a clean sweep in terms of the team relays for the Braves here today.
Yeah, and like we said, we were trying to keep you updated on the scores, but some of them aren't in on mile split yet, so it was hard for us, so we had to go over and get the official numbers. And those are the official numbers from the press box over there. So congratulations to the Braves on the clean sweep, and congratulations to all the athletes today on an outstanding performance.
Outstanding performance for all, as you see, or as we see, going down the front stretch. Tusky Valley doing their standard lap around the stadium as they will close out for today. And a great performance for, Indian Valley, obviously getting the team championship, but also for Tusky Valley, both teams coming home in the top 3. And really impressed, too, with the Newcomerstown girls team. A second-place finish for them. They pushed it really close at the end, and they got a lot of great marks in those field events.
Yeah, and that just goes to show a lot of that is girls just sticking with it and finally seeing the results that they want to see. And like I said, congratulations to them and the rest of the athletes.
Big thank you to Newcomerstown's athletic department for all that they do every single year with this J.D. Milburn Memorial Relays. We always love coming down here and kicking off track and field season with them. Want to also thank the Claxon Communications crew for their long hours spent here on a Saturday. And there'll be plenty more track and field coming up later on this season. Next week, baseball and softball all over the place. Check us out on Facebook for all the details, and we will have the final team champion pictures coming up on the Big Z Sports Facebook page as well. Indian Valley picks up both the boys and girls championships from your Memorial Relays in Newcomerstown. For Shannon Thomas, my co-presenter, I'm Nick McWilliams, and don't go anywhere, Z Country. We'll be back at a high school again near you soon.
Thanks for watching this Claxon Communications production of High School Sports on the Big Z Sports YouTube channel. For the latest news and scores, follow Big Z Sports on Facebook, on Twitter at @Big_Z Sports, and on Instagram. Don't miss any of the live stream coverage all season long by simply subscribing for free to Big Z Sports on our YouTube channel. For the best in high school sports coverage, there is only one Big Z Sports.